One, two. Coaches, we will get started at 10:15. We will get started at 10:15, coaches. Please make sure everyone has an agenda and a pen. Please make sure everyone has an agenda and a pen at this time. We'll be getting started shortly.
Check, check. Please make sure you scan the barcode. Scan the barcode inside your package. Make sure you scan the barcode inside your packet.
Check, check, check. Good morning. We are just moments away from getting things started. Just moments of getting away from getting things started. We're gonna bring our special guests in just a moment. In the meantime, we'll be right back with you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 Minority Prospects Coaching Clinic here at the Carver YMCA. Give yourself a round of applause for starting off being here this morning, up early on a Sunday morning. Y'all can do better than that. Give yourself a round of applause like your team just hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth to win it. All right, Mike Moody, you found that funny. My name is Mike Shepard. I'm one of the broadcasters, run the podcast for Minority Prospects. I also do the play-by-play at all-star events and everything that Minority Baseball Prospects gets involved with. Glad to be here today to host this event for you all. We have special guests in the building. We have special coaches in the building. That's all of you guys that have taken the time to impart what you know into the young people that you affect on a daily basis. And so we want to make sure that we give you a tidbit of what we know and put you in places so that you can continue to build your resources, build your network, and open the spaces and continue to create spaces for the young people that you impact on a daily basis to continue to grow. So very, very proud to be a part of this moment. I'm not going to gale the lily too much longer. Just want to make sure that we give you a couple of housekeeping rules. First of all, we are filming this live. So if you're in the middle area here and you need to get up to leave, either one, do so on the outside edge because we have a camera. But if you have to go out through the camera in the middle, then put your church finger up. Everybody know what church finger is. Put that church finger up, and then you just walk out. Kind of turn your head sideways so you're not staring directly into the camera. Unless you look good, some of y'all look good, real good, then give us some of them pearly whites. Just smile into it and make sure you throw a deuce or something like that to it. But make sure that we're getting some good content, good material from you every time, all right? That's what we like to bring. We bring excitement, we bring swag, we bring intensity, and we bring great baseball through minorities to America. And that's what we talk about right now. And we're going to get into this thing. First of all, we're going to have a few introductions. I want to introduce our clinicians for the day. These are our special guests who've traveled from far and wide to come here and be a part of this, to share what they know with you. And so when I introduce these individuals, please join me in giving them the warmest greetings that you can give them here in South Atlanta. First, we have Cy Daniels. Cy, if you stand up briefly. And we're going to go deeper into who they are. Once we get into our breakouts and our panel discussions, then you guys are going to learn exactly who they are and more about them. Rhea Taylor. I said that right, didn't I? I said it right. I told you. I ain't got no time for you to be busting me and my stuff. Coach Malcolm May. Coach, thank you for being here. Coach Sarah Winton. Sarah. Coach Alex Preston. Coach Kristen Castori. Coach Jose Vasquez. Coach Marvin Freeman. Coach Eric Robinson. Coach J.D. Pruitt. Coach Eric Young, Sr. Coach Andre Butler. Coach Julius Gaines. Coach Denisha Johnson. Did I say it wrong? Danisha? I'm sorry, Danisha. Say it like you're from New Orleans, Danisha. All right. Coach Lillian Abdamalik. And Coach Tiffany Johnson. We are truly appreciative of each and every one of you being here today, spending your time on this Sunday, on this Martin Luther King weekend, to come to South Atlanta and be a part of this tremendous event. So thank you for that. Now I'd like to bring on the CEO, founder of Minority Prospects, and the president of Minority Prospects, Mr. Alex White and Mr. Reggie Hollins.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is a sight to see right here. Minority Prospects has been going now for 6 years. And so when we talk about vision, the vision is unfolding. I just want to give some quick flowers to Alex White for being the visionary and bringing me in to help him build what you see today. When we talk about Minority Prospects and what we aim to do, not only mentor, develop, nurture communities around the country with the student athletes and families, but we want to nurture coaches. We understood that a vision of having a platform for coaches to learn, to bring in expertise and knowledge for you to take back to your student athletes was key. That way we can set a standard across the board for our minority coaches and communities, and also open up avenues and pathways for each of you sitting here today. So when Alex and I talk about these things and actually execute them, it's a surreal moment for us. So we just want to say thank you, first off, for getting here, because we always talk about position, being in position. We tell our student athletes, position yourself, and you never know where that opportunity can take you. So you guys have done that today. You've positioned yourselves, and now we're getting ready to take off and have a good time here. But again, I just wanted to greet you guys. Thank you. And also shout out to all of our clinicians for their time. Thank you, guys. Enjoy yourself.
Hey, Alexander White, CEO, founder. Again, we appreciate you guys for being here. I think this is more important than the 6 to 7 events we'll do around the country that's with kids. For us, the biggest thing is coaching the coaches. All right? You guys are with these guys more than we are. If I just come in one time out of the month, y'all going to be with them the rest of the days. So this is way more important than anything else that we do. We got to make sure that we pour into you guys just as much as we pour into the the players. So again, we appreciate you guys for being here. If your friend is not here, make sure they Zoom, and not Zoom, but they get on the link, Minority Prospects TV on YouTube. One thing I want to talk about real quick, the most important thing is not just what you do on the field with your kids, it's showing it also. I have a big saying, if you don't see it, people feel like it didn't happen. All right, again, You write this down. If they don't see it, they feel like it didn't happen. All right? I don't know if Maynard Jackson is the best baseball school in Atlanta, but on social media, it looks like it. All right? So if you look at, make sure you scan the barcode real quick on your packages. It's going to go down a whole run of show. Also, it's going to go down PowerPoints and different things that we may have. One thing I want to talk about real quick, we want to get into the nuts and bolts. One, make sure you lock in, guys. It's only about 4 or 5 hours. Please make sure you lock in and gravitate to all this information. But for me, I want to talk about branding real quick. Branding real quick, making sure that everybody have everything that you need. So one, social media pages, all right? Make sure that everybody has a social media page, if it's Instagram, Twitter. I could just talk about different things on what they use it for. Instagram is more for the kids, if you promote some on kids. Facebook is where all you guys are on. So you got to make sure you promote on the Instagram side and the Facebook side, all right, so that you can touch all phases. TikTok, YouTube, just make sure you have all those on your branding tips. All right, if you don't have it, not everybody's good with social media. Learn it, right? Before I started Minority Prospects, I didn't do much on social media, but I was a teacher and I understand to grow my audience, I had to. So now I might be the biggest social media person in the country because I'm gonna put everything on social media because that's what people wanna see. All right, so make sure you lock in on your social media side. Shakita hit me like 2 days ago and was like, man, it's finna be $700 to print all this paper out for this presentation. I said, shit me, we're gonna create a link tree. All right, if you don't know what a link tree is, make sure you look up a link tree. All right, so on this link tree, I can put down everything I wanna have and just put it on the QR code where everybody can have it. So from videos to PDFs to everything you have. So make sure you have a link tree for your kids. All right, make sure you have a link tree. I'm gonna give you a cheat code. Hopefully everybody using it, but everything's moving to AI. Make sure you have ChatGPT. If you're looking at my social media, if you think I'm that smart with words, you're wrong. All right, use some ChatGPT to make sure you post them right. Everything that you have on your PDFs or everything, if it's parents' information, make sure you have ChatGPT. Also, I talk about this also, Fiverr. All right, Fiverr is a cheap way for you to do, if it's flyers, if it's posters, if it's websites, whatever it is, make sure you tap in and jump on Fiverr. Last thing, make sure that if you have a team or organization, whatever you have, make sure you have a website. All right, make sure you have a website. One of the biggest hindrance we have is, say if I go to Redan, they got 5 draft picks. I want to be able to go to redan.com or redanbaseball.com and tap on their website and see their schedule, see their roster, different things like that. All right, because if I go to, it's a big difference if I go to a HBCU, no offense, Marvin, if I go to a HBCU website compared to a Power 4 website, right? If I go to a HBCU website right now, they're going to still have the roster from last year, and they ain't going to have the schedule up, right? If I go to Georgia website, they're going to have their updated rosters from the fall to now. They're going to have their updated schedule. All right, and all that, guys, don't cost much. It's just time. All right, but it's something that you need to do. All right, so all these little things, make sure you lock in on those social media points because that's just as big as anything that you learn today. All right, everybody's brand should be continue to grow and continue to post. All right, again, we appreciate you being here. Make sure you lock in with these great clinicians. We appreciate them coming. These are they're the best in the country. All right, so make sure you lock in and much positive. Thank you.
Alex White, ladies and gentlemen, remember the 7 o'clock show is completely different from the 8 o'clock show. Give it up for my man. Putting it down. That's my guy right there. And I mean, the big work that he's done, I tell you what, I remember when he conceptualized this dream many, many years ago. And to see it come to fruition is an awesome, awesome thing. So we're going to keep the party rocking like a cutoff stock, and big shout out to the players from the U, Redan High School out there, moving things back for our first guest to come in and do her thing. We're going to start it off with speed and agility today with Coach Lily Abdamalik. Now, in 2009, Lillian DSA, that's Dynamics of Speed and Agility, training as founder and performance specialist. She has been able to specialize in all sports and position-specific training with athletes from the ages of middle school to the professional level. Lillian brings concentration and expertise in speed, agility, footwork, and explosive training. Her hard work, persistence, authenticity, and loud results have built the trust and confidence of the best athletes in the world. She has and continues to be behind the off-season success of some of the most influential names in sports. To name a few, Lillian has trained Kansas City Chiefs Eric Berry, straight from the South Side, Seattle Seahawks Mike Davis, Boston Celtics Jaylen Brown, Utah Jazz's Derek Favors, along with Major League Baseball players Jason Hayward, Tim Beckham, Atlanta Braves Michael Harris, Pittsburgh Pirates Tamar Johnson, and so many more. The resume goes on, and she's here right now to talk to us about it with us. Lillian and her team at DSA Training has always strived to see the growth and success of every athlete during the respective off-season, but most importantly, she prides herself on establishing a genuine relationship with every athlete and providing each with their specific needs. So I introduce to some, present to others, Coach Lillian Abdulmalik.
Thank you, thank you. That was a great introduction. So as you said, I'm in the field of speed and agility. Everything is about progressions and the way we train, but the biggest thing is for an athlete to become an athlete, just an overall athlete. So it's not about, I play baseball, I play basketball, I play football. It's, are you an athlete? So when we get different players and you ask them, what position do you play? The one thing that I want to hear is, you can put me wherever, where you want me to be, because I'm an athlete. I can play any position, I could be in any sport. So that's what we focus on. Primarily with baseball, a lot of athletes want to get faster. It's all about speed in baseball with the athletes that come to us. Starting from a young age, from middle school all the way to pros, everybody wants to be able to steal bases and run fast 60s. Athletes have developed greatly over the years. I've been in the industry for 20 years. So within that 20-year span that I've been in, I've been able to see how great improvements have been made with athletes just genetically, right? Athletes are faster, stronger, and with that comes injuries. A lot of fast athletes just naturally tend to have a lot more tightness. And with that extra bit of tightness, because of their fast twitch muscle fibers, they tend to get injured a lot faster. So you'll see a lot of baseball players with like hamstring injuries because they round in the bases, right? Or in the outfield. We get a lot of athletes that tend to have shoulder problems. So being able to curate a space for athletes to come in and not only get stronger and faster through development, but to also be in a space of teaching them how to prevent injury moving forward in their careers. Because everybody knows if you're in the dugout, if you're on the bench, you ain't making that money, you're not getting playing time, you're not able to show your skills. So that's one of the things that we really try to be able to develop with the athletes that we work with. There's different programs for different athletes. So obviously when we start with young ages, it's just about overall athleticism. One of the biggest things that we see in part of our program is just the most basic of exercises, and it's balance. Everything has to do with balance. Everything has to start from the core. So being able to be able to add into warm-ups the sense of balance exercises. It could be as simple as having an athlete stand on one foot, right, and touching the ground 10 reps. It doesn't take too much to help add a little bit into an athlete's development. And as they continue to grow, one of the biggest things that we see going into high school is preparing for the 60, preparing for these travel baseball team clinics and showcases where they have to be able to perform for coaches that will recruit them. as you see, these kids are getting very fast. So, I mean, I come up on athletes every day that are running 6.2s easily, just off of pure talent. No development in understanding how to run, they just are running 6.2s. And then you have the other spectrum that they're barely breaking 7 on a 60. So I always try to tell coaches and parents, if you fast, you fast. If you slow, you slow. But you have the room for improvement. So it's not to say you're going to stay slow, but if you a 7, breaking a 7 on a 60, you're not going to be a 6'3" type of athlete, right? Being able to sprint that. But we can drop that. On average, we'll see most athletes that stay within a program, they can drop about, within a 2-month span, about 0.2 off of a 60 pretty easily with the right type of training. And not every training is the right training, right? There is steps that come into place with us. So our biggest thing that we try to look for, specifically with speed, is efficiency. So, and this even goes just with change of direction too, but it's being efficient in your motion, not having wasted movement, right? And I'm sure from a baseball standpoint, for example, infielders, it's having, taking away extra movement and getting ground balls, right? You want to be able to get from point A to point B as fast as you can. We don't want to take extra steps that aren't needed. All of this is part of being able to become a more efficient athlete. So being able to prepare an athlete for a 60, two of the biggest things that I like to tell parents to do that are really easy, or coaches, is running hills, okay? So when we think about running hills, an athlete has to be able to pull their knees up to increase stride length, right? Hill training is one of the best things that an athlete can do when it comes to speed work. You have to put force into the ground to get to your next step, right? And you have to be able to pump your arms to get up the hill. So that's one of my favorite exercises to do. It's easy, you don't need equipment, you find a hill, you make them run up that hill. A lot of the times I'll see coaches and parents say to me, well, he can't pull his knees up, so how can he increase his stride length? Well, a lot of the time it's not that they're being lazy, but it's actually that they can't, right? So there are deficiencies within athletes where the tightness within hip flexors, or them not being able to understand how to put force into the ground that prevents them from being able to pull their knees up. I see coaches all the time, they're trying to get their athletes to do high knees, and they're like, pull your knees up, pull your knees up. Well, to that athlete, he really is pulling his knees up, right? But from the outside looking in, we're like, are you being lazy? So all those things kind of take into place. So hills are always a great way to work on being able to grow stronger and be more efficient. The other part of that as they get older is being able to accelerate. This is going to go into being able to work on, for instance, stealing bases. Okay, everybody wants to steal bases. They want those numbers to go up. And being able to understand acceleration is one of the bigger points. I always tell athletes that how you start the race is what's going to determine how you finish the race. So it all starts from being able to get out the gate. A lot of athletes, they like to pop up. So when athletes come in for training, it's no longer about preparing for baseball. You are now becoming a track athlete. And that's the difference. So being able to understand how to accelerate. And there are different exercises for that as well. One of my favorites is called the push-up start. Does anybody ever hear about push-up starts around here? Yes? Okay. So there are different ways that different coaches do push-up starts. A lot of the times coaches will start with their chest on the ground, having the athletes put their chest on the ground to do their push-up starts. I do it slightly differently. The reason why is that most athletes, when they're laying on the ground to do push-up starts, they want to come up to get out of that push-up start, and then they run. So for those who don't know what a push-up start is, would you like me to demonstrate? Okay. I'll try to do my best. Okay, let me put this down. So a push-up start is usually where they come down to the ground and then they drive out. You want me to hold it? Okay. But what happens is most kids, because they can't get out of this position, they gather themselves and then they run out. So in order to eliminate that part, I start from a plank position. So I'm already in an upright position. And I tell them to work on shooting out rather than starting all the way from the ground. And that helps take that aspect of coming up and then getting out of the equation. I always tell athletes in the point of training, just with training, because obviously when you're on the field, your eyes are up, you're looking for what's going on. I hear an echo. I'll take the, yeah, I hear like a. So, but in the point of training, your eyes, like your body follows where your eyes go. So the moment your eyes pop up, your body's gonna pop up. It's a domino effect. Everything is a domino effect. Once you start one step, everything else is gonna follow. So just being able to cue to the athlete to keep their eyes down on the grass during training will help them work on maintaining that lean. I always tell athletes when they're working on acceleration that if you have the sensation of falling forward because your body weight is forward in the motion, that's a good thing. If you see an athlete fall forward, that's even better. Now it's the point of being able to control that lean within their speed and their knee drive. So these are different types of aspects to think about when you're working on speed training. All of it is just going to add value to the athlete, and it'll help them with their numbers, obviously. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Coach? By the way, I went to the University of Florida, so. Oh, yes.
How you doing, Lily? When it comes to training, obviously we run forward every day and walk forward. Any data on running backwards throughout the training at all? Like backwards run, backwards heels, anything like that?
Absolutely. So I incorporate back pedals, backward low lunges in every single session that I have with athletes. A lot of the reason why is to help them with their deceleration. So being able to backpedal is going to be able to help them stop when it comes to being able to sprint, especially with baseball if they have to be able to change directions, run back to base, whatever it may be. So backpedaling, not only does it help with deceleration, but it is also a form of injury prevention from an ACL standpoint. That's a very good question. So being able to develop the quads and being able to develop an athlete to be able to stop is also very important. And yeah, go ahead. Yeah, another great question about weight training. So depending on the level of the athlete and whether it's in season or out of season is a big differentiation between are we doing maintenance work and injury prevention, which is more lighter reps, band work, right? A lot of shoulder exercises in season, a lot of rotational exercises. A lot of the times injury comes from being one way. So a lot of things in baseball it's heavy on the one-way type of dimensional training. So being able to work on the other side. So if they constantly rotate to the right, they're constantly throwing with their right, it's being able to create that balance. So we would need more flexibility on the side that they work on the most, more mobility on the side that they work on the most, and being able to strengthen the side that they don't use. That makes sense? And then obviously during off season, it's heavier. It's building up the muscle to be able to maintain throughout the season. Any other questions? So I am in, go ahead.
Doing baseball, and they're working a lot of muscle groups a little bit differently. Do you have any advice on, other than rest and stretching, that could prevent injury for those basketball players?
Yeah, absolutely. So having proper rest time and recovery is part of the training regimen. So being able to have, a day or two of active recovery. So it doesn't mean the athlete just sits down and does nothing and eats, but there is something called active recovery, where they do take the time to go through stretches, dynamic warm-ups, being able to, if they have access through their schools or colleges, hot tub, cold tub, physical therapy. Just because you're not hurt doesn't mean you can't go into physical therapy. It is a form of injury prevention. So I think a lot of athletes tend to get worried about going into the PT or athletic training room because they feel like, oh, it'll make the coaches think that I'm hurt. No, it's a sense of, I'm preparing my body to be able to withstand the games that are ahead of me. So there's nothing wrong for doing PT or going into the athletic room just to be prepared. But the facility is in Marietta. We have batting cages. A lot of the coaches that are in the area, like Julius Gaines, who's an infield coach, or Randolph Gassaway, who's also a hitting coach, utilizes the facility that we're in. We do have strength training. We have the speed agility coaches. We all work together for the development and the success of the athletes. So.
Real quick, Lily. Again, this is one of the top trainers in the country, so I wanted to get one more thing out of her. Can you, when you come to events, we see you at tomorrow in different events, kids are dead before they even start because of your warm-up process. Can you show us just a small demonstration of how you prepare kids to be ready to perform at a high level, like their warm-up process of what these guys should be going through every day to get ready to practice or play?
Yeah, so I actually kind of stay clear from static stretching, which static stretching is kind of like the holding of stretches. So we do more of dynamic warm-ups. A lot of coaches are very familiar with it, but it's being able to move through stretches, being able to jog or shuffle out in that sense. So with baseball, we really want to be able to prepare, like I said, being able to warm up the hamstrings, the hip flexors, and their hips, especially for infielders, right? Being able to stay low, for your catchers to be able to stay low and be able to sit in that position. So a dynamic warm-up might be like about a 10-yard or so on the field of different stretches like knee hugs, right? Knee hug toe touches. And I'm moving as I'm doing these stretches. Or if I'm doing hip exercises, I'm doing leg craos, trying to get those hips to really loosen up. But I pair those exercises with different movements. So if I'm working the hips, I'm gonna work on shuffles, on karaokes, different things that utilize the hips. If I'm working the knee hugs and the toe touches and the quads, I'm gonna work on high knees and butt kicks out of that motion. So I try to pair the movement with the stretch. Any other questions? Okay. Well, it was a pleasure speaking with you. I hope to meet some of you guys afterwards.
Coach, thank you so much. Y'all give it up one more time for Coach Abdelmalik. And I'm telling you, whatever she's doing is working. It's working. I coached against that Eric Berry. He didn't even play baseball for Creekside when I coached against him. He just came out that game and damn near hit for the cycle on us. Just in that one game. Mike Moody, you remember that when I was coaching at Banneker? Oh, my God. So thank you so much for all that you do. Continued success and the great work. Please make sure that you're using this as an opportunity to network with Coach Abdelmalik after this and open up another resource for your players. We're going to keep it going. Our next panelist that we have coming up is going to be Coach Marvin Freeman, Atlanta legend. Now, Coach Freeman is a true philanthropist paying it forward through the Marvin Freeman Youth Foundation. He is currently a dedicated pitching mentor and instructor. Marvin is a proud HBCU advocate and played collegiately at the Jackson State University. There it is. Marvin Freeman accomplished an incredible 10-year stint as a Major League Baseball veteran. Freeman was drafted by the Philadelphia Phillies in 1984, earning the Minor League Pitcher of the Year. In 1986, he debuted as a big league pitcher, as a big leaguer. In 1990, Marvin was traded to the Atlanta Braves, where he became a two-time national champion in 1994. Marvin was signed by the Colorado Rockies, where he finished his career as the pitcher of the year, leading the National League in winning percentage and fourth in the Cy Young voting. I'm gonna tell you one that's off script right now. If you haven't had a chance to follow him on Instagram, please do that. He has one of the most exciting Instagram pages out there for baseball right now. The breakdowns are incredible. It is great. It gives me great pleasure, while Dez gets them mic'd up, to introduce to you all the legend, Mr. Marvin Freeman.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm good? You can hear me? Everybody got me? First of all, thank you, Minority Baseball, for having me. It's always a pleasure to kind of come out and share some of the things that I've learned and pass the information on to coaches that can thus pass the same information on to their players. One thing that I've learned from every kid that I've worked with as a pitcher, they all want to get better. Everybody wants to get better. They want to improve. Now, I took it upon myself to find out what I needed to do to make each individual pitcher the best that he can be. What I've noticed is, in this day and age, every pitcher that comes to see me, I always ask them one question. What is it that you want to improve at the most? And every single one of them says they want to throw harder. Velocity. Everybody wants to throw harder, but understanding what it takes to reach those goals, a lot of kids don't understand how hard it is to change the kinetic sequencing that they have. She made some really great points on how to move, the biomechanics of a pitcher. Well, everything she was talking about applies to a pitcher. And what I try and incorporate in my training is being able to identify some of the deficiencies that each individual pitcher may have that's not allowing them to reach those velocity gains. And 100% of the time, it comes down to how they move. Most of the time, the hips are so tight, they don't have the strength and flexibility in their hips to allow their core to rotate and extend, which is what's involved in trying to gain leverage from the backside through foot strike and then the follow through, and then trying to incorporate all of that energy from one to the next, up through the trunk and out through the arm. So I don't really want to talk a lot about the biomechanics because I see so many guys that's throwing weighted balls and they really believe that velocity is going to come from building arm strength. Well, the arm is just an extension of the trunk, and the trunk carries the arm. So if you can't move properly, you're really doing a lot of disservice to your arm and the things like your rotator cuff, elbow. That's why we see so many arm injuries, because everyone is trying to force the arm to do the work. So I have really, over the course of, I would say the last 20 years, have been doing like in-case studies of how most pitchers have pretty much the same flaws that cause some of the things that we see as coaches. And I'm sure we've all used these terms, hey, stay closed, you're flying open, you know, you're falling, you're not using your legs, you got more in the tank. Well, to be able to understand how to get these things out, we have to understand what's causing the effect. Excuse me, what's causing the effect. So when I'm talking to pitchers about velocity, I try and make sure they understand how their legs play a role and them creating the energy. So I could be all over the place with what we're going to be talking about, but I want to get specific in the main thing that I see guys do that a lot of pitchers have in common. And the one thing is they don't know how to really use the back leg. So you'll see a lot of times when pitchers lift, they'll already start falling into their delivery and not using the ground force to create the power that's going to allow their trunk to move freely to the target. And I've been noticing a lot of different things, especially on the internet, because I look at what the kids are watching so that I can either try and make them understand how that's not going to work for them or how it can work better for them. And so I see a lot of pitchers that's doing this now. They'll throw, and then they'll spin off their delivery at the end. Okay, so if my catcher is that way, the mound is here, and I'm trying to create energy to the catcher, but as I'm releasing the ball, I'm coming off of it. It's going to put my arm in a position that's going to really create a different type of rotation that I want that's going to allow me to control the ball. So I just really try and make sure I can focus on the individual, get them to understand that the hips play a role in the direction, and when you load or don't load, when you just sit and start going to the plate, you don't have this counter rotation in your hips to allow your lead arm to direct your trunk forward. I'm going to demonstrate it like this. Most of the time you'll see guys sit, and then their first move is to come open this way. So when this happens, this lead arm is going to force your throwing arm out, and it's going to make your delivery either late or you're going to start yanking your front side, and that's where you see a lot of kids miss up and in if they're right-handers, or they'll throw the ball down and away because their trunk is still rotational when it should be the hips that's going to rotate or counter-rotate down so that when they get the foot strike, the shoulder can close and then guide their trunk over the front side. So these are just really general things that I look for, especially when I get guys that can't throw strikes. They can throw really hard, but they can't throw strikes. Most of it is due to flexibility and mobility in their hips, which is causing their lead arm to take them offline from where they're trying to go. So I really like to talk about specifics with pitchers, and they're all individuals, so we really have to find out what each one is doing and then attack that specific cause so that we can try and fix the effect. As far as pitch grips and how you hold different pitches, that varies from pitcher to pitcher, because the main thing with making a ball spin or making a ball break, you have to be able to have the seams and create the spin. And everything goes back to how you can move with your mechanics. That's going to allow you to get to a finish where you can create the spin that you want to throw a particular pitch. So when I hear people say, what kind of grip did you have on that? Grips vary. However you can grip the ball to make it spin a certain kind of way to get the ball to do what that you want it to do, that's up to the individual. Like I was talking about earlier, I want to really make it open for any questions that you may have, that you might be dealing with some of the pitchers that you work with that you might not have been able to solve. Maybe we can kind of get on the same page and we can have some ways of fixing or helping to improve a pitcher's performance. So when we, if you guys can have a question, or you just feel free to ask me anything that you want to know, and I'll give you the best information that I have available to me. Yes, sir.
Sir, what is your philosophy on long toss? And then what angle? Are you one of those keep it on a straight line or try to get max distance?
Well, everything that I do with long toss, I try to correlate it to how it's going to be a transition over into pitching. So when I long toss, and I threw quite often. I threw every day, but I tried to really control my effort. So if I'm throwing every day, I'm not just really letting everything fly all the time. I'm just trying to let my arm work. When I threw long toss, I started out from maybe about 60 feet, just worked on getting out in front. I wanted every throw to be out in front of my head or in front of my face. Most of the time I see guys, they're playing long toss and they're throwing the ball up here. So when you throw up here, you're not allowing your trunk to extend forward. So that's why you see guys coming off pitches or coming off the ball, because they're really training in a way that's feeding a bad habit. So as I long toss, and we stretched it out from 60 to about 100 to about 120 to about 150, and I would throw as far as I can throw, but I would make sure that I was out in front here. Even if the ball bounced 4 or 5 different times, I still wanted to feel like when I released the ball that my head and my trunk was following the throw as opposed to falling away from it. So that allowed me to decelerate my arm properly and still really exercise a full range of motion. Yes. Yeah, I mean, most of the time when guys, I'll just do it from a starting perspective and a reliever, because I did both. When I was a starter, let's say I pitched on a Friday. If I pitched Friday, I would take Saturday to kind of just work out a little bit of my soreness by doing some cardio, light cardio. I didn't do a lot of stuff with my arm on the following day because I still wanted to have like an active recovery day. And that kind of gave me a chance to kind of get some of the soreness out. And so the second day, that's when I would start playing catch at an easier rate, just trying to really work the range, get a full range of motion. I would do some leg, some light leg lifting with during the season, just so I can continue to maintain and rebuild the strength in my lower half. The third day, I would throw a bullpen. The bullpens were not for me to just see how hard I could throw. It was for me to gain feel and touch of some of the things that I might have struggled with during the game. And so the bullpens can last anywhere from, it depends on how you're feeling, what part of the season you're in. Early in the season, my bullpens might be a little bit longer because I'm still trying to get a feel. And by me being 6'7", I I had a lot of things that could have gotten away from me. That could have gotten away from me. So I had to really maintain a sense of how my body was actually working, watching how the ball flight would relay things to me like, man, I'm getting under that one. So just really getting a feel of understanding what I need to do to improve what I struggle with during the game. That was the third day. The fourth day, I might do a flat ground, just playing catch in the outfield. But I'm still doing it at a level and a pace that I'm not beating up my arm. I'm not actually out there airing it out. I'm getting more reps in at a lower capacity of exertion, just throwing more with less exertion. And then the day that I'm going to pitch, which is the fifth day, I go out there and just try and do the things that I built myself up for. Understanding what, in the majors, you got a scouting report, so you have an understanding of how the guys that you're going to face, what you're going to do with them. But to make it simpler for a high school pitcher, I've always tried to make sure that the pitcher can develop 3 pitches. A fastball that he can throw on both sides of the plate. If he's got a 2-seamer, making sure that it's going down as opposed to going across. Having whatever breaking ball that they can throw one for a strike, and then they can throw one that looks like a strike that ends up a ball. Those are for when you're in a hitting account. And then any kind of change up that match the same arm speed as your fastball. I didn't care if it was a splitter or whatever they called it. I just wanted it to look exactly like a fastball coming out of the same arm slot. I can remember when I was coming up as a rookie, and through the minors, I was just really blessed with athletic ability, and I didn't really have to think a lot about things that I needed to do on a higher level. But when I got to the majors and I was throwing a curveball right here and I was throwing a fastball right here, well, in the minors, guys were swinging at it. But in the majors, I'm just throwing curveballs up here, and I'm wondering why they not swinging, because it looked different. So to make things look the same was really critical, and when you're throwing bullpens, and as a coach, trying to recognize what a kid might be tipping off or what he might be doing, those are the things that you want to kind of look for in a game and then address those things when they're throwing their bullpens. So it's not always about just throwing a bullpen just to throw one. Some kids and some pitchers might throw a 5-minute bullpen because they still feel like everything is on point, the timing is good. It's up to them. Then some guys might be those guys that need a little bit more time to work things out. That comes by knowing your personnel and knowing the personality of the pitcher that you're working with. And these are the things that's going to help them improve throughout the course of the season. So bullpen, 3 days after you start, in between that, whatever work that you need to kind of get your body back ready to pitch. But you need to throw that bullpen in between starts to really focus on some of the things that you might have been struggling with during the week. Yes.
What is your philosophy? What's your philosophy when it comes to release point? And what is your philosophy when it comes to taking a kid who's got a strong arm, but he's never pitched before, to introduce him to pitching?
Okay, I hear that all the time. Hey, you got a strong arm. You better learn how to pitch before you kill somebody. So most of the time, you can't just take a guy and throw him on the mound and expect, since he has a strong arm, that's going to correlate into him being a good pitcher. Of course, you want to see how a guy moves. You want to be able to diagnose some of the things that's preventing him from using this strong arm to throw the ball over the plate. Because the plate is 17 inches. Pitching is about precision, it's about timing, and it's about being able to repeat a finish that's going to allow you to get the ball over these 17 inches. So if you got a guy that don't really understand how to move, then it's going to be hard for him to understand how to get in the position at the end to be consistent. So when I got guys that have strong arms but don't know how to pitch, the first thing I do is teach them how to use their legs, teach them how to use their lower half, so that they're able to understand that when my foot lands and I start to throw whatever arm slot you have, it's really important that when you release the ball, especially when you're throwing a four-seam fastball, when you release the ball on a four-seam fastball, your fingers need to be on top of the ball. You can't throw a four-seam fastball with backspin if your fingers are on the side of the ball. So that goes back into how you move on the mound. If I'm flying open just to get my arm speed up to throw the ball hard, but I can't get in the position at the end to deliver the ball out in front and create backspin downhill to the catcher. Because pitching, you're elevated, the catcher is squatting down. You got to match that plane. You got to throw down to the catcher, and that means that if I'm on the side of the ball and everything is going east and west, how can I get in the position to finish? So the first thing I do is make sure that their timing with their back leg is going to allow their arm to get in a position. I was here, but when I got to the point of release, I was trying to create backspin downhill. So whatever position your arm slot is, you still have to deliver the ball downhill, unless you're throwing from submarine. And I say those submariners have found out that they can't succeed over the top, so they try something else. So really, the main thing, you're going to get more movement with different releases. But if you're trying to teach a guy how to throw strikes or have control, he's got to be in the right position at the point of release. And most of that starts with the timing, and then how the trunk rotates into extension, and then how he finishes and follows through. So that's how I would address it. I would try to really work on making sure that they understand they got to create backspin and throw downhill. But they have to make sure that their legs are supporting them so that they can pull that off.
Real quick, Marvin. Mr. Freeman, I know this information here costs, but is it possible, can we give them an example of what you're saying with leg lift, stand on your backside with a player? Is it possible?
Oh, absolutely.
Come on up here real quick.
He a pitcher, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want them to get a chance to see it. A lot of times you're saying the words, and from a baseball guy, I understand, but I want them to kind of see what you're saying.
All right, so what how you doing, man? So what are we actually going through now?
I want you to show from start to finish, if possible, of what you want it to look like through his delivery, if that's possible.
So he's throwing a fastball, right?
Yeah,
This is a fastball delivery.
fastball.
Yeah, come on over here to the middle. Okay, when I'm working with a youth pitcher, I always work with them out of the stretch. When you're working out of the stretch, you're eliminating a lot of wasted motion at the beginning, and sometimes that wasted motion can put you in a drift or an uncontrollable fall to the plate where you're trying to recover and hustle for your body to get back in the right positions. When you throw a baseball, you have very limited time from the time you load into the back leg to when you're releasing the pitch. And so if you're doing something to disrupt that time, it's going to make your body try to adjust to throw the ball. So if he's going to be throwing, let's say you're throwing toward the camera, all right? So the main thing that I like to do, let me see how you get into your leg lift and get ready to drive to the plate. Yeah, I want you to hold your leg lift. So lift up and hold your balance. Okay, now, when you start going to the plate from here, what's your first move? All right, now did you see how his front hip never loaded or counter-rotated in? So what that's going to do is going to force him, since he didn't counter-rotate his hips, it's going to force his shoulders to try and gain that energy. So now he didn't counter-rotate. Now he's going to pull here because he's trying to increase his arm speed. So what he should be doing when he gets in this position here is when he gets his leg lift, when he starts down, start down, bending your back leg, and turn your hips in. Now don't fall. You don't have to go down that deep. All you want to do is feel the load into your back leg, pushing into the floor or to the ground. So you can feel this move to drive out of it. You should be moving down and forward at the same rate of speed. Most guys will start falling, and then they'll try to push off or drive with the legs. And that's where it looks like they're not really using their lower half properly because the sequence is off. Once that sequence is off, your brain is scrambling to try and find where I can get this leverage from. So once your sequence is off, now it reverts back to the arm, and that's why so many people think that throwing a weighted ball is a tell-all. And what the weighted ball does, it just really makes you, it forces your elbow or forces your arm into external rotation. And this is where your power is going to come from. But if you're already falling, you can't even get the arm to lay back, so now you're going to try and force it. And the thing that a lot of people don't really talk about is the kind of load that it puts on your elbow joint. Now, after you throw a weighted ball a couple of times, relax. After you throw a weighted ball a couple of times, your arm feels super light. So you're losing the feel of where you're trying to get out here when you release the ball. So that's why you see a lot of guys that throw hard, but they're inconsistent when they release the ball. So as we get to here, we're talking about the load. So face the camera again. So once you get here and lift, down and turn. Now when you start driving to the plate, go ahead and drive and simulate your throwing the pitch. Go ahead and throw. All right. Now, that's common where I see a lot of times when guys throw, they don't let this landing leg give them trunk extension, or it doesn't allow them to get up on top of this landing leg. And so what that does is it forces all the arm to do the work. You want, where you go? Put your landing leg out, point it toward the plate. Turn your foot toward the plate. All right, so when this hip is open right here, he needs to be here. And this is that hip-shoulder separation that guys talk about so much. This front hip is open while this shoulder is still back. So now his arm is ready to load. The first thing I see guys do is swim with the front side to start rotating. So if I'm trying to get my upper body to extend to the catcher and over my landing leg, this lead arm action has to be there so that this, once his chest rotates around, his arm is back. You want to try and stay in this position here so when you pull down, you're getting your chest up over and on top of this landing leg. Get up on top of it. Stay there, stay there. Let this come off the ground. Don't go forward. Just get your foot up. Stay there, stay there, stay there. See, his hip, he needs some hip work. We need to bring him in for some hip stretching and some flexibility. And again, that was a great point that you made earlier about saying stuff that we don't really understand goes on in an athlete. If I'm trying to get him to explode up on top of his landing leg, but his hips are so tight that it won't allow that, and we're saying that you can't do it, we're really not understanding what his movement patterns are. So we have to really make sure that we understand where a pitcher can't move, how he's deficient in areas, and then attack those things. So I always try and make sure guys understand that it's a functional strength that pitchers got to have, and it's just different with each one of them. And so as he's getting to a point, get back on top of your landing leg. Reach out with the ball out in front. Let this foot come off the ground. Get up on top and stay there. Stay right there. Chest down, head up on the camera. Watch the camera. Reach out. We got to try and get to this position right here so that as he follows through, he's got to be going that way. Like I talked about earlier, when guys are trying to throw, they're coming up on their delivery, which is cutting off their trunk extension, and then they're spinning. I don't know when they start doing a lot of this stuff, like the double pat of the glove and spinning on the front side. It really doesn't matter. Whatever works for you in the game, good, do it. But if you're trying to train a young pitcher on how to have basic fundamentals of being able to release the ball out in front and throw downhill, it's got to start with how his legs can support him, how his hips are going to allow him to open up and then get on top, and the things that he has to do to deliver the baseball are going to be individual to each guy. So there is really no one cookie cutter way. You just got to see what a kid is not doing and then try to address and attack those issues. Thank you, man. Yes. I was terrible at pickoff moves. I mean, when other teams found out I was pitching, they was already on the bus stretching because they gonna run on me. My concern was, I'm gonna get this hitter out. If I get him out, I ain't got to worry about him on first base. But as far as the pickoff move, they're changing the rules now. You can't throw to first base as much as we used to. I would throw over 5 or 6 times, and I'll just make the base runner say, man, just go ahead and throw the ball. I ain't going nowhere. But now, if you step off, it's a disengagement. You throw over twice, you got to pick him off on that third time. So I'm just going to try and vary my time. I'm just going to try and maybe go quickly one time, hold the ball the next, do a slide step, just mix up the timing of the base runner, just so he can't figure out, okay, when he sets for 3 seconds, and then he goes to the plate. So when he sets for 2.5 seconds, I'm taking off. So it's going to come down to, again, athleticism of being able to hold the guy on. And I would rather put more emphasis on me making a good pitch. And that was one thing that every time I have a camp or a clinic, I always find a pitcher that's got a good move, and I defer that over to him, because that was one area that I must say that I lacked that. But I just kept them on first.
We got one more question back there in the back. This is the last question.
I can't hear you.
Can you emphasize the importance of not relying on technology? Because a lot of the players here come to their coaches and, well, coach, we need this. And some of the parents saying, well, coach, we need that. As a former major leaguer, someone who struck out a lot of people, who also is talking to a room full of kids who could potentially be the next Marvin Freeman, can you emphasize the necessity to not rely on technology, but actually utilize what you see in front of you, which is balls and strikes, how to improve yourself? Even if you don't know your miles per hour, how can you encourage a coach to keep a kid to continue to work with them?
Okay, I mean that's a very good question. I got a question for you. Now don't look at your watch right now. What time do you think it is?
It's a cheat code, but it's 11:25.
Okay, so if you just saw the sun rise and you say, oh, it's about 12 o'clock, you could be close. Technology is going to give you a sense of being able to verify what your eyes see. So we need the technology. We got to learn how to blend these things together. Like when I get a kid that's talking about what my velocity is, I always say, how hard do you throw? And they say, well, I might throw this, I might throw that. So I measure their velocity, and then if it's a ball, I throw it out. If it's a strike, I use that. And then I say, well, over the course of the time that I'm measuring his velocity, all of your strikes have been at this range, where all of your balls might have been a little bit faster, but they're not playable. So I just try to make them understand that sometimes all velocity ain't good velocity. And if you can identify the pitches that they are moving at, that they can control their body in, that's going to be playable in game situations, they got to learn to be able to subtract. They got to learn how to throw a breaking ball or a changeup so that their fastball automatically looks faster because they can move it in and out. They can change speeds on the things that they actually, the secondary pitches. But every kid wants to see that number. Everybody's searching for 90. I mean, I've seen guys throw a ball 90 miles an hour, and it would have hit that backboard up there. And they're jumping up and down like they just won the lottery. So we can't really discourage the fact that we're in a society now and in an age where velocity and big numbers is sometimes that's what kids actually shoot for. But we got to be able to understand how to correlate that with being able to execute pitches and get outs. And when they understand that 90 to the backstop is not as good as 87 on the black, and how that's going to how it's going to have an effect on the hitter, those are the things that we have to really try and push. But let them see the velocity, but then let them understand that if you can't throw this over the plate, it don't really matter how hard you throw. Like I said, I could go on about this all the time, and I actually touch on these subjects and these topics on my Instagram, Freeman Baseball, Facebook, Twitter, every social media outlet. I give away free information. I'm really trying to put example videos up that can help all the coaches and what they're doing with their teams individually. And my job is to give back what I know, because I can't take it with me, and I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to give it away as well. So please check in on my social media and make sure that if there's any questions that you might have asked or wanted to ask here and you need some more clarification on, just feel free to DM me, and I'm always available. Thank you.
Coach Freeman, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, boy, there's some gold nuggets in there, wasn't it? My young pitcher from Redan, boy, I hope you take that right on back with you, buddy. Take it right on back with you. That was priceless right there. And this is what this is all about. These are the moments that we talk about. So make sure that you're engaging in these moments, interactive. I saw people pulling out their cell phones immediately. This is the stuff you record. Take a picture of it, write it down, put it in your pocket, pull it out later. I'm telling you, don't miss this opportunity. Coach, that was awesome. Freeman Baseball, follow that. We're going to keep it rolling here. This next panelist that we're bringing up, we're going to hold the questions because they're going to actually be on the panel that's coming up very, very shortly. So we're going to hold the questions for him, but we're going to let this gentleman come up and speak to you. He's going to talk to you about how scouts measure prospects. You know, and for you high school coaches out here, this is very, very important. For the middle school coaches and youth coaches, extremely important, because now you can actually streamline your efforts to really, really guide these kids into the direction of what's actually being looked at. So I'm going to bring Eric Robinson up, and I'm going to tell you who he is. Eric Robinson has been one of the most credible scouts in baseball for the past 30 years. He has stood tall in the amateur evaluation gap, serving as an elite scout for the Washington Nationals and currently the Baltimore Orioles. Beyond his duties of scouting, Eric has been a rich giver of time in communities across the country. He has assisted with creating recruiting opportunities for the underserved, platforms, and mentorship to HBCUs across the country. Eric has inspired so many lives at all levels on and off the diamond, and continues to be a model of what it means to pay it forward. So some of you all haven't met him, so I'm going to introduce him to you. Some of you all have, so I'm going to present him to you. Please put your hands together right now and join me in welcoming Eric Robinson, to the table, to the floor.
Appreciate that. How you guys doing? Eric Robinson, Baltimore Orioles. What scouts measure in a prospect when they come to watch them? Just the first thing they focus on and look at with the players, with the prospect, is his intent. What's his intent? Is he just playing? Is he just participating? Or is he competing? There's 3 levels to that, and it goes along with every group of level of play that complement your skill set, whether it's high school, college, pro. The kids, they have to be able to have an intent to let it complement and fight against if they have some adversity, if they fail, which baseball comes in the form of failure. You're going to strike out, you're going to walk a player, okay, a batter. So with that being said, the concentration level picks up, his intent picks up. Now he's able to focus to gather himself back to get into his skill set. All right, and it's 5 skill sets of tools that scouts measure on a professional level, and they can be the same for all of them in high school, college, and pro. First one is hit, ability to hit. Second one is power. How does he hit with power? Third one All right. Third one, it's a hybrid of both on the defensive, offensive side, which would be run. What's his speed? What's his tool? Fourth one would be fielding. What's his glove? What's his handle? How's his hands? And the fifth one would be arm. What's his arm strength? What's his arm accuracy? So gathering up all those tools, what a scout looks for now is how consistent he can be with all those tools, whether he's a pitcher, whether he's a hitter, all right? So let's go with the hitting tool. Hitting tool is a form of making contact with the ball, okay? But how does he barrel the ball up? Is he squaring the ball up? Is he hitting the ball on the line? What's his exit velo? How hard is he hitting it? That's your hit to contact. That's your hit tool. Along with the pitch, how often is he not striking out? How often is he putting the ball in play? That's your hit tool. So, you know, you got to have some type of contact with the bat to be even considered some type of prospect, okay? Then going back to the intent of the concentration level, the mind focus, the mental, that's going to get you to start hitting better, okay? Making contact better, no matter what your level of play is, okay? That goes, again, high school, college, and pro. Hit for power. Hit for power is, can the guy get through the backspin to get into doubles? Can he at least hit a lot of doubles? Then now that comes into a form of, can he hit a lot of home runs, okay? That's strictly power, getting runs in, all right? That's the offensive side of the ball player. The third tool is running, which is speed. That can be utilized on the field, offensively, as you run around the bases, or defensively while you're playing your position, okay? So speed tool, let's go up the middle. Shortstop, second basemen, and center fielders, they're more of your more elite speed guys, all right? Probably more agile, probably got a better frame than most of the guys on the side playing on the corners, which would be your left field, right field, third base, first base, and your hind catcher, okay? So that speed tool is really got to play, and it's got to be with instincts, okay? Can't just be fast and go out there. It's got to be some type of instincts that correlate with the techniques and mechanics of making that play, whether it's at the shortstop position, second base position, or that center field position. It's got to be some form of instinct that goes along with your first step quickness to making up your speed tool, which is the run tool. On the bases, running, the speed tool, you know, you're getting out the box, running down to first base, or you hitting the bag, going to second. That's that speed tool, run tool, and you know, that doesn't have to be so defined as that first step on defense, okay? But that'll take the first step, whether you making good instincts on picking off with the pitcher, we just alluded with the pickoff move, trying to steal a base from first to second, or trying to steal a base from second to third, okay? Or even going from second to home, making that score using your run tool. So your glove, the fielding tool, how often is he catching it? How soft and easy is he catching the ball? What's his effort? Is it minimum effort? Is it max effort? How did he get to the ball? Does he make the plays where it's needed? How much range does he have, which comes back into the speed play of the first step, the mindset of the instincts. Is he able to make a longer play of range? Range would be left to right. Arm tool. Is his arm strong enough to make that play in that deep range? Whether he's that middle infielder, whether he's the third baseman making a longer throw to get to the bag to make it out, or to even hit the cutoff man if we're talking about outfield play. Is he just hitting the cutoff man? What's his arm carry? Can he throw it through the cutoff man and throw all the way home and get the out? All right, to make it competitive for the runner, the base runner, to score. Okay, arm strength, arm strength. So those are the 5 tools that we measure to gauge a prospect. But you putting that all together, you gotta have some instincts, okay? And the instincts just only complement the skill set of those 5 tools, okay? So now we're going, let's take a step up higher, Major League. Really looking for it to be easy, repeat, whatever it is, that swing, fielding, that accuracy on the throw. That's where you start gauging yourself. Now he's a D2, D1, draft pick, round 20, round 5, round 1. That's where you start ranking them and putting them up on the chart, okay? So I think at this level, you know, you guys are coaching, you really work on what they're not so good at, or whatever they're like, got a deficiency in. That's what kids need to work on, all right? That makes them a whole better ball player, all right? And you know, that builds the confidence too. And I think that gives them more of engagement to become a better ball player because they have more success when the game starts, okay? So last thing, but first thing, when you come out to the ballpark, we're looking for body types. What's his bone structure, all right? Does the kid have room for growth? Is he a thin, narrow frame to pack on pounds? Or is he already physically matured with some of his young man strength? Is he tall? Is he short? You get a chance to see the parents, engage them and see what kind of bone structure they are, height, weight. And you know, you can pretty much gauge what they're probably gonna be physically, okay? So that's another tool that they use to gauge the player as becoming a prospect, okay? So, and then the last thing, you know, back to that intent, if they don't really have it and you're trying to get to some kind of pro level, it's probably gonna hinder them to become successful at what they're trying to do. So I would encourage all the, you know, you get all the kids together and really like just keep encouraging them, and it rubs off on one guy, it might rub off on another, but you might not catch all of them, okay? But that's all you can do as a coach to put them in a position to be successful. So, any questions?
Coach, we're going to save all the questions for you to the panel because we know you got a bunch of stuff to share with them. We definitely appreciate it.
Right.
Y'all give it up, Coach Eric Robinson here, Baltimore Orioles scout. At this point, where's Alex? I want to bring Alex and Reggie Hollins on. We're about to move into the next portion of our program here. But before we do that, Alex, Reggie, Cam, they're going to come on, and we're gonna talk about our MVP helping hands, and they have a small presentation to make here. And here comes Alex.
I'm going to turn this over to our VP of softball, Cameron Hollins. He's done a phenomenal job really building the softball side of things that we're trying to do. And we wanted him to pick out a community initiative award represented and given by our nonprofit MVP Helping Hands. If you're not familiar with our nonprofit, that is the arm that go into the communities past the diamond. So we try to make sure we penetrate with the regular population of the community and those families, as well as our student athletes in their communities. So we want to present an award from MVP Helping Hands, but if you will, Cameron Hollins.
Thank y'all. So this is somebody that I've known for a long time. He's given a lot of hours to the community, over 30 plus years of volunteering his time for youth softball and baseball. As y'all know, as a volunteer, you're not getting paid. So working a full-time job, being a husband, being a father, he had to do all these things while pouring into these girls and boys throughout the community for 30 years. So Coach Malcolm May, please come up. We want to present you with the Community Award.
All right, so now we're going to get into our panel discussion. And while they get everything set up for the panel discussion behind me here, I'll go ahead and introduce to you guys who will be sitting on this panel for you, who you have the pleasure of interacting with during this experience. First of all, our moderator for the panel is going to be Maurice Hollins, graduate of Banneker High School, former Trojan there. He's a philanthropist, author, and owner of Hollins Enterprise. Also, you've seen her already so far. She'll be back here to have these discussions with you. Ms. Lily Abdulmalik is going to be there, founder of DSA Training. Cy Daniels is coming over to the panel, former assistant coach. Rhea Taylor, Mizzou Softball Hall of Famer, 5-time gold medalist, 3-time All-American, is going to be on this panel. As I said your name, right? See, don't be mad at me. Mr. Jose Vasquez, head coach at Alabama State University. Them Hornets in the building. Again, Coach Freeman will be right back up here with us. Marvin Freeman, former Major League Baseball pitcher. And Eric Young Sr. is in the building, former Major League player and Major League assistant baseball coach is in the house. So the panelists are going to go ahead and join us up here now. If you guys can make your way here. And for television purposes, I need y'all to put your hands together real, real good for our panelists coming to the stage. I appreciate that. Otherwise, I was going to have to put a clap track on the edit and post. So I appreciate that. Well, y'all a good crowd. Y'all a good crowd. Shout out to my fellow coaches over here. What's up? We're getting ready for the season now over at Renaissance Middle School. Coming for the belt. Coming for the belt. King. All right. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn this one over to Maurice Hollins and the panelists. Enjoy.
Good afternoon. Oh, perfect. Can y'all hear me? Great, great, great. Good afternoon. We have a gym worth of panelists here. I mean, it's a lot of knowledge and wealth that's going to be shared today. I have a couple of questions here, and then we'll have an opportunity for a Q&A, and you'll be able to ask some questions. And then again, of course, later on, you guys will be also able to talk to them in a more intimate setting as well. But we do want to get the perspective, so please do take notes, jot down these gems that they're going to drop, because like you have some of the best in the building today. All right? First question, and you guys can kind of jump in and do the mic passing as you guys see fit. But the first question is, how has your coaching philosophy evolved over time, and what adjustments have you guys had to make when working with different generations of athletes? Jump in.
This on? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, so since I got the mic first, I'll go ahead and answer how it applies to me.
Go ahead.
My coaching evolves every day.
Absolutely.
I mean, over the last 30 years, I've been doing lessons and working with kids and coaching at different levels, from Little League to high school to college to pros. I've noticed that everybody has a different way of receiving the information. So what I try and do is get on the same level as the kid that I'm working with. Understand what he doesn't know, not just impart things that I know that I think he should know. I asked a lot of questions that's going to really open up what he's thinking, and if I can understand what he's thinking, then we can kind of think along on the same lines. And I try to make sure that they understand the instruction that I'm giving them, they can give it back to me so that they can understand that I understand, and they know that I understand what they're talking about. So I just really try and communicate a little bit more easily. I don't want to make it so complicated or make myself sound like I know so much that they don't understand what I'm saying. And at the same time, I don't want to dumb it down to make it seem like I'm, disrespecting the knowledge that they have. So I've learned to listen a lot better, and I've learned to make adjustments based off every kid that I work with.
Awesome. And Rhea, while you have the mic, if you can give your perspective as well.
Hello. Yes. Yes. Oh, you want me to stand up?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. I started off giving hitting lessons. My coaching career, I coached a couple of teams here and there. But the biggest thing I think, and what I've been really successful with, is helping the athlete to understand how to be an athlete, right? Because a lot of times that part gets missed, and we want to focus a lot on mechanics and techniques and things like that, but that comes after body awareness. I teach body awareness to understand how to be successful with what you're doing. So whatever the skill is, we need to make sure that we understand the body first, and then we can understand a little bit better the mechanics, and then provide our own technique with that. So I think across the board, I started off coaching mechanics, just because that was like the most direct thing that I understood. But then as the years went on, it became more clear to me that body awareness and spatial awareness, understanding, the space that you're in and how you can move within that efficiently, and doing it to the best of your ability. So I think the biggest thing for me is understanding how to go from body awareness, mechanics, technique, and then adding it all together to work cohesively on game day. So I think that was the biggest thing for me, is just helping them to understand their body so that they can actually become an athlete.
Awesome, awesome. So Eric?
One thing for me, the first thing is gaining the trust of that individual. I think if you gain the trust of that player, he'll go through a wall for you. But he has to realize and understand that you have his back as if you're a father figure on the field. Because there are going to be times you got to get on him. Sometimes you got to hug him. Sometimes you got to ignore him for him to understand the point or the place he's trying to get. The bottom line, I've played, I've done it. But I want you to get the most out of your ability and the most success and where you want to be. I want to try to help you get there. And that's my only goal. It was not for my personal gain. So when I coach in that manner that you hear me talking now. I look him in the eye, gain the trust. And once I got that, we can talk. And each player is different. And over time, I realized you got some players that feels like they're entitled. Some players feel like they know it all. Yep. And you know what? That particular individual, I deal with him differently than I deal with somebody that's able to take instruction and apply it. So the guy that knows it all, I back up a minute. I'm going to give him the chance to show what he don't know. He don't know it. So I'm going to give him a chance to show that. And then eventually, when he comes around, he look around, he starts failing, he said, Coach, what you got for him? That's my time to coach and to teach. Or should I say teach and then coach? Because I'm a teacher in the classroom and I'm a coach on the field. And that's the way I went about my business and gained the respect of some very, very good players, very pro-like players. When I say that, meaning it was very important for them to come to the park every day to get better. And when you got a player like that, the player's going to take off. So that was my strategy.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, Holy Spirit, thank you for doing that, because I was going to talk about trust as well too. I think trust is so important because I can sit here and talk about all the things I've done all day, and the kids don't freaking care. I don't even think they can look us up on YouTube anymore because we're so old, so it doesn't matter, right? So, like, being able to build that level of trust starts with owning your behavior and owning your failures and being a risk taker as a coach first. So you're creating the floor or the room for our kids and our players to do the same thing too. And also too, like, our kids are changing, the game is changing, and we have to change as well. And we have to be able to have community around us to do that as well too. I don't do this or coach alone. I lean on my people to sharpen my iron, but also to encourage me, because like we said before, we're not getting paid a lot of money to do this, right? We're literally essentially creating the future to do what we do. And so we have to be mindful of the things that they need as well too, but it starts with us.
So real quick, because that's a great segue, because my next question actually was about what are some of the concrete ways that you guys are able to build accountability, resilience, and team culture? So you gave us your philosophy. Now, how do we create that accountability?
Well, I have 3 of my athletes over there, and they'll literally be like, Coach, I don't play. I don't play with nobody's kids or my own, period. So, and it's just like starting the standard, but then you have to represent that standard. So when I'm out like in public, or if I know that there could be future athletes, you ain't gonna see me being a hot mess with my language and my character. Now at home, that's a different story, right? I can let my hair down and do what I do. But in the streets, if we want to call it that way, like I'm not only just representing myself, I'm representing young ladies that are trying to do what we're doing as well too. And I think that who we are and how we model the expectation builds a lot of trust with our players as well too.
And Lily, Coach Vasquez, you guys have?
Oh, everybody doing okay? It's awesome to be here. I think the perspective, from my program, the things that we have done, you have to establish certain rules. You have to make sure that the expectation is high. I think, the college level, it starts with the foundation that they have in the family. I think that we do our job, making sure that they come from good families and they have the values, the level of respect for others. And I think when we identify that in the recruiting process, I think it makes it easier for us to be able to establish our culture. They get to us when they're already 18. We definitely going to be an influence, an extension of their parents, but a lot of times we really can't change who they are. We can just influence in a positive way. So that's what we try to do, when they get to us. But establishing a culture, as you know, is not easy. Right. And a lot of times it determines the season that you're going to have because it gets everybody pulling in the same way and going after the same goals and things of that nature. So it's the fun part. It's really what we try to invest most of our time because we recognize the talent. We know that the guys can play. We know what they can do on the field. But as they come to us, we want to make sure that they get along with each other, they respect each other, they represent themselves, their families, and our institution the best way possible.
And I know it's important with you, Lily, that resilience and accountability. Can you speak upon that on the training side?
Yeah, well, I would say that throughout the development of my career and seeing athletes is at least having the humility to know that I learn a lot from the athletes themselves. Yeah. So being able to see how they move, and sometimes they'll do something by accident and be like, you know what, that kind of makes sense right there, There's a sense of just, them being themselves and the natural athlete that they are. That's why they're in the position that they are. For me to kind of sit back, be humble enough to be like, you know what, this works better because it works better for you. So I think being able to take that accountability and give credit where credit is due for the athlete.
And I know, oh yeah, go ahead, expound on it, go right ahead.
Just to piggyback off of what they were all saying, I think it's important to build a winning culture as well, winning mindset. It's obviously not always about what the scoreboard says, right? But if we win in attitude, effort, enthusiasm, things like that, hustle, because those are the things that no one can take away from you, but it's what you have to do, right? And if you don't build that, or every day you approach your training with a winning mindset, it's very difficult to be a winner. It's very difficult to feel as though that you are a winner. So it's important to cultivate that, right? And understand, just like they were talking about the rules and the standards and things like that, it's really important to buy into that, understand what that really means, because you have to be a certain athlete, a certain person to be a winner. And you also have to be a certain athlete and a certain person to be a loser as well. So it's, I always give my athletes 2 options. It's either this or that. Is this or that? Do you want to stay in the game or do you want to come out, right? Do you want to, train harder than the other person or do you not? So it takes a specific mindset, it takes a specific willingness, it takes a specific just determination and drive to build that winning mindset. But I think that across the board for all athletes, they need to understand what that means and the work that's involved to be a winner. And I didn't win every single, at bat, or, I made errors in the field, but I still considered myself a winner because I was able to bounce back. I understood how to bounce back from mistakes. I understood how to make adjustments that I needed to make, not just from game to game, but at bat to at bat, right? It is that important. It's that finite. So building that winning mindset to say, I'm going to win every single moment. Even if I don't physically win or get on base, I'm winning the at-bat by having a quality at-bat. Maybe putting the ball in play, or maybe advancing a runner, right? So it's just important to understand what winning entails as far as training and competition, performing on game day. So that's just my 2 cents on
And
that.
so in building that winning culture that you guys are talking about, what was one of your practices or beliefs that you guys started with early in your career that you changed, and then why?
Because this is one of my, I love talking about this. So in college, I was really good. Obviously, when you get a scholarship and, you go to school, everybody on the team is great, right? And so you really have to compete and do your best and not only to play, but to be a starter, right? So I didn't really have a lot of goals other than I wanted to be an All-American my freshman year. I wanted to be an All-American, and I had no clue what that entailed. Like, I didn't know what I had to do. All I just knew is, okay, I'm gonna have to put some work in on my own, not just with team practice. I had to put work in on my own. And so what I set out to do was I wanted to be an All-American, and the biggest thing back then to become an All-American was batting average. And so I had to make sure that I hit over 400. Over 400. I couldn't hit in the threes. So by me stating that I wanted to hit over 400, that would secure, I knew that would secure my starting position. I just knew that, right? And I was already lead off. And so I trained 3 hours before practice every single day. Every single day my freshman year. And by the end of that year, and this was every single day, and then on the weekends we play, and of course we had off day on Monday, but I would still go in. And that's just kind of going back to that winning culture, that winning mindset, understanding what I wanted to do to be successful and what I needed to do, right? And what my team needed from me. And so at the close of that freshman year, I was an All-American. I got Big 12 Freshman of the Year. I got a Golden Adidas Shoe Award because I, ran 56 home base or stolen bases, right? So there was a lot of things that came with that from the work that I did. Now, I'm not saying everybody has is accustomed to going 3 hours before practice, but you can do something, right? You can do something that would allow you to not only be considered a winner for yourself because you're like, I'm doing it, right? But also showing your teammates, hey, this is what it's going to take in order to play at this type of level, right? And it's just doing the work that that needs to be done. And so after that, my sophomore year, everyone talks about the sophomore slump, right? And that was me. I did not do the 3 hour practice sophomore year. I didn't do that. I didn't start off doing that. And sure enough, I did not get All-American my second year. I did not get anywhere close to the accolades I got my freshman year, right? And so that was a big eye-opener for me because within that year, I went 0 for 21. But the year before, I was getting on base every single at bat. I hit over 450. So, going 0 for 21 after a crazy year, that was tough.
Right.
And so what's really important to understand is that you cannot forego the fundamentals. You cannot forego the mechanics. They are the base level of understanding of what you need to do to be successful. And that was something that I did. I felt like I had it all, right? And I didn't do what I did that really garnered me the accolades that I got my freshman year. So it's important to stay consistent with the fundamentals.
Those are some great nuggets. Coach Freeman, how were you able to transition and change those like coaches' beliefs and kind of how your philosophy was over time, being that generations have changed, the players have changed, the game has changed a little bit from when you guys played. So how did you transition in that?
I think my transition occurred with me because I had to change from a starter to a reliever. So I had to learn how to work differently. I had to learn a new approach. When I was a starter, I thought I was going to be a starting pitcher for my whole career. Then when I was moved to being a reliever, I had to change up the way that I had to develop my habits all over again. So the way that I do now is I try and make sure that I keep my hand on the pulse of what's going on, see what a kid is doing, and apply some of the thinking that I had and the changes that I made, and just try and relay these experiences to them. And then just explain to them how it affected and how it changed me. But like you said, every era is different. Everybody's got a different way of approaching things. And just like it's been mentioned, the fundamentals never go away. If you can remain fundamentally sound in the things that you do, then you can apply that to whatever era you're in, because until they change the mound from 60 feet 6 inches to 70 feet, then I'm going to keep teaching the same way, because you still have to be able to throw the ball over the plate. You still have to be able to move. You still have to be able to get ahead. So the principles haven't changed. It's just some of the terminology has changed to make it seem like it's new. But it's really not new. You know, you got to get 3 outs, or you're going to be out.
You're going to be out, right?
Yep.
Yes?
So I think the biggest thing I've learned transitioning is being adaptable. So I was just telling Rhea, so I played in the SEC at University of Georgia, and I just literally did what my coach told me to do. And so, like, let's say I go up, I miss the first strike, and I swing and miss. I'm like, how the hell what do I do next? Like, seriously, like, I was like, what do I do next? I'm looking at her like, help me, like, call timeout, something, come talk to me, because I had no idea like what to do and how to adapt to the next pitch, how to adapt to a changeup and whatever. And I was a 300 hitter, you know, my whole career. So, and that's good. Let's talk about the double standard in softball, but we'll do that later. But long story short, when I transitioned from collegiate to back in the travel world, a lot of our girls, even in the collegiate world, they come in with a lot of resources and things that they know how to do, right? So trying to merge your standard and your vision for your team with what they're bringing in is really hard to do to keep the winning culture, right? So one of the things that we started to do is we celebrate the small things. So I'm going to tell a story about Kaylin Arnold. We were playing in Show Me the Money. We came in 3rd place in the fall, and we beat a team 1-0. And everybody was striking out or popping up. Rise ball picture, she was good, y'all, real good. So again, I'm literally like, tomahawk, like exaggerate the tomahawk, right? So Kaylin goes up there, she finds it, and I look at her and I was like, you found the ball, right? Like celebrating that she made an adjustment, like boost her confidence. Long story short, she ended up tomahawking a ball, went straight dead center, and we won that game off of a 1-0 home run because of her adaptability to change, right? And so being a player at that collegiate professional world and learning how to adapt my mindset, now I'm able to get the girls before they go to college to learn that skill set before they even get to their coaches.
And just one quick final question, because we're going to kind of wrap this up. But from a collegiate standpoint, Coach Vasquez, if you can answer, and Coach Young, if you can answer from a professional standpoint, what does a pro or a collegiate prospect look like to you? So that the coaches would know what you guys are looking for.
What does a collegiate prospect looks like to me? 6'4", 220, left-handed hitter, catcher.
Well, we all love that, right?
Happens to run a 6'5", you know, and he's a great student. I think that's,
Right.
you know. We have nowadays we have the ability to as coaches, we're saying, we have the ability to see a lot of videos, a lot of guys that can do certain things, or at least this is not the negative part of social media, but obviously they always show you the highlight videos of them having success, right? So I think a good collegiate player is for us to have a real good idea of what they do when they're not having a good day, when things aren't going their way, and still they're able to concentrate, right? Because just like all the players that are here and all of us, sometimes we just equate being a good baseball player by just being a good hitter, right? And we forget that we have to do all the things that the game is going to bring to us. So for us, we go after good baseball players, guys that want to win, guys that have once again, are going to come to us and buy into what we teach. I think we have done a good job getting the program, in a situation where guys that come in understand the expectation, but it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what are you looking for, because sometimes, the perfect player could be what I described earlier, and those are the guys that obviously, like Eric was saying, that they look for them to have an opportunity to play in the big leagues. But the reality is that there's a lot of good players that don't fit into that criteria, that are not 6'5", that are not 220, that don't look like, and they still go in there and compete, and they become all conference players, possible player of the year type of guys. So the ability to understand the game and try to, when a player slows the game down, I think that's a very good trait, and if they can do it at an early age, especially now with the transfer portal, right? Because you're gonna get them for 1 year, and if they do really good, they'll try to leave you. If they do bad and don't play much, they have the opportunity to leave as well. So we have to be very precise, and then we can't miss too much nowadays.
Absolutely.
I don't know about 6'5" and 6'4" because I've never been up there. So I'm looking for that 5'8" speedster. That's an athlete that could do a lot of things, play multiple positions. But more importantly, I think for me, when I'm looking at a ball player and I come out and I scout, I want to look at one that walks with confidence, got a little swag, and know he's one of the best on the field. And see, when I see that confident player like that, I know that confidence will be there all the time. And even though he may have setbacks, which he will have, I want to see how he recovers, how he responds to those setbacks. So I'm not going to look for one in particular, but I tend to go to the shorter guys because I just think they can play in the infield, in the outfield. We pinch run. They just do a lot of things and cause havoc. But I think, like I said, though, the most important thing, if you see an athlete that walk in that door with confidence,
Absolutely.
take heed to that. And I'm going to give you one example, and everybody know who this guy is. Ronald Acuna, right? When he got called to big league camp, his first big league camp, his spring training, somebody was laughing at his number and called him out. He had like number 87. You know, you don't have a chance to make the team. You go into the minor leagues, when they start the cuts. Somebody said, "Oh, look at Ronald, he got number 87." He turned around, he said, "Not for long." This is my first year with the Braves, and he walked out. He said, "Not for long." And that was a veteran he said it to. So when I saw him, that was my first time seeing him. I heard about him, and he said that in spring training. Okay, something different about him. I didn't know how special he was going to be and what he's doing right now, but it was something special about him. So I tend to look more on the mental side, the way he carry himself, or she carry himself, I should say.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to tend to focus on that particular individual athlete more than the guy that's 6'5". Okay, we heard he can throw hard, so we want to see him get on the mound, just throw the ball hard and everything, but the ball may be all over the place. Okay, is that a guy I could work with to get, the coaches work with this guy to get him better? So I don't know much about pitching, so I'm not going to look for the 6'5" guy. But if I'm scouting for a team or organization, I know I have to recognize he's dominant. By the way, I'm going to expand on something else. My man right here, we played together. Well, we played together. I was a second base pitcher with the Colorado Rockies. And there was a mentality. It was his approach when he stepped on the mound game day. And I wanted him to really tell the young guys, when you pitch it, he didn't want anybody to talk to him. He was locked in. He knew exactly his game plan, how he was going to execute, and this and that. My main thing, I had to make sure I was fielding that ground ball because he's going to give a lot of ground balls that night. And there were times I failed, and he gave me the look, don't worry about it, get the next one. But it's the way he carried himself in that confidence that you wanted to, dive after every ball. You don't want any ball to get through the infield. And so that's why I always say when you have a guy that comes in with that confidence, with that swag, and I'm all about business that particular day for a pitcher, for example, for a pitcher, that's the type of look you want to see from your players when they walk through the door game day. Yeah. That's what you want to see. Or you want to see that player that when you turn your back, he's doing what, or she doing what he's supposed to do, what they're supposed to do. That's what I want to look at when I'm looking at ball players. And when you see that special player, coaches, parents, when you see that type of aura about a person, that they command respect, not demand, command it when they walk in the room, that's the type of player I'm looking for.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So, real quick. Yeah.
There's a big difference between a good athlete and a great athlete, whether it's a high school, college, or pro level. You can see it within the longevity of the athlete in the sport. And the difference is the details. So I'll come across athletes, and for example, you could get an athlete that pitches 100 times, and that pitch all over the place. And then you could get an athlete that pitches 10 times with detail the same way over and over and over again. Which one has the most success? The one who pitches 100 times all over the place, or the one who pitches 10 times repeatedly the same way with detail? That is the biggest difference that I see in the most successful athletes and what separates them compared to the athlete next to them, is that detail.
Awesome. That's a great perspective for that, and we appreciate you guys answering those questions. I mean, you guys dropped a lot of amazing nuggets. This panel is gonna answer 2 questions from coaches, 2 questions. So if we got 2 coaches that wanted to ask a couple questions right now, we'll get that. And then you guys will have an opportunity to be with them a little bit more later on today. Any questions? Cool. Thank you.
I hear you guys talk about a lot of athletes, but one thing that I want to, you guys can answer that. As far as you got a player that's best player on the team, and he's the best player or she the best player, but they come with a bad attitude, not hustling, being, in themselves. I know it's the easy thing to do is to cut them, get them off the team. But how would you deal with that to build that confidence and get him involved and help encourage him to be a team player?
Well, I started off. I think that's a good question, and I'm gonna tell you, when you have an athlete that's superior, there's already been a foundation set by that team of how we're gonna play and approach the game. And you need that superstar to do those things and lead and be the leader, because if he's able to do it, everybody else is going to follow. It's easy for everybody else to follow. But let's say that superstar is on his own program, and that has happened. They on their own program. They do their own thing. We got to make sure as a unit that we allow him to do his thing, because game time he's going to do his thing. But we have to make sure the common goal, the bottom line of the denominator is that we want to win. And if he's going to do his program over there and post up every day, none of the other players have any problems with that. We want to make sure we're doing our part. And if we're doing our job and he's doing his thing, we going to the postseason. So that's how we approach it when a guy walks in that's superior like that, got some years, got some MVPs. I've been around those players. one thing about it, they posted every day. So I had no choice but to post every day. So, and what I'm saying is that superstars are going to do what they do, but great superstars are going to demand everybody to be the best they can be every night. Youth level, that's when, see, it's kind of different with youth level. And I think Mr. Freeman can speak on that, but from my mindset of what I see is that if I get that superior player, that's when I got to talk to him maybe a little differently than I may talk to Marvin. Because at that particular time, he really don't know how gifted he is. And so we have to stay with him and we have to talk to him. We got to put that arm around him. We got to take walks with him. We got to come to his house, whatever it takes. Because if I can get him to walk in there and to practice every day the way he's supposed to practice with purpose, the rest of the little guys gonna be like, wow, he's doing it. Okay, I need to do it too. So I think Marvin can speak on that.
I'm a pitcher.
Okay, so the difference between confidence and cockiness is humility. And I think that personally, as a parent, I'm a mom to a 9-year-old boy, so one of the things that he is being taught at home is humility. Humility is something that you can teach, and it needs to be happening every single day. I have the great ability to work with some of the best athletes in the world on my travel team. And we get a lot of girls, we go to the little rink-a-dink parks, some of the best athletes, and we bring them up to where sometimes we offer them scholarships, and we do look for black athletes or minority athletes because we want them to play on a higher level. So when we talk about cutting attitude, it starts with me, and it starts with the culture that I'm creating for my team, and then my returners are buying into that culture, and you're getting checked by a returner. You're getting checked by a leader, because if I'm not playing it, she's not playing it, and she ain't running for you, period. Because there has to still be some type of consequence. And the hard thing that we are fighting against in the coaching world is there's a little mini portal in high school ball, there's a mini portal in travel ball, and there's a mini portal at the collegiate level as well too. So, oh, well, Coach Size means, so I'm gonna go over to the Lady Dukes. Bye. Have a great life. You'll be back literally next season, because what we're teaching you over here is more of character building and development. It has nothing to do with wins or losses, because like Rhea said, if you are teaching those fundamental things from a culture standpoint, from a being a good person standpoint, then you get to weed out some of those characteristics. And a lot of the girls, like when they come, they have so much fun that they're willing to embrace the hard, right? They're willing to embrace the character adjustment, because like I love my sisters and I love like what we're doing here, and I want to be here, and we're not playing that. So like I'm gonna have to tighten up, but I think it has everything to do with what you're presenting to your families as well too. Like we have a standard as a family, as a unit, like we're all on one accord. And yes, I've had some of the best athletes with the worst attitudes, and by the end of year 2 or year 3, right, they are literally last one in the dugout picking up trash and things like that. So it's possible to do it, but I think it has everything to do with how you're running your program and how consistent you are with counting them or calling them up, right, to that standard that you want them to be at.
Yep, building that team camaraderie, that's amazing. We got a question right back there, and then we'll be finishing up.
I got 2 questions. From the high school to college level, when we're looking at recruiting and we're looking at trying to get kids to go, what are the college coaches looking at in terms of travel ball versus high school ball? Because now we're getting the high school coach. I'm a high school coach in Maynard Jackson, and we're not getting the kids. The kids are more focused on travel ball versus high school ball. They don't care nothing about the high school stuff. My second question is about HBCUs. we now got kids now, especially black minority kids, that are saying they're too good to go to an HBCU. And when you're trying to get a kid to understand going to an HBCU, we have great players that have come from those HBCUs. What are we doing at those HBCUs to get these kids to think that HBCU, swag ball and MEAC and all that good stuff is competitive ball?
Wow. Very good. The first question is the answer, and I think the answer is, unfortunately, high school season for most of the states is at the same time as our season, right? So if we don't get to see the players, whether it's at one of our showcases or at a travel ball event, it's going to be hard for us to concentrate in our season, right? As we play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, typically travel Thursday. Monday happens to be our day off. We play Tuesday and Wednesday most of during the season, right? So it's hard for us to go out and really see that high school player during the season in order for us to make a decision and for them to obviously come to us eventually. So I would say that that's why travel ball is the necessary evil, as I call it, right? Because we go during the summer when we have the recruiting period, we can go see the guys. We can probably sit at a tournament, watch them a couple of times, watch a few games, and get a true evaluation, right, of what that young man can do. So that's why I think it's harder now for the high school players, because and I don't know if it's happening too much in here, but I don't think there's too many college coaches anymore showing up to high school games. I think I will be, I don't know if I'm 100% right at that, but I know that once again, if my coaches, I like for them to be at our games. Some universities have a recruiting or have the personnel to just have a recruiting guy, and to where that guy doesn't go to games, he really just goes out and recruit. For us, we don't have that ability to do that. Obviously, we have a smaller staff, which leads me to the other answer to your question. What some of the other universities, right, when it comes to resources and things of that nature, we can provide a competitive, and I think we've shown that every school in the SWAC is doing an excellent job. But what's happening right now, what some of these places and the money that they're investing into baseball is I mean, it's incredible, right? We're talking about NIL now. We're talking about facilities, right? We're talking about everything that they have to offer. So I don't say, one of the things that I learned in my life is building don't really change people, right, or care for people, but they do sure make an impression when it comes to the recruiting process and all the things that they have to offer that at times, even though we have made a great adjustment. You know, we have TrackMan, we have things, we have videos, we have things that were able to compete, but you go to these other places and they have 10, 12 guys on staff, right? You go to the analytics that they have is crazy. You know, they have these buildings that are field houses that, you know, Texas A&M, for example, is building a $30 million facility just for baseball. You know, so unfortunately, those things are very hard to compete. And I think kudos to HBCU coaches that are doing an excellent job to obviously compete day in and day out and getting the respect that we deserve nationally. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Maurice, before we dismiss the panel, I was talking to Coach McKinnis back there. He's a seasoned coach, trainer in the community, and has really locked in with young men and women at all levels. And we were talking around the dialogue of how strategic this panel is from Alex and I's perspective. You have trainer, coach, trainer, coach, trainer, coach. With the coaching pedigree, one thing I realized about our youth, they don't understand the difference between a trainer and a coach. As a collegiate coach, as an amateur coach, we only have a certain amount of hours, and we have 20, 25 plus to make sure that we effectively navigate through a practice plan. Could you guys really dive into the details of what's different? Because I know some kids will say, hey, coach, can you work with my swing? I may not have that time, so I may have to divide my day and become a trainer, and then in practice session, it has to be team affiliate. Could you guys dive into that?
Well, right now, the NCAA made a rule change that is benefiting us and it's benefiting every Division I institution in the nation, which is the ability to go to the countable hours. And let me see the best way that I can explain it. The year prior to this year, right, we just completed our first week of team practice, right? Last year, what we were allowed to do was just do 8 hours a week. So basically, we're doing group work. We're coming in from our winter break, and then we're splitting them into position players, pitchers, groups, of maybe 6 or 7, and you work with those groups, and then they were giving us just 2 weeks into where we can do team practice prior to getting into the season. So they just changed that. Great decision by the NCAA. I think the ABCA, the Baseball Coaches Association, had a lot to do with it, into where they allowed us from day one, as soon as the school start, for us to go into the 20, what they call it, CARA, which is countable hour related activities, which basically we can do team practice. We just completed team practice. 3 hours a day is what we kind of set aside. We go 6 days a week, and we have to give the guys a day off, per NCAA rules and regulations. When that day off, it's an open field, and guys are still over there just getting some work done. So the field is always open. We have the ability to, for us, turn the lights on. Whenever, I got an app that I can turn the lights on, turn them off with the text, or if the guy want to get some work outside of those hours. Obviously, early work, late work, as long as they request it, we're right there and making our guys better. And at the end of the day, those are the times, and they need to understand that's when they get better, right? Because we only have certain hours. So if they depend just on the swings that they take during maybe cage work or BP, that's not enough. You have to go back to what she was saying earlier. You have to get there early. You got to put your work in, and obviously go the extra mile in order to be the player that you want to be.
Well, I'm a coach, and there is no limits on the time that I spend that it's going to take for me to make a pitcher better. I have guys sending me videos at 2 o'clock in the morning. My wife is having a problem with. She like, I know you ain't still on that phone. So I'm obsessed with trying to make guys better. I mean, if it takes a little bit of extra time for me before we go into our next training session to make them realize a point that we've been working on, I continuously coach them. I coach their mechanics. I coach their mental preparation, and I try and coach how they're actually being affected by the things that aren't working for them. So I've always said that I was a coach and not a trainer, but I'm both. And I think you really probably need to be both to gain the trust that we were talking about earlier from a particular athlete, so that they believe that the things that you're going to have them do or the things that they're doing is going to be based off some knowledge that you have and how it could help them. So I try to do both.
So we appreciate you guys, because you guys are going to be able to kind of dive in a little bit more later on this afternoon, but this has been an amazing panel, and so if you guys would give our panelists a round of applause for what we have on going today. And then we're going to move right along with and divide up, because we're going to section our clinic off now into the softball and the baseball. All softball clinicians, as well as coaches, parents, and players, will all follow Cameron Hollins right here in the gray. And he's going to take you guys to your breakoff session. And then the baseball guys, we're going to stay right in here, and we will continue going from there. But we appreciate you guys, and you guys can follow them right now. You gonna grab that?
All right. Can I take a picture, y'all? Everyone.
Oh.
And let me get one more.
Y'all ain't looking. Come on, Si. 1, 2, 3. And
Thank y'all. Y'all did a great job. Oh, shoot, I'm still Mike.
Yeah, yeah.
we get going and go Alabama State. That ride though. We gotta go. Yeah, we gotta. I'm talking about they get it started though. Leave everybody out. Talk with you, bro.
Hey, guys, if we can go ahead and take a seat, if we can come into the first 3 rows, that'll be amazing. If y'all guys can go ahead so we can go ahead and get started. Keep it moving. So if I can get everybody's attention, we're going to go ahead and get started with the next section of our clinic today. We got some great guys that are going to be coming and talking to you guys specifically. We're going to be doing practice planning. We got Coach Jose Vasquez that's going to be leading this particular one from Alabama State University. And I'm going to just give you a little background about Coach Vasquez. He is entering his 10th season as head coach at Alabama State University. Jose has a record of 230 wins to 166 losses overall and 136 to 48 in the SWAC alone. Under the leadership of Coach Vasquez, they have won the SWAC championship in 2022 and have claimed the SWAC East Division title 5 times in the last 6 seasons. Coach Vasquez is also team in 2023. The team achieved a record of 41-18, leading the conference in several offensive categories, including batting average, home runs, while producing numerous all-SWAC selections from the team. Coach Vasquez has also managed the USA Collegiate National Team to an 8-0 record in 2024 and has been pivotal in developing more than 30 professional ball players in his tenure at Alabama State and 5 major league draft picks coming under his head coaching tenure at Alabama State as well. He's also a native of Puerto Rico, and Coach Vasquez is married to the former Jana Swanson. They have 2 daughters, Liana and Elisa. I almost got it, Coach. I almost got it. Elisa. So if you guys could put your hands together for Coach Jose Vasquez. I tried.
No, that's good. Well, fellas, number one, and obviously it's awesome to be here. I think what this organization is doing, I'm very, very proud to be involved. And when Reggie called and said, Coach, we got this thing going on, would you be able to, I said, say no more. I'm there. Just tell me the time, tell me where is it going to be, and we'll be there. The exposure that's happening with the players and now what they do for our conference, all of that is extremely beneficial. So it's a pleasure to be here. I got a couple of notes in here. Everybody can hear me good, right? I got a couple of notes that I want to go over to what we do, when it comes to Alabama State and baseball practices. And one thing that I'm very, very jealous about, and I'll tell you straight up, because I think right now, if you learn anything today from me, what I would like you to learn is that this is our time, right? This is our time. And if you want to ever make it about you, when it comes to coaching, I think this is the time when you're getting your team ready, right? Because it's not only managing the game. You're not only get to be a good coach when you manage the game. I think the tag of being a good coach is how do you prepare your team, right? And to where you have to manage the game, those situations that the game is going to provide you, they're ready for. And that's why I said this is our time. So make sure that you let your team, and I did on Monday, I said, guys, all I want you to do is just trust in what we have to say and what we're going to preach. Because everybody here has a philosophy. They have a way of the way that you want to do things, right? And that's okay. But it's your time. Make sure that the game is played how you want them to play. And I'll give you a couple of scenarios on what we do at practice, how we run it. Even though I mentioned that the NCAA gives us 3 hours a day, one thing that I'm not very fond of is just utilizing the 3 hours. I think I lose the attention from the guys. So I'm attention to detail, but I try to keep it as, I don't want to say as short as I can, but I want to be in that range of the 2 hours and try to accomplish everything that we want to accomplish. One of the things that I also do, and I make them understand, is that I want to play the brand of baseball that you're going to see from Alabama State. Yeah, we're going to be offensive. We obviously want to throw strikes, but it's going to be a simple brand of baseball. What do I mean by that? Simple, right? You're not going to see too many trick plays from us. You're not going to see too many things that are like, oh, what are they going to do now? That's not the approach. The approach is, for example, and I have some notes in here, one of the things that I want to make sure is that we concentrate on tandem relays, right? We want to concentrate on things that the game is going to bring to you. Most of the things that we concentrate on is the things that happen the most during a baseball game. So tandem relays, big for us, making sure that we attack the baseball, making sure that everybody's in position, making sure that everybody gets to throw the baseball where they need to be. The outfield play, they do the job. Throw it in. We have guys with good arms in the infield. We got a good shortstop. We got a good second baseman. They can make that throw. So make sure that we get to try to be to perfection on that, because that keeps the double play in order. And if you do that in a good, if you do it consistently, you're going to find yourself in a lot of ball games, right? You minimize the big innings. You got to make sure that you work on the tandem relays. Another thing that I consider is that simplifies the game, that you have to work on it a couple times a week, maybe 2-3 times. Bunt defense. You want to win a close game, you got to work on bunt defense, because it's going to come. You got that number one guy. Maybe you got a full stable of arms that can keep you in the game. But when you want to win that close game, you have to be able to execute a defensive play on the bunt, right? So you got to get to that. We concentrate on that. Every time that we do bunt defense, there's something always on the line. Let me tell you why. Because we don't practice bunt defense until where one pitcher gets to throw the ball away seven times in a row. We don't. Because guess what happens in the game? You get how many times to do it, to execute it? You get one. And if he throws it away that one time that the guy that has an opportunity to make, most likely you're going to put another pitcher in, because most likely there's going to be another bunt after that one, right? Because if you see the tendency, you're like, okay, this guy can't field the bunt. We're going to bunt again. So most likely we do it 2-3 times. Yeah, we obviously, if there's something that we need to work on, we're going to work on that, but we want to make sure that that's what's going to happen in the game. You got one time to execute that play. You got to get it done. Another thing, first and third defense. We're simple with it. We're either going to throw to second base or we're not going to throw to second base. Sometimes we just want to take our chances with the pitcher getting the guy at the plate, and we're going to let the guy get to second base. We don't want to create too many things, too many throws, right? Some coaches want to create a rundown. They want you to throw to second, so then all of a sudden you throw the ball away. The guy is safe, and then the other guy is hitting with a man in scoring position. If you're going to let him hit with men in scoring position, you might as well get to second base. If you got a good arm, if you got your best guy on the mound, let him go compete and let him get that guy out. That's Alabama State. I'm not telling you that's what you need to do, but that's how we approach those situations. First and third, we work on that. When it comes to the defense, we work on that definitely 2 to 3 times a week. So we got 3 things, right? Tandem relays, bunt defense, first and third. Those are non-negotiables. We're going to be good at that. Number 4, fly ball communication. Priority, who has the priority, right? Shortstop calls the baseball in the infield, shortstop needs to field it. You want to give him that free range. Shortstop over everybody, second base over first base. Once again, shortstop over everybody. The pitcher, and we practice it, the pitcher is going to have to learn how to make a play on the fly ball. That's one thing that I know in the big leagues, they want the pitcher just to completely get away. No, I don't believe in that. You got to be able to catch it. If there's right there to you, just call it, catch it. You should be able to catch a simple fly ball right to you, okay? So we stay with that. One thing that is also non-negotiable for us is when we're working on the bullpen, which obviously I go from working with the position players to the bullpen. We always, and I know Marvin talked about this, we always start our work in the bullpen from the stretch. And I also want to, get you guys to interact, but why from the stretch? Can anybody give me why do we do everything from the stretch? Yes, sir. And how do you win ball games? You win them from the stretch, right? Because you can't throw a perfect game every time. So you got to get your guys, hitters are going to hit. They're going to get on base, right? And that's just baseball. You can have dominant pitching, and they still going to have to be able to pitch from the stretch. So big for us, from the stretch, executing pitches when it counts from the stretch, right? And then you get to see at that point if they're quick to home plate. You know, obviously now in the era of teaching velocity, right? Everybody thinks that in order for them to throw hard, their leg has to go all the way over the head, right? So what happens? If we're a coach, coaches that are smart, what do you say? Take one. He's a 1-6, 1-7 to home plate. Yeah, that's okay. I'll take my chance that you take a pitch, and then we'll hit with you on second base. And then a bloop single or maybe a pass ball could get you to third base. Pass ball, we score, right? That's the object of the game, to get closer to home plate. So I want to make sure that our guys emphasize that. Stay in, quick to home plate, giving ourselves, the other guys a chance, especially with the infield that we're able to put together. I feel that pretty confident that if they execute the pitch, we should be able to turn a double play, okay? So now, those are the 5 things, like I said, non-negotiable. We work on them, that's for sure. We work on them, I would say, 2 to 3 times a week. Depends on how it goes. The other thing that I do is, on those 2 hours, I don't put everything on the same day. We don't work on those 5 things that I said. We don't work on that in one practice. Split them up, right? Split them up. What does the guys want to do? I'm sorry. Your players eventually, right? Every baseball player, what do they want to do at the end? Position players. What do they want to do? They want to hit, right? They want to hit. One thing that is non-negotiable for us at Alabama State, we hit on the field every day. Every day. Yes. Every day. We hit the machine every day on the field. And ever since that we started doing that, in 23, we led the nation in hitting, 334. The last 2 years, we've been in the top 12 in hitting in the nation. So if there's something that I'm not planning on changing anytime soon, it's that. We're going to hit on the field. We're going to do everything defensively. We're not going to take away that in order for you to win games, you got to play defense. But at the same time, we're going to make sure that when we get our time to hit, we're going to get our swings. We're going to get a good feel, especially seeing where the ball is going, all those situations, hitting behind the runner, RBI situation, hitting the breaking ball, all of that on the field. You get a true feel, right, of where the ball is going, and you play all the elements as well. The mood at practice. I want to make sure that when our guys leave practice on Monday, they leave there saying, Coach, that's it? And they're excited to come on Tuesday and get better, right? So we get all our stuff done. We got music going, not blasting, but we got music at every practice. We make sure that we get that energy going. I don't like to see people sitting around when it comes to practice. You don't walk at our field, you're moving, you're jogging at least, but you got that energy going, you know? We're doing everything with a purpose, and we're getting better. You know, my eyes are on everything. Sometimes they ask me how I do it, Coach. Hey, looking at everything that we do. The other thing that we do is try to be as organized as we can. Obviously, we meet every day about practice and our practice plan. So that's what I would suggest, meet about it. You don't have to meet for 30 minutes. But when you got your staff, if you can, or send a text message if you have to talk to your guys and let them know this is what we're going to do. And you always got to leave some time and some room for improvising stuff. And if you want to take some extra time on certain things that the guys are not getting done, obviously you can do that. Another thing that we do all the time, and this is every practice, right? We take ground balls, we turn double plays. Every practice, we're going to take ground balls, we're going to take turn double plays. We're going to concentrate on that. We make sure that we always throw into the bases. It doesn't have to be 100%, but always making that routine play. Different scenarios. We have the ability, and at the college level, we have the ability to get scout reports. We got synergy. You know, we know what the guys, obviously look at the stats and see if it's a fast runner, guy that is an average runner. All those things you got to try to simulate before the season starts. You know that everybody's going to have, even though they like to hit home runs, they're going to have a guy that can steal bases, that wants to bunt, that wants to just put the ball in play, be a slap hitter. So you got to be able to make that play with pressure, you know, and let it go fairly quick. Also, and one thing, and lastly, one thing that we do is, if you have the ability, and I know it's tough, but if you have the ability to use machines, right? Because we've been blessed, and I say that we have about 4 or 5, and we're utilizing machines for everything that we do. I'm talking about fly balls, I'm talking about ground balls, I'm talking about bunting. We always have a bunting station behind home plate. So if you have the ability to have multiple machines going at all times, it's gonna maximize the amount of reps, right? And I think, as I learned very early, the machine is gonna make hitters uncomfortable. And when they make you uncomfortable, you have either 2 things to do. Either you make the adjustment or you get frustrated, right? When you get frustrated, it gives us an idea and it gives us the option to say, okay, why the frustration? We just gotta be better, bottom line. This is what you're doing wrong. So it's only good for us because it puts us in a situation and what we're already there for, which is coach them and make them better, right? And then we all know that if I throw BP or if we throw BP, we're just putting it there. It's hard to simulate that. You just put it there, and if your goal is to do a feel-good BP, which is sometimes you need it, do it. I'm not telling you not to, but that machine, it will, once again, it will. It takes a little bit to get used to it because it's going to happen. Some guys are not going to like it. Some guys are going to be frustrated. But at the end of the day, it's going to make them better. It's going to make them, once again, I have seen the results. And as I said, the result is in the pudding. Right now, our guys are, we get to games, and when we get to see a fastball that's 90, 92, or even higher, it looks like nothing. It's just another pitch. If you really think about it, the ones that really, I don't want to say we struggle with, but the ones that everybody kind of, gives you more trouble, it's just that hard slider, that hard changeup that is hard to simulate, with the machine. We don't have the $14,000 machine, not yet. That there's one that you can program and you control it on your iPad, and then there's actually one that you just, okay, I want changeup here, and then, changeup. We don't have that one yet. We just got the one that is either or. Fastball, breaking ball. But if you do have the ability to invest in that, I would highly recommend it. It's definitely made tremendous impact on our program, not only from the offensive side, but on the defensive side. So I just want to give you that a little bit of a rundown of what we do. Been fortunate enough to now be in my 10th year as a head coach, and I think we play in a conference that's getting better yearly, and we have no time to waste. We got to get better. And the goal is to make sure that you convey to your guys, we're here, right? You said that you love baseball. You said that you want to be here. Have them have some fun, but at the same time, understand that they're there to get better. And when they leave that place, when they leave practice, they're like, all right, tomorrow's going to be an even better day. So I try to do that every time that we practice, meet with them, be honest with them. Obviously, at times, you have to, I don't want to say brutally honest, but you have to let them know exactly what you expect that they're not doing. And I believe in communication. That's key for our program. There was a question, and I'll open it up. There was a question, the first question we were in the panel, and I was going to get involved, and I think it was like, what's happening now? Let me see if I can remember. How does the player that you're coaching now make you adapt, right? I think it was along those lines. I believe, maybe I'm taking a different approach. I believe that the generation that we're coaching is extremely smart. Okay? Let me tell you why. They have access to technology more than what we did. They can fact check you right away. They can do, and they're getting some different information from different people. So what we have is 2 things. Number 1 is the ability to connect with them, right? And number 2, experience. Because experience is not, it's hard to Google that one or to AI or GPT, that one, Chat GPT, right? The experience is things that we have gone through, that we have a very good idea that the percentage is going to go into the results that we have gotten because we've been through it. So when they get to understand that, hey, this is what I want you to do this because most likely this is going to be the outcome. That one's going to be hard for them to Google, let's say, and they're just going to start trusting you more. The more they trust you, I think that the better relationship that you're going to have with them. So I'll leave you with that. Any questions? Yes, sir. Let me give you the microphone so everybody can hear the question.
All right, so my questions would be about the defense standpoint. It's like kind of 2-in-1. You talk about going machine a lot. So for defense, for y'all, do y'all go machine on defense, like double fungo? And then again, when we talk about a lot of reps, you're missing a lot of reps. Are we going reps so they repping out a lot for double players? Is more detailed work, or when it's like, when do you differentiate like both of those between details and reps when it comes to defense?
The answer is yes. Let me get to the point. We typically start ground balls with the machine. We set 2 machines, right? And then we do shortstop, second base, and then we turn it right there so everybody's getting just mass rep. Then we start with 6-4, 5-3, okay? Mass rep. You'll be surprised that in 20 minutes you can do, each guy is getting at least 50 ground balls, right? When you're doing machine, it's just one after the other, right? And then if you really want to just slow it down, then you're really going one at a time, making sure that the guy is doing what you're supposed to, but you want to go over things that you expect them to do, right? So you want to create that muscle memory. Once we do that, we take the machines away. After 50 minutes, the last 50 minutes is basically an infield, outfield. So it's just regular fungo with throws to the bases. So we're doing all the rep before, we're kind of just fielding it, right? And then we do the 5-4, 6-3, and then we do 4-3, right? And then 3-6. So we do a little bit that way their arm stays loose, machines go out, right? We leave them closed there, and then either I get, coach gets in there, or my associate head coach gets in there, just ground balls, turn the whole place, and at times we do different scenarios. First and second, we kind of get creative if we got good time as far as what we have done so far. But yeah, it covers both purposes, repetition. We want to do a bunch of repetition, and then when he gets to the fungo right there, it's more routine plays, given the scenario, fast runner. We let them know before the ground ball, hey, got to get rid of it. We time every play as far as the stopwatch, mostly my job. Stopwatch when the ball is hit, right? And if it's a fast runner, play needs to be made in a certain amount of time. If it's a double play, the same thing. So yeah, a lot of repetition, but the machine, like I said, it allows us to be precise with the ground ball and to manage the speed, right? The force that comes out of it, you can put something behind it too. It's more than just that Sunday hop type of thing. So yeah.
Hey, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Speaking on hitting, we're on the high school level. A lot of times we have varsity and JV at practice, and I know you guys carry a lot of hitters. How do you group your hitters? Where do everybody hit that day, or do you group hitters where I need these guys to get like my 1 through 5 to get more reps today than 6 through 10? What's your ideal for a high school coach? I understand you're on the college level, but on the high school level, how would you attack that?
It's a great question, and it's very fair. Right now, the amount of repetition that everybody's getting at our level is the same, right? So we go through the progression of cage, bunting, hitting on the field. Obviously, when you want to get the extra work, you come early, stay late. When the change happens for us in our program, right, is when you have gone through the phase that we're in right now, which we're going to start scrimmaging, or we're going to start seeing and giving everybody the opportunity to earn, right, what they may get. And if there's a big-time separation, then the guys that have earned that opportunity get a little bit more reps than the other guys. So the other guys might just hit on the cages rather than just hitting on the field when the season starts. At that point, and that doesn't mean they're not going to play, but they still need to be game ready. So that's how we separate that, at least for us. Once it gets to that time, season start, this is what they show you. This is what, most likely is going to happen, right? Then you make the separation.
Okay,
but I can imagine it's hard because obviously some guys can take away from the other reps, but I think I don't know exactly what to tell you. I think it's just a tough decision that you have to make. Yeah. Yes, sir.
this question, and then we got two more, and then that'll culminate our assistant.
Hey, Coach, you talked about hitting on the field every day off the machine. Could you share your philosophy on speed and distance of the machine so that you guys can have success in the games?
It's actually about 4 feet from the mound, in front of the mound, right? If I gotta give you the exact, we kind of go based on what we have already established. I don't know the exact distance from it. Speed, we try to simulate for us 86 to 88. Okay, so as far as the numbers, I think we go I think it's 778, I believe. 778 is firm, right? And it's giving you the opportunity to get the hands going. Yeah, we don't go Randy Johnson style, because at that point then we'll just, we'll get everybody just to swing and miss. But it's firm, and we want them to be calm, but be balanced, throw the hands, and create that consistency on the rounds until we're just one after the other. As far as what we do in the rounds, I don't know if you're interested in that. We always have an RBI situation round. We always bunt. Even though we're bunting behind, we always bunt right there to simulate being in that situation on the field. So we always get that done. We want to be aggressive. We're an aggressive hitting team, so we're going to swing the bat. We want to be in a yes, yes, no approach, which is what we teach. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know on the college level you have some pitchers only. You can send them off to the bullpen and get their work in. But if you got a two-way player, or at the youth level, at the high school, we don't have that luxury to have a pitcher only. So how would you divide that time for as getting his work in on the field, as different position, and doing his pitching work at the same time?
I was just talking to a coach about that, and it's a great question. You got to assess how that pitcher is going to help us. Sometimes it happens to be that's our number one pitcher, but it's also a player that it's one thing that I will tell you is it's a big load, and it's hard to do. How do we assess it? We ask them to come in early and get the work done on the pitching side. So I make sure I talk to my pitching coach, this guy's going to help us. In what capacity, we just got to determine that, because once again, it's not easy to do. It's not easy to do. You're talking about a guy that projects to be an everyday guy, let's say at the plate, and also you want him to pitch 50, 60 innings. I'll give you an example. We had a young man from Atlanta last year, ended up getting drafted by the Tigers, Cam Douglas. I don't know if anyone's familiar. Cam is he's 94 to 98 on the mound, and I mean, you can call me stupid, but he didn't pitch for us. He didn't pitch for us, but then again, he hit 350 with 18 home runs and 65 RBIs, and he played right field every day. You know what I mean? So he was, he ended up getting drafted as a pitcher. So what I'm saying is that some guys, not that he wasn't able to do it physically, but it's just tough. It's just tough, and we chose to allow him to just continue to play the outfield, right, and just help us, 3-hole hitter, RBI situation guy. He was outstanding, but it was tough for him to do that transition because just like everything, in pitching, you need to get that work in. You got to get that flat ground, you got to get and then it changes everything because you also want to make sure that you protecting him from the infield, outfield, that we take every day, and the throws to in the game and all of that stuff. So, good young man with the Detroit Tigers right now. But I love the two-way player guys. But it's just tough for them. It definitely takes a different player to be able to do both at a high level. Yes.
Coach, we're going to take this last question
Yes.
right here.
How you doing, Coach? He
Good,
kind of
good.
asked my question about the machine and your settings and stuff like that. But my question is, what are your recommendations on breaking balls off the machine? Because at the high school level, well, the breaking balls that come out of the machine are pretty elite.
Yep.
And when you got your average high school kid, and the odds of us as a high school team seeing a good breaking ball
Loopy,
like that,
but a strike.
yeah, it's very limited.
Yeah.
So when we're trying to work on breaking balls and I put the settings on the machine and it comes out like it's Clayton Kershaw, and you got a sophomore up there that's struggling hitting the fastball, now we're working on breaking balls. How do you make that adjustment, or what do you do as far as?
There is a setting. You just gotta have to get it a little closer.
Yeah.
Get it a little closer, and there's a setting you can slow it down and create that loopy one that a lot of guys, not only at the high school level, but at our level, are able to throw for a strike. And it's actually a very good pitch, because if they pitch at, let's say, 85, and then throwing that breaking ball at 69, the speed difference is pretty high. So yeah, you can do it, and the reason why, because we do it. We still get ready for that loopy breaking ball. For some reason, a lot of guys can throw 90, but when it comes to spinning the breaking ball, it just doesn't come out the same. So yeah, you can get it. I would say don't go away from still practicing the breaking ball, because it's still a look. It's still a look, and you gotta, obviously make sure that they're recognizing the one and they hit the one that's hanging, because that one goes really far. When they recognize it as hanging, that one goes really far. But yeah, we're good. Fellas, thank you. Good luck this year. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Coach Vasquez. We appreciate you greatly. All right, we're going to move right along. We got coming now for you guys. He's going to talk about offensive strategy. We have Coach J.D. Pruitt, and Coach Pruitt is the head coach at Coastal Alabama Community College. Before being named head coach at Coastal Alabama, Coach J.D. spent 5 successful seasons as the head baseball coach at Spanish Fort High School in Spanish Fort, Alabama. Before his time with the Toros, he also served as an assistant football coach, head strength and conditioning coach, and head coach at Enterprise High School in Enterprise, Alabama. During that time, he also coaching tenure. Coach Pruitt's team broke numerous school and state records. In 2025, Coach Pruitt signed with the University of Montevallo, where he graduated with a degree in exercise science, lettered in baseball for 2 years, and was a 2-time All-American. In June of 2007, Coach Pruitt was drafted in the 23rd round of the Major League Baseball draft by the Oakland A's. For his accomplishments as a student athlete in 2018, Coach Pruitt was inducted into the University of Montevallo Hall of Fame. During the summer, Pruitt assists in various roles with the USA Baseball. He was named assistant coach for the 2025 Team USA 15 and under squad. And Coach Pruitt is also married to the wonderful Melissa Pruitt and a proud father of twin girls, Isabella and Selena, and also a son, Alexander. So I present to you guys Coach J.D. Pruitt, and he's going to talk with you guys about offensive strategy. Coach Pruitt.
Appreciate it, guys. I'll start here. I want to go back to your question, man, because again, I was a former high school coach, so I get everything that you guys are having to deal with. I think it kind of comes back to resources, for one, of what you got. If you've got multiple machines, then there's a ton of things you can do, right? You can divide your guys up into groups. Obviously, you can have a field BP group. You can have a base running group. You can have a group of guys bunting behind home plate. We've all seen the little wiffle golf balls, right? You can hit those in left field. If you have cages available, you can get tee work done. You can get underhand flips in there. So there's a ton of different things that you can do to be able to keep guys busy. Because the last thing we want, I think, is as coaches is a ton of standing around, right? And so that's one thing that I've always liked to try to do with my guys, especially at the high school level, is we almost kind of treat BP as live defense as well. So we have, because as a defensive player, your best reads are going to come off of a bat. So treating that as live defense instead of calling it BP, I think that's ultimately going to make us a better defensive ball club as well. So there's a ton of different things that you can do just from a practice organization standpoint to be able to kind of help along with that. So I wanted to kind of just briefly hit on that before I got going. So, man, this is what I'll say. Coming to these things, I think the most important thing is that, I give you guys something that you guys can take back to your programs. Again, I'm going to speak more so from the offensive side, offensive strategy, okay? So I'm going to talk a little bit about, hey, our first and third offense. I'm going to talk a little bit about, hey, how we do bunts and situational type stuff. That, again, hopefully you'll be able to take something back to your schools. And I'll say this, I'll preference this. Man, everything that these guys talked about up here, first and foremost, about the relationship building, the culture, you cannot make that an importance inside of your program. And the reason being is that we could be, since we're in the Atlanta area, Bobby Cox from a baseball strategic standpoint, but if you don't have a relationship with your kids, then they're not going to trust what it is that you do, okay? So the culture that you build inside of your program is of value to help your program be successful on the field from a strategic standpoint. Because I'll say this, there are a lot of things that we do inside of our program that are very unique, that are different, all right, that are a little bit outside of the norm. Because I'll say this, right, at the end of the day, team offense is not about getting hits. Team offense is about scoring runs. Let's make sure we understand that. As long as I score more runs than the other team, then we're going to win. And so being a high school coach, I mean, let's just say this, which I don't know how you guys do it up here in Atlanta, but you're not supposed to be able to recruit. All right, I know that could be a topic of discussion in some places. So when you're in high school, man, you just get what you get, right? So I think it's important as the head coach of your respective programs is that you are very versatile in your offensive approach, because you have no idea. One year you could have a team full of guys that can really hit, that can bop, that can really compress the baseball and drive the ball out of the park. The next year, man, you may not have that. You may have a bunch of athletic guys that can do a couple different things. So you don't want to pigeonhole your players into being someone that they're not. So I think it's important that, again, your offensive philosophy is extremely versatile in that regard, just so that you can get the most out of each one of your players right there. So for us, again, our offensive philosophy is, man, it's going to be very multifaceted. We want one thing to be able to help another. I'll say this past year, we were top 3 in every single offensive category in our conference. And the reason for that is because, again, everything helped one another. We are a big base running team, and I know Coach Young is going to speak on base running a little bit later on, but the base running piece is a big part of our offense. I feel like because we led our conference in stolen bases, that helped our guys at the plate. Because what's the one way to shut down a run game? Feed fastballs. All right? If you sit there and you try to spin constantly, change speeds, because that's, at the end of the day, right, that's what a pitcher's job is to do, because hitting is timing. A pitcher's job is to disrupt timing. So if they want to do that and we have runners on base, then we're going to steal second, and then we're going to steal third. All right? We're going to be aggressive on dirt ball reads. These are all things that you can train inside of practice as well. So from a practice organization standpoint, from an offensive side, there's 4 things we're going to do every single day. Rain, sleet, snow, don't matter. We're going to do these 4 things every single day. All right? We're going to do some type of base running every single day. Every day. All right, we're going to start at home. We're going to talk about how we want to go from home to first. All right, we'll get to first. We're going to talk about our philosophy over at first base. We have an old school approach. We have a new school approach, and I'm going to go over that with both of those with you guys here in just a second. We're going to hit spin every single day, because when you get in a tight ball game and a pitcher really needs to get an out, you have runners in scoring position. What are guys going to go to predominantly unless they have an elite fastball? They're going to go to spin. Why? Because they want to get beneath the barrel. They want to induce some type of weak contact to keep the baseball on the infield. So we're going to hit spin every single day. We're also going to hit velocity every single day. So there's a lot of talk about machines today, just in discussions in baseball in general. I'll say this in terms of our program. The machine is not the end-all be-all. It is utilized as a tool. There is value still in throwing traditional BP, seeing a ball out of the hand, all right? Working timing, working rhythm, and being able to do all those things. So those are the 4 things that we're going to do every single day, all right, inside of our program. From an offensive, again, mindset standpoint, everything we do is going to be ultra aggressive. If there's one word that I could put on our team offense, it's aggression. But you build that in how you talk to your guys. You build that in the tempo and the energy that you practice with every single day. We kind of have a saying inside of our program, it's a wave after wave mentality. Because let's face it, right? This game is a very confrontational game. It's you versus me. It's hitter versus pitcher. So I want our guys to treat that as a confrontation. All right? And so for us, it's that wave after wave mentality. It is, all right, hey, you may have gotten me this time, but I'll see you in 20 minutes. All right, and in the meantime, you got to deal with my buddies, but I'll see you again. And so infusing that energy, that mindset into your guys is imperative to building that aggressive and aggression kind of type of mentality, all right, inside of the deal. We have a very systematic approach to everything that we do. Again, because right here at the college level, I'm getting guys from all over the place. Man, hey, Georgia's been really good to us. We've gotten a lot of good players from this area. We got a kid coming to us that's from this area, Cam Layfield, from just right down the road in Sandy Creek. All right, so we've got players coming from all over the place. But it's imperative that we have like I said, we have a very systematic approach to every single thing that we do, because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes down to everything that we do. All right, I don't need this guy over here speaking Italian and this guy over here speaking Spanish, all right? Because, again, I want our guys to work inside of a system, and then I want them to go be an athlete inside of that system, okay? So let's just talk a little bit about some of these systems that we incorporate. Start with base running first. Again, I'm not going to dive too much into this because, like I said, Coach Young is going to be speaking on this a little bit later on. But we have I would say systems, because my whole deal is I want to be able to give our guys as many tools in their toolbox, and then whatever they feel like they're more comfortable with, hey, you go ride with that. Okay? So we have what we call an old school leads over at first base. And essentially what an old school lead is that's going to be your traditional 12-foot lead working off of first base. All right? Now, within that old school lead, we also have, so at 12 feet, we call that our standard lead. 13 feet is our steal lead. 14 feet is our extended steal lead. And again, not necessarily going to get too far into the weeds on this, but we do vary between righty and a lefty. All right, because we do a couple of things different, all right, versus a left-handed pitcher, right? Because obviously left-handed pitcher, he's got eyes on you. You have left-handed pitchers that have a slide step pick, okay? But you see a lot of guys, as soon as that left-handed pitcher picks his leg up, you see a lot of guys already getting into their secondary shuffle. So what we do from a left-handed pitching standpoint, we actually see ball up, ball out and then we get into one secondary shuffle just to protect us against that slide step pick at our level, okay? Now against that right-handed pitcher, everybody's going to work out to that 12-foot lead in an old school league. Now, as we're getting our lead here in our old school lead, we're going to engage the base. We're going to make sure, obviously, that the pitcher engages the rubber. I want to take my lead with my right foot first, okay? Once I take my lead with my right foot, I want to go ahead and square up. Because obviously, with that, we want to protect ourselves against what? A quick pick from the pitcher. We went over this actually yesterday with our guys. Is a big no-no when taking your leads over really at any base is to never do what? It's to never look down or look back at the base, all right, while the pitcher is engaged on the rubber or while the pitcher has the ball in general. Again, it's all about having that awareness, again, as a base runner. So we work our leads all the time because I want our guys to be comfortable in where they are on the field. That piece is extremely important. So we have a Google sheet that we have. I've got plenty of players. I've got redshirt guys. I've got managers. So I've got a Google sheet, obviously because it's a Google sheet. Anytime anyone updates this sheet, it gets automatically updated regardless of where you're at. So I've got someone behind home plate. They've got this Google sheet, and we work steal times with our guys probably every other week. So I am testing these guys from a 12-foot lead and getting their average steal times from a 12-foot lead every 2 weeks. I put those times in a Google sheet, all right? Now we have a pitcher-catcher combo time, so pitcher time to the plate, catcher pop time. If the math adds up, then that's telling our guys, hey, I can steal this bag outright from my 12-foot lead, okay? Now, if the math doesn't add up, if their number, let's just say a guy averages 3.55, well, the pitcher-catcher combo time is a 3.3, that's telling them, hey, math doesn't add up, then I need to operate from a new school standpoint if I want to try to steal the base. Because this is my deal, is that I want to create dynamic baseball players. So what do I mean by a dynamic baseball player? That means I want guys that can get themselves to second base, themselves. Whether that is you hit a single, you get hit by a pitch, you walk, and you steal second base, or you bang the baseball and get yourself to second base. I don't care how you get there, but I want to be able to create dynamic players that can get themselves to that point. So again, from an old school standpoint, like I said, we've got those leads. New school, this is your momentum leads. This is your momentum stealing. And again, not going to get too much into the weeds on it, but again, it's trying to create and give guys those tools necessary. And I'll say this too. The high school game, you cannot compare the high school game to professional baseball. You can't. It's apples and oranges. There's certain things about the games that are completely different that you just cannot do. All right? Things that we do at the high school, college level that, hey, simply put, they just don't work at the professional level. Now, I found a lot of things that have worked for me in the past at the high school level that work very well at the college level. Nobody works on first and third defense at my level. Nobody. So first and third offense is a huge part of our offensive approach. Huge. All right, so I'm going to give you guys a couple of things, all right, from a first and third standpoint. Personnel is going to be important as far as who you have on first and who you have on third base in terms of what it is that you want to do. Obviously, the double play is a big component at our level. So for me as an offensive play caller, I want to try to keep our guys out of a double play situation as much as possible. So I'm going to move runners constantly, okay? So I think we all have the standard first and third offense, early break, all right? But when do you want to do early break, all right? For us, the way that we teach it to our guys is that pitcher engages the rubber, all right? Once he comes set, we're going to go ahead and let him get set. Because now any movement that he has after that obviously is going to be a balk, right? So we don't want to start that early break as he's coming set or when he is in this position here. We want to go ahead and let him get set. So now, like I said, any movement after that, we're going to get a balk. So we're breaking towards second base at that point in time. Now, the whole purpose and the whole job of that runner at first base, his job is to get into a rundown and stay in the rundown. Get in the rundown, stay in the rundown. Now, in a perfect world, and listen, I got a 240-pound, 6'3" first baseman. All right, dude can roll. Last year as a freshman, I think he hit 12, 13 home runs. All right, but I kid him all the time. Who's the most unathletic dude on the field? Yeah, that dang first baseman. All right, that dang first baseman. He's going to be the most unathletic guy on the field. Right? So what we want to do from an first and third standpoint, I want to get the ball in his hands. I want to get the ball in his hands, and then I want to get him running hard towards second base. Because now if I can get an unathletic guy running hard towards second base, and we go from third, now I'm forcing that unathletic guy to stop, make a pressure throw. We're going to be walking into home at that point, okay? So that's how we want to do early break. Obviously, we got halfway run and stop. The biggest thing that I see with that is that when guys take off to go halfway, they kind of want to jog out there. No, it is a straight steal, and then I want to stop halfway. We're trying to draw that long throw. Again, the job of that guy at first base is to stay in the rundown. If I get that long throw, we want to get the ball to who? That unathletic first baseman. Get the ball in his hands. Once we got that, once we got him going hard back to second base, then boom, we're going to be walking into home right there. We've also got extended secondary. Really like this one here. This is where now we're kind of starting to get a little bit creative kind of in our offensive approach in first and third. Now when we go extended secondary, we can do this really in any situation. We can do this in first and third. We can do this in bases loaded. I won a game a couple of years ago in this scenario. 2 strikes on the hitter here. Didn't necessarily like the matchup that I had, pitcher, hitter. It was bases loaded. I gave extended secondary to the guy at first base. He goes out there, and what did we have? Because it was pregame scouting, you had a really aggressive catcher. Loved his arm. So what did he like to do? He loved the back pick. So what did we do? We baited him into a throw. So we went extended secondary at first. He did exactly what we wanted to do. He wanted to go be the hero, go get an out, get him out of a bases loaded situation. He throws it down to first, boom, we slide into home, win the game. Because we did some pre-game scouting on the opponent, and we baited them into doing exactly what it was that we wanted to do. So we can do that in a first and third situation. We can do that, like I said, in bases loaded. These next 2 scenarios, again, are very unique. We even do it in first and second. We even do it in second and third. First and second, I give that extended secondary, again, to that runner at first base. What I tell my guy at second base, as soon as you see the throw from the catcher, boom, you're taking off the third. What have we created? We've created a first and third situation now. Second and third, I give it to the runner at second base. Again, pre-game scouting. Catcher likes his arm, want to go be a hero. Tries to pick the guy off at second base right there. We're going to walk in at home. Okay? So that's the extended secondary. All right, extended lead. We primarily do this with a left-handed pitcher. All right, extended lead. Essentially there with extended lead, left-handed pitcher, he's looking at the runner at first. Same deal. We want to bait him into a throw over to first base with his back towards the runner at third base. Again, if we can draw the pick with him there, we can walk in, all right, to home. A couple other things that we do a little bit different. We actually did this past fall, and the crazy thing about this one is that we actually watched it on film and talked about it a couple of days before this actually happened in game. We had runners on second and third. We had ball 4, but ball 4 was a pass ball. Ball 4 was a pass ball, so runner at third scores, runner at second goes to third base. Guy at the plate, he takes off. And I'm screaming at him, bingo, bingo, bingo. So now what have we created? A first and third, automatically. So now we've created chaos on the infield. Now they don't have time to set up a first and third defense. Just by us, all right, sprinting down the line to first base, all right, and creating that first and third situation there. So he takes off, catcher retrieves the baseball at the wall, at the backstop. So what's he gonna do? He throws it all the way to second base. We never check up around third. Never check up around third. We slide into home because the second baseman catches the ball. He tries to throw it home. It ain't close. We're at second base. So now we just scored 2 runs and we got another runner in scoring position. So trying to create chaos, all right, on the infield is imperative, all right, from an offensive strategy standpoint. How much time I got left? 4 minutes? I want to give you a little bit, a couple other things right here really quick. This is a big one when it comes to offensive philosophy. 2-strike approach when it comes down to hitting. I'm sure everybody in here has got a 2-strike approach. So typically, what's a 2-strike approach? Anybody? Stay alive, protect the plate. So mechanically, what are some things that typically guys do? You choke up, what? You spread out, right? Yeah. I'll tell you this is what I do. We don't have a 2-strike approach. It's different, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why we don't have a 2-strike approach. Because the way that we want to train our hitters is that we want to train our hitters to be able to hit in all counts. Now, you're going to hit, and our guys are going to hit with 2 strikes 50% of the time. They're going to hit with 2 strikes 50% of the time. But my question to you as coaches, and this is where, because I was that guy. Hey, we're going to spread out. We're going to choke up, man. We're going to do this. I was that guy. So if you're going to hit with 2 strikes 50% of the time, do you train in your hitting sessions in your 2-strike approach 50% of the time? Who does that? Anybody? Nobody does. Nobody does. So what we're going to do is we're going to work our base. We're going to work our flow. We're going to work our rhythm. We're going to work our tempo. We're going to work our best swing to be able to hit in all counts, in every single one of them. Now, Coach always told me, he said, you know who the best 2-strike hitter is? The guy that never gets the 2 strikes. All right? So, man, like I said, it goes back to that aggression, man, that aggressiveness, man. We want to hit early. We're going to go hunt stuff, and just from an offensive approach, philosophy standpoint, it's a very simple approach for us. I want to be on time with the best fastball to the opposite field gap. Because what's that going to do? That's going to allow us to be able to cover a multitude of pitches. I want our barrel to stay in the zone to be able to cover 8 to 10 pitches instead of 2 to 3 without getting too caught up into the mechanics of things. First and foremost, I want our guys to be athletes. And I'm never going to rob them of their athleticism. So when it comes down to hitting mechanics, hey man, we're going to start balanced, and I want us to land balanced. We call that dynamic balance, 50-50. And then from there, I want our guys to hit through contact. All right, if we can do that, if we can start balance, land balance, hit through contact, barrel's going to stay in the zone a really long time. That's going to allow us, all right, to vary time, because it's like I said earlier, hitting's about timing. And so if my barrel can stay in the zone a really long time, it's going to give me the opportunity to be able to cover any changeup, any off-speed, secondary type stuff that I may get. Okay? I wanted to get to a lot more. If anybody wants to get with me, want some questions? Yeah, couple questions.
Extended lead?
Yeah.
I know I got the extended secondary part, but can you like go back over extended lead a little bit more?
Extended lead? Yeah. So like I said, with extended lead, we're going to work that with a left-handed pitcher up, okay? Because if you think about just the overall mechanics of that, right? Pitcher's on the mound, left-handed pitcher, he's looking at the runner at first base. So if I can work an extended lead, again, we want to try to bait him into that throw. My back, that pitcher's back, is to that runner at third base. So I'm in his ear, get down the line, get down the line. As soon as he picks his foot up, I'm walking down the line at that point. And if I see a pick over, then I never check up. Again, because once he throws the ball over to first base, who's got the ball now? That unathletic first baseman. So now I'm putting him in a situation where he's having to make a pressure throw, all right, to try to go throw a runner out, all right, at home.
There's got to be energy to back that up and make sure that the players, feel like they're being supported. Do you guys do anything specific when it comes to like energy or chatting when somebody's up to bat or somebody's on base? Like, yeah. What's your take on those kind of?
No, it all comes back to, I think, again, the way that you practice. We're going to practice with great energy. Again, and again, it's cliche, but it all starts with the culture that you create inside of your program. For us, man, we strive to have a great relationship with every single one of our guys. And so when we talk to them and we talk about, hey, why it was that you wanted to come here, I'll say this: I took over a program that had won 12 games the previous year. Well, in junior college baseball, you play 56. All right, and so I took over a program that had won 12 games. And year one, we doubled the win total. We made the conference tournament for the first time in 5 years, and we finished 5th in the league. And so it's about getting guys that fit our mold when we're out on the recruiting trail. So when we're out watching guys, I want to see what type of teammate they are. I want to see what type of energy that they play with inside of things. But it's something that we talk about every single day. It's something that we incorporate. I think creating competition inside of practice is vital. It's extremely vital for a multitude of reasons, but for that as well. The energy that you want to be able to practice with, the energy that you want to be able to play with, creating that competition inside of practice is imperative. You said in base running? Yeah. In BP. Like I said, we have a base running group inside of BP. Because again, when are you, as a base runner, when are you able to get truly live reads? Whether either you sim game or you're actually playing in a game, right? And so we do a ton of different things from a base running standpoint, a bunch of different drills that try to help with reads. But a lot of our reads are going to come inside of BP, all right? And I think base running is one of the least developed aspects of this game. And again, I am a firm believer that you can win a ton of baseball games by working base running every single day. So we do base running at the very beginning of practice because I want our guys to understand how important this piece is to the game. And they get it because we celebrate it. When a guy does something really well on the base paths, he gets a dirt ball read, man, we celebrate the piss out of it. All right, guy gets a stolen base, we celebrate it. Guy gets a great read from a base stealing standpoint, man, we celebrate it. All right, but in terms of getting reads on the bases, second base in particular, all right, because we do a couple of different things there to try to teach that, but it's during BP. Like I said, you're able to get live reads off of the bat. You're able to, again, just a multitude of reps that you can get with that. So we typically go like 4 or 5 rounds as far as our field work. We'll spend 1 round over at first, 2 rounds at second base, a round at third, and then the last round they're off. They're getting water because they're getting ready to get into a hitting rotation at that point.
Question, and then we got to move forward so we can be cognizant of your time.
A one-man coach. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I'll say this. It's tough, but it's doable. It's very doable. You're gonna be in a setting that's gonna be more team involved. Obviously you're not gonna be able to break off and send a group to the cage or send a position group to go do this. So you're gonna have to do a lot more things team oriented. Hey, whether that's, hey, you want to work ground balls with infielders. I know someone talked about, hey, doing it with a time. We'll do it with base runners. So let your outfielders be the base runners. You want to work double plays, let your outfielders be the base runners. Obviously working your bunt defenses, working your first and thirds, tandem. So everything that you do is going to be team stuff. You're not going to be able to break off and do a whole ton of individual type things. Like I said, it's difficult, but it's doable.
One more question, and then we'll close out.
Yeah, well, it goes back to, I would say this, who they are as a player, right? I'm not going to try to turn a 145-pound kid into a guy that's going to try to compress the baseball out of the park. That's not going to be his game. So for us, again, being that dynamic player, we want our lineup to have balance. So we want to have a really good mix of guys that can maybe run a little bit, guys that can. In a perfect world, this is how I would construct my lineup. Speed, power, speed, power, speed, power. And the great thing again at our level is that I can recruit to that. So again, without getting too detailed, because I know we're a little bit short on time. Again, kind of going back to just the overall hitting philosophy for us. I want our guys to be athletes. When I'm sitting there and I'm checking boxes, we don't work a whole ton of mechanics. I give our guys guidelines that I'm checking. I used to not spend a whole bunch of time on the setup, but I found myself as I've developed as a coach that I spend more time on the setup because guys can get themselves in bad positions just from their setup. So very simplistic. Again, I want to start balanced. I want to, as I load and I stride, I want to land balanced as I get out to my launch position. And then from there, it's all about training and utilizing the ground. We want the lower half, we want the backside, the back hip to be the motor, all right, of the swing. So I want to create as least amount of tension in our top half. I tell our guys, hey, from the ribs up, man, hey, I want you to be tension-free. Because if I can do that, then therefore, again, the bottom half is going to be the engine in the swing. It's going to allow, I'm not going to, because if there's tension in the upper half, then typically what type of swing is a kid going to have, you think? It's going to be slow, and they're going to try to create bat speed, and how are they going to try to create it? By running that front side off of the baseball, okay? So if I can create and I can drive everything with the backside with the lower half and sequence the body correctly, then I'm going to be able to utilize the ground, and everything is going to be able to flow through the middle of the field. All right, but that goes back to again that guideline of, hey, I want our guys to hit through contact. So as they make contact, I want them to try to follow their contact line with their barrel, all right, to be through the middle of the field.
Well, we appreciate you taking your time, Coach Pruitt. If we can give it up for him, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you greatly. And guys, coming up next. Got a guy that's going to be working and talking to you guys about infield play. This guy is a former major leaguer. Mr. Julius Gaines. He's a former professional player and an innovative founder of Ground Up Baseball, a specialized training program focused on infield techniques and development. A standout athlete, Gaines showcased his skills at Florida International University, FIU, where he garnered attention for his exceptional performance on the field. His hard work and dedication paid off when he was drafted by the Seattle Mariners, marking the beginning of his professional baseball journey. After his playing career, he's transitioned now into coaching and instructional roles driven by a passion for developing young talent and sharing his extensive knowledge of the game. And I'll bring to you now Coach Julius Gaines.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Today, obviously, it's a lot of directions we can go for infield play, but I want to leave you guys with something that's applicable for everybody. Like I said, we could go into a lot of details, so I'll save, more of the specific type questions for the Q&As. But, if you guys are taking notes, it's a couple of points that I want you to write down that you can definitely apply to fielding, but just coaching in general. I have a passion for just development of guys. Fielding is unique because it's so much of it can be taught. Hitting is a little different because some guys just got a knack for it. It's a lot of different philosophies. It's a lot of failure you deal with. I always like to say, over the course of a season, an everyday player can't hit 1,000, but they can field 1,000. So that means it's things that can be taught. And it's so much that can be taught that goes unsaid. So I wanna be able to give you guys some applicable things that you can take regardless of the level that you're at, the programs that you coach, the resources that you have, but it also challenge you as coaches, as trainers, and kind of get you an easier way to get more out of your players, but it also holds you accountable. So if you're taking notes, there's a couple of points I want you guys to write down. The first one is what. So when we're talking about, we'll stay in the fielding aspect specifically, when you're talking about what, when we're talking about fielding, the tricky thing about fielding is most of us know what a good fielder looks like, but we don't necessarily know what that entails. So what ends up happening is we end up chasing a look, or we end up chasing an idea that's out of context. So we want a kid to look a certain way on their ground balls. We want a kid to do certain things, but we don't tell them what it's exactly for, what they should be doing. And so it's really open-ended and it's vague. And it ends up hurting the athlete or prevents them from reaching their full potential. So that what is important when we're talking about every aspect. What do I want them to do? Right? So we have to make it clear as coaches, as trainers, what we're trying to get an athlete to do. In terms of fielding, I can't tell a kid just go out there and look smooth. What does that mean? Oh, you got a good look. You got to look this way. You got to look that way. It's something that's really specific that I like to use when we're talking about. I call smooth a blanket statement because I know what it looks like, but I'm not telling you what it entails. So something practical that you guys can write down when we're talking being smooth is rhythm. So you go ahead and write down rhythm. So when we talk about rhythm, most people have an idea of what rhythm is, right? But we can go a step lower and we can talk about exactly what it is. So for me, rhythm is timing and tempo. Timing and tempo. When we talk about rhythm, that's what we're talking about, timing and tempo. So when we talk about tempo, we ask ourselves, okay, what's another word for tempo? That's the speed that you go at. Everybody's different. Some kids can go 95% and still be under control. That's their tempo. Some kids need to dial it back a little bit. They're more around 80% and they can stay under control, they can stay adjustable. That's unique to the player. We talk about tempo. Tempo is important because as an infielder, regardless of what position you play, especially on the left side of the infield, though, we want to create momentum. So if I'm constantly changing my tempo, if I'm constantly speeding up, slowing down, my my rhythm is being affected because I'm not maintaining a speed, right? So it's like, it's hard to be smooth or maintain rhythm if I don't have control of what my tempo is. And it's even harder to do that if a kid doesn't even know what that is. Plus, you have tempo plus timing. That second thing is timing. So my tempo plus my timing equals my rhythm, right? Timing is really important in just about every aspect of the game. It's important in pitching, it's important in hitting, it's important in throwing, it's important in catching, but it's really, really important in fielding the ground ball. It's easy to pick up on. If I'm on time, when I speak about timing, I'm speaking, if it's a right-hander, I'm speaking specifically about their left foot. When does their left foot make contact with the ground? And also, when is their glove making contact with the ball, right? If I'm on time, it's a window on when my heel strikes the ground and when the ball makes contact with my glove. Right before I make contact with the ball with my glove, my heel should hit. It's okay if it strikes a little later. It's okay if it strikes a little later. Why? Because my weight is still back on my right leg. For lefties, everything is opposite, right? So the one thing you don't want to be on the fielding side is early. You do not want to get your foot down early when you're fielding the ground ball. Why? If I get my foot down early, that means I stopped. That means I have to wait. And usually if I do that before I field a ground ball, I don't have the time to take another 2 steps. So what do we end up doing? We end up leaning. We end up leaning. That's the equivalent to being out on your front side on a breaking ball. I might touch it. I can't adjust. I can't drive it, right? That correlates to fielding as well. If I get caught on my foot before the ball gets there, I have no adjustability. I still might catch it, but I can't adjust to a hop. I don't have any power on my backside even if I do field it, so now I'm likely gonna have to add another shuffle, right? So my timing and my tempo gives me my rhythm. So a lot of times we go through teaching fielding or we telling kids that they just need to catch the ball, but we're not telling them what we expect out of them, and we're not giving them practical things to apply when they're taking a ground ball, right? The second thing is why. Why? So we know the what. I know what I want to do. Why do I need to do it? As a infielder, I always say, I like to give an analogy. If you go out to the sea and you're swimming, it takes no effort to drift. I just got to stay afloat. But if I look up, I'm about 30 yards away from where I started out in the water, right? I have to be intentional. I have to give a kid a why so they know their focal points. They know their key point indicators. If they know their why, they'll understand, okay, I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm supposed to do it. And you shouldn't do anything because I tell you to do it. You should do it because it makes sense for whatever it is that you're doing, right? If I'm telling a kid to attack a ball, why am I telling them to attack a ball? Does that apply to everything? Is that every situation? We say work downhill, work downhill, work downhill. But what if I play third base and the kid's hitting the ball 105 miles per hour off the bat? I'm not working downhill. You asking to gum your soup for a couple of months, right? So it's like if I give a kid an understanding of why they do what they do, now they have intent. Everything is about intent. If I'm intentional, I can be consistent. If I can be consistent, I can repeat a play over and over again. And if I can do that, I'm going to be on the field. Because I need to be able to repeat a routine play over and over again. The web gyms, that's icing on the cake, right? But nobody wants a cake full of icing. We got to put kids in a position where they can make the routine plays all the time. So the why is extremely important, but that also challenges us as coaches to understand why we're even telling a kid something. Are we telling it because we heard it? Are we telling it because it's how we were taught? Are we telling it because I looked it up on social media, but I have no idea what the context behind it is? So as coaches, we got to understand why we're telling a kid to do certain things. After that, we'll write down how. So I have my what, I have my why. Now it's time to be practical, to be applicable. This is when your drills come in. Your drills should fuel those first two, or should be fueled by those first two questions. The what and the why, right? If I have those two things, now the drills that I implement, whatever area of infield play that you want to implement it, now they're with purpose, right? So now if I'm asking a kid to do something, he knows why he's doing it, but now I'm giving him practical ways on how to do it, right? And as we're going through this, I know you guys may have specific questions, and I'm going to open it up. I want most of this time to be for you guys to have simple questions, but I want to give you a little bit of an outline. And we have some of the redan players here, so we can also get visuals. And then that last point is going to be when. Because everything isn't for every situation. And so I never want to be a cookie cutter as a coach, meaning I'm doing the same stuff over and over again for every situation when nothing in the game is that consistent outside of a ball needs to be thrown and a ball needs to be caught, right? So we have our what, we have our why, we have our how, and we have our when, right? So those are the 4 points that I want you guys to always, whatever it is that you're going into, whatever it is that you're coaching, whatever it is that you're trying to get across to your players, go through that list and it'll give you more of a structure and it'll make it more receptive for the kids, for the athletes, to where it's like we can all be on the same page, we can all apply what we need to apply, and then from there we can go into specifics. Outside of that, some of just the overarching things that are really important at every level that I think goes, that's overlooked is just valuing the ball, right? Create an atmosphere where valuing the ball becomes really important, especially at the high school levels. You'll win a lot of games. You don't have to have all the drills. You don't have to have all the high-tech mechanics and techniques. Just valuing the ball and have something behind that, some kind of consequence to get kids to understand, I can't drop this ball. It goes a long way. I promise you. Even to this day, college kids, high school kids, it doesn't matter. If I have a standard and they play below that standard, it's a punishment behind it. It's not for the punishment, it's for the focus, right? So much of fielding, you got to think, us as infielders, you get to the college level, the pro level, your games are on average around 3 hours. About an hour and a half to 2 hours of that time, depending on how you're hitting that day, you might be in the field. So I got to be able to stay focused for that amount of time with the possibility that I might not get a ball. So it's a focus matter. So it's not always mechanics. It's not always about, looking a certain way. It's like, first off, do we value the ball? Can we do 4 corners for 1 minute without messing up? Can I go 4 corners with throws without dropping the ball, right? So it's like when we create environments to where a standard has to be upheld, it becomes a natural thing to be able to perform in pressure moments, right? Let's be real, most kids respond to punishment. Most kids respond to something that's physical, right? I can't tell a kid the importance of just catching the ball and expect him to just snap out and have the same passion about valuing the ball that I do. But I can tell them that they drop this ball, they got a triangle, and everybody locks in. It happens at every age, every single age. And some of them laughing because they know what I'm talking about, right? Nobody likes running. We're not at baseball practice to have track practice, right? But that's a standard that has to be upheld from the beginning. I don't want to bombard you guys with things that you can't use at your organizations, but I do want to open it up for specific questions, whether it's questions about certain dynamics, about philosophies, about certain drills, or how to teach certain things. Mm-hmm.
Things that
You coach 6 and 7? Oh, that same thing. Valuing the ball, right? Teaching a kid, just valuing the ball in terms of catching. 6 and 7 is tough because a lot of it is they just got to do it. And so it's like when you get a kid out there and you're hitting them ground balls and you're teaching them how to play catch. At that age, make a game out of everything you can. Give them a target. Make it fun. Bring some candy to the field. At that level, it's a game. Kids not going to sit there and listen to you talk about mechanics for 20 minutes. Their attention span is more like 5. 2 minutes, exactly. I'm being generous with 20. So make everything a game. Make it a game as much as you can. Set up a hula hoop on the fence. Throw it in the fence. You throw it in the fence, you get a Skittle. Whatever it may be. Kids love games. So when I'm teaching and I'm training younger kids, I try to make everything a game. But within that game, I'm teaching them something that will help them in their development. So.
Yeah. How much do you put emphasis on creating the perfect angle to put yourself in position to field the ball athletically?
Angles are huge. What my favorite thing to do, and everything that I do, is create environments where they have to accomplish what I want them to without them exactly knowing what it is that they're doing. Because it keeps it organic for them. If I just tell a kid how to move, or if I tell them how to do something, I'm really hurting that kid because it's only them in between those lines. And if something varies from what I told them to do, they're like fish out of water. So one thing I do for angles is I'll use cones. One of the things that I think young kids and high school kids struggle with is like intent, getting to the ball. So it's the same ball that I can field right here. I might have to wait on it. I got to work a little harder to get it right there. So what I do, I'll set up a line from them to second base, and I just tell you can't go behind that line. And I'll change where I hit the ball. So now I got to actually fight to get to this line. Well, what does that affect? That affects my timing and my tempo. So now I'm working on my rhythm. I'm working on my timing. That requires certain footwork. But at the end of the day, all they know is they can't let it get behind that line, and you'll start to see them self-adjust. They'll start to figure out, I have to do this if I want to get to this ball. So for me, it's just creating that environment of giving them a goal, creating a barrier, and then letting them figure it out as an individual. Because some kids, they can get to that ball with 2 hands, and they can be in rhythm, and they can be clean because they got a great first step. They're really explosive. Some kids, they get to that ball, and they have to use 1 because they can't get there with 2, and they might be out of rhythm. But it's important for a kid to know that so they're not trying to do something that's outside of who they are as a player. Every player is unique. Every player is different. I don't try to teach kids to do things an exact way. I teach them the concept and let them figure it out. But cones are a huge thing with angles. There's a couple of other things you could use too, but I would say to accomplish what you want without being cookie cutter, give them a goal and a barrier. Create a line in front of them. All of these are routine balls. You can't be behind that line when you catch it. Figure it out. Right? If they get real good, and some kids like laying stuff, they like going with 1 hand because it's easier. No, I want you to use 2 because you got to show me your hands and your feet work together. Right? So just in creating different obstacles for them, different barriers that they can use to just accomplish a goal, whatever you want that goal to be.
I just saw one of your videos, and I saw that, one of the players was kind of bent over, and you asked the question of, can you run like that? Mm-hmm. When you speaking that, and you do have that third baseman, like shortstops and second basemen learn the one way, where you do have a third baseman. So on the aspect of ground up, how would you attack those balls that, the short hoppers? Are you still under those balls, or are you just letting your athleticism take over?
You're speaking from third base position or just in general?
Well, let's say just third base.
Third base? So third base, you sacrifice the ability to move for the read. So you'll see a lot of third basemen get a lot lower because they don't move as much, but the ball gets there faster, so they got to read it quicker. So that's why you'll see, Chapman is one of my favorite to watch, but his butt almost touches the ground. But you got to think he's taking 2 steps. Versus a shortstop or a second baseman, we might be taking 5 or 6. So when we talk about, playing below the ball, I'm talking more of your eyes. If I can get to a point to where I can differentiate what the ball is doing once it hits the ground, my eyes are below the hop, right? And then my glove, I always say we're upright beings, right? We stand up naturally. When we walk, we don't hunch over, we're not bent over. So it's always easy to come up, but it's hard to go down. So when you're playing below the ball, it's not only your eyes, but when it's time, it's your glove too. Like if I can get my glove below a hop, I can adjust up really easy, but I'm delayed trying to go down. So playing below the ball for me is specifically eyes and hands once it gets there. Yep. Okay.
But you talked about something earlier with momentum. When you're thinking about arm slot, as a coach, what should I be focused on when looking and evaluating infielders with their arm slot? And then are there ways to increase arm strength without trying to do some type of arm program?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'll tackle first the arm angle, AKA release point, because the slot is the same. Where I get to is the same. Here. The thing that changes is how I release it. So my release point changes. The slot stays the same, chest level changes, and release point changes. So for that, different plays require different release points. When a guy is moving hard to his left, let's just use shortstop as an example. When a guy's moving hard to his left, it's more natural based off how his body is to release from a sidearm slide. I like using an analog clock. Some of y'all might not know what that is. But an analog clock, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, you're showing off. You don't really need that, right? That's more like Cano status. If you can do it, just don't mess it up. I won't say nothing. But if I'm moving hard to my left, that's not going to be a 1 o'clock slot because I'm going against where my body's going, right? So that's the situation. Some people say you shouldn't be throwing sidearm. Some people say throw everything over the top. You should do neither all the time, right? It's dependent on what the play requires. But moving hard to my left, this is going to be a more natural release point, and it doesn't have as much spike on it. Because if I'm pulling down on a ball and my body's moving this way, it's a lot of different variables. Your release point, that window is way smaller. So it creates more of a window for a bad throw. The second part of that question, a practical way to build arm strength. I love what Mr. Freeman said. He talked about we focus on the arm and not the trunk. But let's say you aren't focusing on the trunk, you don't have the resources, the knowledge, whatever it may be. A practical thing that you can do to help with arm velocity is throw a softball for a couple of different reasons. It's bigger, it's a little bit heavier, but when you throw it, if you're not pulling down on it, you can see it tail. So you can see it slice on you. And so it's like one of those self-correcting drills that can help build good habits without the kid actually like really knowing exactly what they're doing. They just have a result that they are chasing. And I know eventually if I pull down on this ball, I create more backspin, the ball stays straighter, that ball's gonna come out harder. So that's a practical thing that you could do during the season. That's not a crazy load on your arm. It's not plyos. You don't need somebody supervising it. All you gotta know is I throw this ball, it needs to stay straight, right? Because if you don't, it's gonna do this, it's not gonna make it to your target, and you're gonna be like, I can barely throw the ball 60, 50 yards with this, right? So it'll help build up your arm and mechanics of you getting on top of the ball without you necessarily thinking about what you're doing. That was a good question.
All right, so I appreciate you. Julius, if you guys don't have any other questions, we're gonna roll into the next segment with Coach Young, so that again, we can catch you up and get you guys going. Any more questions before we move on? Awesome. Go ahead.
You can follow me on Instagram at ground_up_baseball. And if you guys have questions outside of this, you can DM me. Facebook is under my name, Julius Gaines. And Twitter, I'm not on Twitter as much, but you can still find me on there. That is ground_up_BSB.
Right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you greatly.
_ BSB. Yeah, first Twitter.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming out. And next up, we're going to be talking about base running, is Coach Eric Young Sr. Eric Young Sr. was born in Brunswick, New Jersey, New Brunswick, New Jersey, is highly accomplished former Major League Baseball player and dedicated coach, a standout two-sport athlete at Rutgers University. He excelled in both baseball and football, and then also earning inductions into the Rutgers Hall of Fame in 1999. Drafted by the Los Angeles Dodgers, Young made his mark in the MLB, achieving notable recognitions such as NL All-Star, Silver Slugger, and also NL Stolen Base Leader in 1996. As a member of the Colorado Rockies, he still holds the franchise record for stolen bases, reflecting his exceptional speed and skills on the base path. Over his dynamic 14-year playing career, Young donned the uniforms of several teams, including the Chicago Cubs, Milwaukee Brewers, San Francisco Giants, San Diego Padres, and the Texas Rangers. In 2010, Young Sr. transitioned to coaching, making his big league debut with the Arizona Diamondbacks. He has served as a first base coach for the Diamondbacks, Colorado Rockies, and the Atlanta Braves, where he played a pivotal role in the team's success, culminating in a World Series championship in 2021. With a wealth of experience, both as a player and a mentor, Eric Young Sr. continues to inspire the next generation of baseball talent through the dedication and his passion for the game. So next up, we'll have as our clinician, Mr. Eric Young Sr.
Thank you, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Minority Prospects for having me here, speak to you guys. I want to do something a little different when I speak. I think it's important for me to stress a couple of things, but also to have interaction. And that way, we don't have to wait till after I say everything. You got questions, you know, it's good to bring them out right now while it's on your mind. One thing about base running, there's no one way to do base running. It's a lot of ways, a lot of things in the way you think about it, your philosophy. My philosophy was, because I was an aggressive ball player, that we're going to be aggressively, but we're going to be smart aggressive. So what does that mean? So we had three things. There was the A's, 3 A's, triple A, right? Attitude, this is how we start. Attitude, aptitude, and then application. So let's go over each one. When we talk about the attitude, situation, bases loaded, guy hits a ground ball, gets to first base, he's thinking about what? That at bat. So as a first base coach, it was important for me to help him with that transition of becoming a good base runner now to help the team by you scoring and doing everything you need to do correct each and every time. What's the problem? Well, the problem that I came across a lot was the guy wanted to talk to the first baseman. I couldn't understand when I first started coaching in the big leagues, why do you want to engage? Because as a player, you know, hey, what's up? And it's down, you know, down to business. But guys want to talk to the opposing player. If that guy's your friend, you already know we going out to dinner afterwards. We going out to lunch tomorrow. But you know, when I get between the lines, it was a different attitude that you had to have as a base runner. So that was like the first thing when I thought about when the player got to first base, okay, I got to get to him quick. We know the progression, pick up a sign, you know, but are they really looking at the position players and knowing where they at? And now that we have guys playing that shift, you know, on each side, do the guys really know where they are? Because this is what we talk about aptitude. We're going to the next one. We got the attitude right now. Can he scan the field and be able to make that assessment when the ball is hit, I could just react? How fast can he do that? Some players are going to be sharper than others. That's okay. But if you can grind it in them every day about the mental part of being prepared, if that ball hitting the 5-6-0 and they in a shift on the right side, can I go first to third on that ball? If it go grass, dirt, to grass. If that 50 hopper we talk about, can he still go to third base even though it's in left field? So situations like that, you might not make it, you might not, depend on the runner. You know, the speed's gonna play a big part in something like that. But when you aggressive like that, the first thing that outfield is gonna do is gonna come up and he's gonna throw that ball to third base, right? What is that runner at first, that hit the ball, what is he doing? Because if he's busting his butt, you talk about situation, he can keep going. So the two guys earlier, they talked about situations. Now, when you get into a situation, you're talking about youth. Let's break it down a little bit more before I go to application. Like I said, I heard the question, I heard your response. That's why I had to come to you. I just remember when I was 6 and 7 and 8, that going to the park was fun. So it's a situation where you can teach a little bit and allow them to have fun and feel free. And I think the more that they were able to do, I was able to do that, I was more in tune and wanting to know more of what was going on. So I just wanted to say that to you on that point. But back to the aptitude. Players, when you get on base, coaches, when they get on base, it's about going around and scoring, right? But how are we going to get there? So that's the one thing we want to make sure, and you set your foundation the way you want to set it, but, you know, especially working with professional athletes, there was a level of concentration in the good teams with discipline. And you see the good teams. I take, for instance, last year, Milwaukee. They ran the bases the way you're supposed to run the bases. Each guy, when they got on, they were in tune on getting to the next base. The next base, they was constantly thinking like that. They didn't have a lot of home run hitters. I think they might have had one guy over 20 home runs. That was Yelich. But when you have a team like that, that's why it's imperative that your base running is on point every day. Because you're not just going to hit the ball out of the ballpark all the time, right? So you got to have a team that is disciplined enough to make it happen. I'll give you a situation. World Series. Remember that guy at third base? That cost him the championship. And when I say it cost him the championship, because if he scores that run, let me bring up the situation. The situation was Game 7, World Series. They had a run on third base, 1 out. The guy that run on third base is going on contact. He scores, game over. Right? And we can think about a lot of situations in that game, but we can think about a lot of situations in the 9th inning. And when you're that close, you can allow the little thing to happen there. He's going on contact. So if you're going on contact, he hits a line drive, it doesn't matter. You're out anyway. But the manager has said, we are going on contact. So all I know, when that bat is coming through that zone, I'm moving. So my anticipation level goes up another level. This is for the championship, right? And what happened? He stood there, he paused, and the infielder had to backhand the ball. He had the backhand and just threw it off balance. And it was just enough, just enough. Bang, bang, right? Now imagine if he was moving when it actually, bam, went on that ground. So discipline. When you talk about base running, you talk about, you know, we said the aptitude, now applying. Everything you've just processed in the attitude and the aptitude of situation, the score, and all that. Now, when the ball is hit, you just react. And that's why it's important for that coach, especially at first base, or the tone you set with your team, that's this going to be the most important thing we work on. I heard the guys talk about how do you work on it. You're right. It's probably the least area that, you don't get a chance to go out there and work on and this and that. But when you start your practices, and I heard one guy say, that was the first thing. So I thought about that. That was the first thing. Let's do it in the morning where everybody's fresh before they start hitting and taking ground balls. Let's do little drills. Now, we're going to talk about drills. First base. We talk about leads, right? So my thing was stealing bases. I can't ask a 6'5" guy to take his lead and get down like me. It ain't gonna work, right? It ain't gonna work. He's tall. I can get down because I'm down already, but he's tall. So say if it's an outfielder and he's a base stealer, you don't want him to get down like this. You want him to get in a comfortable position as if he's in the outfield. See that height? See, that's what we're gonna move in the outfield. So I want him to be that height and go, right? Been around some tall base runners, and I watched that. If he's tall and he gets down, first thing he's going to do is what? Come up. He lost a step, right? So keep that in mind, still in base. Okay, steps. I'm a big guy that starts left, right, shuffle, shuffle. And if I was to go back and I lay down, that'll be my lead. So you get an indication of where that guy lead can be. We're just talking about normal lead. I go left, right, shuffle, shuffle. Depending on the speed of the pitcher, of course, I can take a little bit more. If he's quick, I'll come back a little bit more. But that would be my max lead, like every single time. I could do it in my sleep. I can close my eyes and take my lead. So that's one way of doing it. There's different ways of taking leads. Don't get me wrong, but if you're starting in high school and young and you're trying to teach them how to do it the right way, you do it. You set the tone of how we're going to take our leads. That's giving them the foundation in which as they grow and grow, they'll do exactly what they want to do, but they have that discipline, that foundation always to go on. So always think about that when you guys are out there coaching, and I respect you guys a lot. And the reason why, because you guys starting the foundation and the growth of these young players. And if they doing it right, they're going to have a better chance of having success. If they doing it wrong, we got to correct them. And it's okay to correct them, because I don't know if you heard me earlier. One thing, even starting in high school, one thing you can do is gain that trust of that player. Because once you gain that trust, I'm telling you, he will run through a wall for you. Because he believes in everything you're saying. He believes in you coaching him the right way. So that's where I take my lead. And remember, as I speak, it's not one way to do base running. Okay, there's a lot of ways, a lot of different philosophies, so I'm just giving you what the foundation I will give to the players I was coaching. We talk about second base. I had a 6-step rule, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's my start. So if you ever see a guy, you ever watch a game, they got the cut, right? If that guy's a step inside that cut, he's got a weak lead. He's got a short lead. You know the cut I'm talking about, second base. If he's inside there, got a foot, should always be outside of that cut. Now we talk about 2 outs, right? Step back, right? Young man, can I have a demonstrator over here? Who gonna help me out with base running? Yeah, come on, man. Oh, what's your name?
Moxie.
Say it again?
Moxie.
What school, what's going on with you? Tell me about you.
I'm a class of 27. I go to Reading High School, and I'm a junior now. So yeah.
What's your position?
Middle infield.
Middle infielder? Okay.
Shortstop, second base. Main.
Shortstop, second base? Okay. Which one you play the best?
Shortstop.
Okay. All right. Second baseman. Okay. All right. So when you take your lead, let's say this second base, right? And you take your lead. Don't take it yet. You take your lead. Do you like to come back? Do you like to go inside the cut of the grass? Talk to me how you like to take your lead. The distance.
I feel back a little bit, not like scooting back, but I'll come back a little bit into my lead, and then I'll be a little bit off the grass.
Okay. All right. How many steps you take, you know?
1, 2, shuffle, shuffle.
1, 2, shuffle, shuffle. Second base? Okay. So you do that all the time?
Oh, wait, whoa.
Okay.
Second base.
That's right. That's right.
My bad.
Okay, talk to me. What you talking to me? Second base. The second base. I thought it was on first. The second base.
Second base, I'm moving back. 5 steps back, slowly creeping in as pitchers come and set. And then once the pitch is thrown, secondary.
Okay. All right. That's your routine every single time? Okay. See, he has a routine. That's good. He said he takes 5 steps, and then he creeps up. That's one way of doing it, and that's cool. Now, when you creep up, which way do you creep up? You creep up this way, or you creep this way?
Second one, diagonal.
Diagonal. Okay.
Kind of moving forward.
And why you do that? I'm putting you on the spot, but I think we on the same page, so talk to me.
Well, I do that so I can slowly get more. So, like, if I went to steal, I'd still be able to get, like, more distance. And even if I wasn't steal, I could get a good secondary as I'm slowly creeping up. So, ball is hit, I have a better chance of scoring now.
Outstanding, outstanding. That's exactly right. That's great. That's great. So that's good. He said something that was key. He takes diagonal. That way he's gaining more ground to cut the distance down, right, to third base. But also same mentality, if he's stealing, he's cutting the distance down, still third base. That was outstanding, man. Moxie, right?
Moxie.
All right, brother. Keep my eye on you. Thank you. That was good. That was good. I told you I want interaction, so I'm going to ask the other guys to be alert. I got something coming for you, okay? So that's one way of doing second base and taking the lead. He said 5, I said 6. You know, it's not no exact way. He feels comfortable at 5. That's the way he's been taught. That's not wrong. I just like 6. But to each his own, right? So that's why I said it's not one way to do it. The main thing, we're trying to get him to cut the distance down from second base to be able to score. Give his team a chance to score. Now, when talking about second base, you know I'd have that shift on. It'd be the third baseman over there by himself. And the third baseman, after the pitch goes, we know from the scouting report, he does what? Who are you looking at? So you always alert your run at second base. Third baseman, every time he goes, ball goes in. He's looking in the stands. He's looking, never looking at the running. How could you take your eyes off the running? And I know you guys have seen Ronald do that a lot. Especially if he's back here, he can't get there. You know, so it's another situation of having your base runners always checking out what's going on. That's keeping them alert. And you know what? I put it on me as a coach to make sure he recognizes and sees some things. Now, we have it in the pros with the video and all that. I can really show him. But I never wanted to put a lot on a player's mind because I want him to be able to react fast when he see it. So there'll be a lot of things I would mention at first base, you know, then telling him a bunch in the scouting report and everything. He's not going to remember everything. We can't expect them to remember everything. We know the game is hard. They got to hit, they got to run, they got to play defense. So I can't spend an hour telling them all the base running things. Yes, you got to coach.
Back to first base. You get your lead, you still, what tips you going to, I know every pitcher is different, but what tips that you look at for us from the pitcher that give you get that good jump?
That's a good question. You talked about base stealing for first base. What keys do I give the guy? So it's a little advantage, you know, being a pro, we get the video and all that, the guy, and I can really study him, and I give him the keys. Now, say in high school, the best time to recognize or try to get an idea of what the pitcher's doing, when he's warming up. When he's warming up down there. See, if you are a player that's in tune to everything that's happening, you're going to have a better chance of having more success in that game, because this game, and no doubt about it, I don't know if you heard this before, 90% we always classify as mental. It's the mental part of the game, and the guy that can pick it up the quickest is the guy that's going to be the best, and it's the guy that's going to advance. That's how it works. So if you understand and be a student of the game, this is for the players, be a student of the game, it's going to make the job of a coach teaching you and coaching you so much easier. So we talk about taking this lead. So we take our lead, right? Young man, who's the base stealer over there? Come here. So I love interaction. I hope I'm not boring y'all now. If y'all got questions, ask me. Talk to me. Like, talk to me. Okay. You at first, how you doing? What's your name?
Wade Maddox.
Wade, nice to meet you.
Senior in high school. I played center field, infield, and not pitch.
Yeah? What's your best one?
Center field.
So you can run. Okay. How many stolen bases did you have?
Like 15, 16.
Okay. How many times did you run?
15, 16 times.
Okay. You got speed. You were base stealing. You was 15, maybe out of 15. Do me a favor this year. Run more. Okay, come on. First base, here we go. Take your lead, first base. However you take your lead, let me. Okay, good. You see what he did, y'all? He went left, right, turn, 2 shuffles. That's his foundation. Whoever his coach, the coach doing a great job with it. That's good. So when you're gonna steal a base, and I'm the pitcher, right? And I'm gonna give you one. May I give you 2? You tell me what's the key. Okay? All right. I'll give you another one. What you see? Okay. It's probably at a disadvantage, because when you're teaching to pick up keys, you pick up one part of the body that triggers you first. So I'm kind of like giving him a disadvantage, but I'm trying to see if he's in tune, if I'm doing something different. So you ready? You didn't see it? You didn't see it? Okay, that's all right. Now, if you look at my hip, right, what you see? My hip, right here, my back, lower back. Just look at that spot. Help him out. It moved. So anytime a pitcher, if I'm gonna come over, and this is good, that's why I like the interaction. If I'm gonna come over, I'm just gonna come over, right? I'm just gonna turn the body, come over. But if I'm going home, I shift a little bit to get in my leg to go home. So, in other words, when the pitcher's down there warming up, you can look here, you can look, this is the easy one. But challenge yourself to see if you see something before even that moves. he might do something with his head. I'm gonna give you an example. When you're going home, right? Let me do it again. When you're going home, I'm coming over. When I'm coming over, what you see differently? Yeah, when it's bobbing, I was doing what? I'm gonna do what? Exactly right. See, that's the little things that you can pick up while he's down there warming up. You don't need video for that. We just had a session just now. Keys will pop up if you looking and concentrate. Just watch it. Okay, thank you very much. Very good, very good. So when we talk about little things like that, keys, it's a lot of different keys, and pitchers have different keys. I want to be the one, I don't want the easy one. I want to see if I see something sooner. And when you get to see a ball game and these guys are running, and they running great, they have something on that pitcher. And you take advantage of it. You got something on that pitch, you take advantage of it when you get over that first base. Yes.
Another coach's clinic, and they told us to stay deep when it's 2 outs, as opposed to coming up in that.
Did they give you the reason why? Yes, to go around third. Yes, yes. So, okay, so when I played, and the way I teach, I want you to get the first couple of pitches or whatever at a comfortable position that you can, take your lead for a base stealer and steal, because you got to be consistent. If one lead I take here and then the next lead I take here, they know I'm about to run. So from a base runner, he don't have to be a base stealer. I just want him to be comfortable where he's gaining ground and he goes. Now, 2 outs, instead of, we talked about come forward a little bit, 2 outs I might stay out here a little bit and gain my ground here because I want to make sure I cut the corners, right? So that's a good question. That's a good point. So make sure the reason why you're back here, because I want to cut third base and make it home. Now, I didn't say in the beginning, we talk about cut the bases, making the turns, making a shorter distance. So in spring training, what I would do is have a coach on each bag. And all I give is a quarter of the bag, because I want them cut. And you ever see a guy who cuts, he headed to second base. You guys hear what I'm saying right here? Cut the corner, right? So we have a coach stand on the base where all you have is that quarter to run the bases on each bag. And you will see they get sharper with their turns. And we may say it's a little thing, but in actuality, it's really big. You see guys, if they touch the middle of the base, they go in that direction. That make sense? Everybody here? If you hit the middle of it, you going in that direction. But if I hit that corner, see how my whole body and everything shift? I'm headed this way. Why that guy's running that way to come around? So, especially you hit that ground ball, take the outfielder 5 or 6, 7 steps in either way. Hey, I can push it. He's playing deep already, right? I can push it to a double because I cut and ran the bases that way. So think about it. Have a coach on these bags, and when they go around, you're doing your base running drills, all they get is a quarter, and you better not touch me. You can't touch me, because they touch me one time. You know what I do the next time? It's just formality. Just let them know I ain't doing anything, though. Just let them know, don't touch me. Y'all understand that? Okay, now, let's talk about the front of the bag. We didn't talk about that, first base, right? This first base, front of the bag. I want to touch the front part, right? Why, when you see guys running down, and they touch the middle of the bag, and it be bang, bang. I didn't understand it really when I was playing, but I understand that coaching at first base, it'd be bang, bang, and they'd be like, nah, I'm safe. Nah, dog, that video gonna show you were out, dog. You went to the middle of the base. So get in the habit when you guys are running down first base, touch the front part of the base, the front part. Because when you hit that ball in that 5-6-0 and that shortstop has the backhand, he has to make that long throw, you don't want to be flying in the air and touch the middle. All you need is that corner and lean. So get them in the habit of touching the front part of the base. Yes. Now, see, you got to practice it. And see, once you practice it, you can perfect it. And every time they're going, they just know. They just know. That's what you're doing. So you're running, I'm focused on it. I'm looking at it. I'm on that front part. Because it's going to be bang, bang. And the bang going to come for your foot being up like that. Yes.
We got 1 more minute. I'm going to grab that question, then we got to wrap it up, Coach.
All right,
Okay.
all right. That's a good question. And that's been a debate. And I'm going to tell you right now, when I have a locomotive like Acuna running, you think I'm going to tell him to go right or left? So my point is, a lot of people say the right, inside, right? It makes a lot of sense. I didn't do it as a player. I didn't do it as a coach. I think it's more on that person's ability. And I think you should try with the right. You should try with the right. But if he could turn and make his turns with that left, I'm getting out the way. You see what I'm saying? Like some guys can't slide both, they slide one way, they can't slide the other way. That was me. I only could slide that way. I couldn't slide that way. So when in doubt, I went head first. But I'm just saying, it's not one way. That's, it's got to be that way. No. I want that player to be as comfortable as he can in what he does out there and to do it consistently every day to make him a better ball player. And if he's doing it that way, every day, doing it the right way. The guy talked about, I'm going to finish up on this, the infielders, right? Angles. Well, I watched Ron Washington. Everybody know Ron Washington, right? I said, what's the key? He said, after, the work he does and everything, he said, after they done, it should be a footprint going this way. You come on back and it should be a foot. I said, the V? He said, exactly. He said, that's the angles. So when he was saying it, I was like, it hit me. That's what he teaches the guys. When you see them on the dirt, when they're on their knees, it's all about hands, right? I'm just giving you a little infield stuff because I was an infield, right? But then when he got them back on that dirt, when they were finished, it was a V. Because he'd be back there, hit the ball, you got to come here. That's a shortstop, right? Angles, you got to come here. Angles, backhand, right? Ball hitting the hole. And I thought that. So guess what I did with that? I took it out to the outfield and made it the X drill. This real point I just want to give you. I'm just giving some. I like talking about the game. I love it so much. The X drill. So I'm here. So you got the short line drive, right? You got the ball in the gap, right? Checking my angles, right? You got the ball over your head, whichever way you want to go with it. And then you got the line drive up here, right? That's a drill. They start right here and they move according to the drill. You see that? It's the X drill. The X drill. So the first thing I look when the guy goes after the ball wrong, I said, let's look at your angle. What angle did you take? Did you do this? Or did you do this and get on it? See the difference? and it became the X drill, off with Ron Washington V. So you flip the V, it's an X. It's an X. So little things like that, when we talk about angles, make sure from a base runner standpoint that they have the foundation, they discipline. If it's a way you're gonna do it, that's the way we're gonna do it. But understand and be open to a guy who can't do it. Okay, how do you feel comfortable doing it? And, you know, work with them on that and make them better at that. Yeah. Because it's not one way, okay? All right, thanks for having me. Thanks for listening too, guys.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. So we gonna speed this thing up a little bit, and coming next for your pitching and bullpen information, which I know a lot of you guys are looking for. We have Coach Christian Castori with Georgia State University. Christian Castori enters his second season as the Georgia State as an assistant coach. He brings significant experience, previously serving as the director and partial owner of the five-star Atlanta baseball organization, where he developed young talent. Castori was also the area scout supervisor for the Miami Marlins. Golly. Anyway, I got football on the brain. His coaching career started at Middle Georgia College, where he was assistant coach and recruiting coordinator, managing the pitching staff, and also started his career at Middle Georgia, where he managed the pitching staff and was a recruiting coordinator. He also is a former draft pick of the Minnesota Twins. Castori played his college ball at Middle Georgia College and Georgia College and State University, achieving notable success, including a World Series appearance, and he also has coached at prestigious events for Team USA and MLB. Castori is married to Jen, and they have 5 children: Emma, Summer, Crew, Rad, and Fox. Again, coming to the stage now is Christian Castori to talk about bullpen and pitching.
How y'all doing? I don't know why they gave me a mic, and I don't know why y'all expect me to be on time for this. Like you said, I'm Christian Castori. This is our other pitching coach, Michael Leader. I think you guys may have access on the link to the PowerPoint presentation, so I'm just going to go off of that and kind of go slide by slide. I'm going to just kind of start with this. I think you guys spent most of the day figuring out how to beat pitchers. So we kind of try to match that energy when we're on the mound with our guys and just try to beat you guys or beat position players. I think the biggest thing we do with pitching at our place is we try to keep it simple. We don't try to get too much in the weeds with everything. We use that word simple a lot. We use the word consistency a lot. And you're going to hear that kind of during this presentation. And then towards the end, we'll look at some of the charts we use, maybe throwing program stuff that's more operational based that can help you like immediately, if you so choose, if you like what you hear or see. You can always find my email online. Shoot me an email. I say that. I don't check a whole lot of email. But Coach Leader's on there as well, and he does. He checks his email really, really well. So he keeps me straight most of the time. Let's jump right into it. Philosophy and foundation. For us pitchers, he said I played at Middle Georgia. I coached there. It's near and dear to my heart. It was the first place I went after high school, and so that's a lot of the basis and foundation of what I did was learned through there, and it wasn't only learned through coaches, learned through teammates and experience and all that good stuff, getting my butt whooped a little bit, having a little success. So that's kind of where I draw a lot of my coaching from, on top of being a parent. So when we talk about a Warriors mentality, we were the Middle Georgia College Warriors, for any of you guys that know they used to be the Warriors. I think they're the Knights now. But what does a Warriors mentality encompass? It encompasses courage, excellence, resolve, and competitive focus. So the courage is really just meeting adversity face to face. We don't ask guys to be fearless. We don't ask guys to be afraid of nothing. It's like the things that make your heart thump a little bit, the things that give you butterflies, that means you care. And all we're doing is saying walk head first, eyes open into that fire. So that's kind of the courage piece of it. I don't need you to be fearless, but I need you to want to meet that adversity face to face. Resolve to move forward, like you're going to get your butt whooped. You're going to have some bad days, you're going to have some good days. And so when you have those bad days, I want you to have some resolve that you're going to show up the next day the same way. You're going to show up ready to do something to get better. Excellence in the controllables, that's really just like from the way we stretch. We line the gloves up perfectly. We run our foul post perfectly. We're lockstep with our partner. We're the same distance from the guy in front of us. That's just doing the things that you can control perfectly. Putting in the excellent effort for that. And that's kind of with so many variables when you're actually competing. We just want to make the things that you can ace. We want to make sure you ace those things. So that's kind of the discipline and structure side of things. Because when you get on the mound, I want you to use some creativity. I want your instincts to develop. I want you to rely on those things. And so it's not always a quick, 1 month with us and you've got it figured out. I want you to kind of live and breathe it over your first year with us, your second year with us. And that's, for me, how we get some longevity out of that development. But it starts with that excellence in the controllables. And then competitive focus. That's just trying to find every little way to win or beat the other guy, whether that's the guy in the box, the guy on base, whatever it is, we want to find every competitive edge to victory. So kind of the first thing they hear when they show up on campus, consistency means you're good. Consistent equals good. And it kind of in a day and age where it's like, to be considered good, a lot of youngsters, their brain works like, I got to throw harder. I got to have this number on my breaking ball. I got to have this statistical something to be good. And for us, that's kind of missing the mark. We say you need to be consistent. You need to be the same guy out every time you take the mound. That doesn't mean the same results, but that means we can track your first pitch strike, something within your control. We can track your tempo on the mound, something within your control. And so once you hit that mark of being consistent, that's where we feel like development and you getting better is just going to take off, because through that consistency, instincts, stuff, strike throwing, all that stuff gets amplified and grows just naturally, because they're going from 18 to 19 when they're with us, or 9 to 10 when they're with some of you guys, or 16 to 17, whatever the case is. They're naturally going to get better, but they got to understand the consistency piece is what plays at every level of the game. It's where everything starts. Show us that you can be the same guy. You're going to have different results. That's okay. Good for me or for us is not, you've got a certain ERA or you struck out a certain amount of guys. I need to see that you're able to go up there and be the same guy. We're going to move on to the next one. Circumstances don't matter. We don't really give them any circumstances or reasons or excuses, or something goes bad, the circumstances don't matter. That shouldn't define our result. We're looking for guys, whether they show up that way, which is very rare, or they develop into that on their own 2 feet. We're looking for guys that can find a way to overcome any circumstance. And that's kind of a coach cliche type thing, but it's a real thing. We all probably have coached players or currently have players on our team that it's like, you just give that guy the ball, and then you just back up, let him do his thing. We really preach that circumstances don't matter. We talk about faith a lot, and there's no degrees of faith. There's no complete faith or belief. If you have faith, you have faith. You have belief, you have belief. And that's kind of what it starts when we talk about a warrior mentality, or we talk about being competitive. So a lot of the stuff we do revolves around that. We want them to own their successes. We want them to own their failures. We want to get better from those failures and those successes. And then I think lastly on that part is environment. And I kind of tell them all the time, like, we don't have magic dust to sprinkle on you, but we have an environment that we believe in, an environment that we show up every day and we hit the mark on that environment. And then if those guys have the right growth mindset, if they've developed some things, matured, or if they just showed up the right guy, they usually get better under that environment. But again, they don't usually show up on campus, so there's a level of patience. And we talk about patience with those guys in their own careers. Okay, so throwing program. I think throwing program is, like when I started coaching, I think I was about 26. And throwing program for me became the most important thing. The most important thing. We can talk about bullpen deliveries, we can talk about fastball velocity, we can talk about a lot of those very ordinary things, but the throwing program, the most mundane and tedious thing they do every day, was the most important thing. And I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, but I do know that every team I've ever coached or every player or pitching staff I've ever been a part of, my most consistent, best pitchers also had the best throwing program. And I don't know if they were the best because their throwing program was the best or their throwing program was the best because they were the best. I can't tell that answer, but I do know they are directly correlated. So we lean into the throwing program. We try to make them understand how important that is because, you know, this day and age, they've got a lot of gadgets they can work with. But at the end of the day, we're trying to be experts throwing the ball. And to be an expert throwing the ball, you got to throw the ball. So we try to elevate their focus with that. We'll talk a little bit more about the goals through that throwing program, but essentially you can see them there listed. I want good direction and timing. We think timing impacts direction in a delivery. It's kind of another thing we preach. So if you have good timing, chances are you're going to have the best direction your body allows you to have. And then now what their abilities are, that's stuff they can work on, stuff you guys can work on, stuff they go get work on from somebody else, right? But if they have good timing, they stand a chance to have the best direction they can have, or that their physicality, their body allows them to have. I want loose, clean, fast arms. I don't want guys muscling the ball. We don't like guys like forcing the ball out, impatient to throw the ball. A lot of times when you get impatient throwing the ball or impatient swinging the bat, you start to push the bat, you start to push the ball out. We don't really want that, even at the expense of like, this guy's a little wild. That's okay. You're really getting used to your timing and being patient, and we'll start locking in command and repeatability and consistency of how that ball comes out. And then obviously with throwing program, we can build stamina, durability, and strength, arm strength through our throwing program. So we have 3 different levels of intent, and I included, and I don't know if I need to get with Coach White or Maurice, but there's should be an off-season throwing program, like a ramp up from December into January to basically today of the throwing, at least that we do with our guys, from shutting down after the fall and then what they do throughout. And so on that sheet, and if you guys don't have it, we might be able to get it. Yeah. We have 3 different levels of intent. There's moderate intent. Moderate intent is kind of just easy intent. You want your fingers over the ball, fingers behind the ball, but you don't want to be off the ball or under the ball. Easy intent, fingers over and behind the ball. Full range of motion, loose with extension. So full range of motion is, yeah, I'm 40 feet and we're just playing catch and I'm just doing this number right there. Well, that's creating some sort of bad habit. And especially for guys that threw the day before, that might be sore. We talk about full range of mobility. So just like working out, you go bench press, you go squat, you're going to have some micro tears, some lactic acid. You're going to have some buildup and be a little stiff and sore the next day. Same thing throwing. And so for that, I don't want them cutting off mobility, you know, how much we can lay back, how much we can get into the scap. I want to make sure they're doing it even at a very easy intent, just because that scar tissue can start to build, and then all of a sudden you don't have much mobility in your arm, and that's where injuries come from. That's where stuff backs up on them. So we talk about full range of motion. The carry intent, which is kind of the middle intent, we just want crisp throws. Same with the fingers. I want to be behind the ball. I want to be over the ball. But we want some crisp throws. We want some carry to the ball. I'm not trying to do a line drive and throw as hard as I can, but I am upping that intensity. We can really start leaning into consistent release point, good direction, good timing habits. And then high intensity is what it sounds like, right? I'm burning you up whether we're 120 feet or 200 feet or 90 feet. I can go high intensity at any of those distances. Okay, so you see some of the principles if you're following along, your fingers over and behind the ball. We talk about linear movements, and the reason we talk about linear movements, this might be getting into the weeds, but not everybody's going to move the same on the mound. Some guys are going to be a lot more rotational, but the thing about the flat ground throwing, where we're going to do our throwing program, is the time your foot hits you have less time than when you're on the mound, right? Naturally, that mound sloped down, so you're going to have maybe 4 or 6 inches more time for things to develop than what you, in your delivery, than what you have on flat ground. So we talk about trying to have some linear movements with that flat ground, understanding that when we get on a slope and we get a little bit more time, 6 more inches before our foot hits, we're probably going to have some of that rotational show up. But the one thing you can't have is be extremely rotational flat ground and then jump on the mound, and you're going to have those same rotational habits, and then all of a sudden we start pulling off the ball. Then we start losing direction. Then arm path gets kind of wacky, and then we don't know where to go from there. So we talk about linear and directional movements, north-south movements in our throwing program. Extension with your lower body and with your hand. Staying connected longer, and connected is basically just staying into that ground a little bit longer with that drive leg. A lot of times what we'll see is when they want to, especially when they want to heave a ball, they try to use momentum to heave the ball. Well, then they get 60 feet, 6 inches away, and you don't have a whole lot of momentum. You got to rely on kind of your athleticism and what kind of explosiveness you can create without the momentum, okay? So we talk about staying connected, so that translates to the mound. And then finding the ground. Like, this is a really, I'm going to say it's a really important one. I think they're all important, but this one really stands out because what we see with guys that have issues with consistency and command, throwing enough strikes to thrive, is, boy, they spin out, or they got a weak front side, or something with that post leg that they land on. And so stick the landing is a big one. And it kind of the way I use this, and I've used this with 12-year-old kids, I've used this with 20-year-old young men. I just tell them, hey man, if I had $5,000 right here in my pocket for you to throw this ball as hard as you can and make sure you stick your landing, you could do that. And it's not about how they do that. It's more about you tell your body to do something as simple as stick the landing when you throw. It's going to kind of self-organize. Obviously, the more athletic they are, the better, or the easier time they have. But if they start training sticking that landing, you usually have ace timing. As we get into delivery, timing's the first thing. That's the foundation. Before we put walls and roof on, we got to have good timing. And so kind of working from the end of the delivery or the throwing motion, if they stick that landing, well, you know they're not landing too forward, right? If I walk up on somebody and I'm just forward like this and I got to throw my best punch, the only way I can throw that punch is to get off my punch, right? I got to get my hand cleared somehow. So we talk about being able to stick the landing, then you're going to be landing in a more powerful position and be able to get rid of that arm, get rid of the ball a lot cleaner. There's a throwing program on here. We go 15-ish throws. It could be 10, it could be 20, depends on what the guy has. But 15 or so throws ahead of 60 feet. I don't care if you have stationary feet. I don't care if you do a drill. Doesn't matter to me. Once we get through with that, we get to 60 feet. Now, once we get to 60 feet, I like our feet moving. It's not that I don't like a drill. I'd rather guys use their feet as they throw. You can help with direction, you can help with timing, but really it's a lot about rhythm. So at 60 feet, it's step, step, throw. It's not catch the ball and then just kind of turn, long step, lunge, and throw the ball. I want to catch the ball. I want to get my feet moving, get my body in the right position, and then we step and throw. We do roughly 20 throws there, because once you get through with 20 throws at 60, you can probably go to 90, you can probably go to 200 feet. You're probably okay. You're probably warmed up by then. So we back it up to 90. Once we get to 90, anything beyond 60, I no longer like step and throw. I like shuffling. So I have guys shuffle, and throw. That brings a level of momentum into it. Obviously some rhythm and timing involved with it as well, but I don't want to create bad habits for the sake of, especially guys that are younger in high school or just younger youth guys. I don't want them heaving the ball 90 feet because they're only relying on their arm, because they're never going to have to get anybody out throwing the ball 90 feet. They're going to do it 60 feet. So 90 feet, we start shuffling. Same principles apply. We get through about 15 throws there, we'll back it up to 120. And honestly, once they get to 120, I don't care if they go any further. If 120 is their jam, they can stick with 120. If they want to back it up and go 300 feet, go for it. Each guy's kind of different in that regard. But shuffle, anything at 90 or beyond, and then you just work back in. And if you have something where you like throwing change-ups, you want to help change-up development, something I did as a player was 90 feet, shuffle, throw that change-up, and get used to either making that more of a feel pitch or making that more of a powerful pitch that you don't really have to, you just up there to rip it. And that's kind of the balance, is you kind of find out if guys throw their changeup and it's a power pitch for them, like they can just go for it, or if it's a field pitch, they have to feel some things. How it works, this is more delivery and arm action, and this is years and years of watching and seeing things that don't work, seeing things that do work, obviously being taught by other people as well. So it's a little bit of a feel thing, but I think ultimately the biggest thing we really want to have is one of three things, if not all three. We want to have athleticism, we want to have mobility, and we want to have functional strength. Now, you're going to have guys that are super mobile, super athletic. They got good timing, they can get into some positions that can have the ball come out good, but they ain't very strong. But that's okay, they got the other two. Or we got a guy that's pretty strong that has zero athleticism, but he's pretty mobile. Well, we can overcome some of that athleticism because we got the other two. So we never get in there and trying to paint a picture where it's like, this is the perfect player. That's not really what we have to do. What we have to do is take the players we have, which if they're there, they're good enough to be there, and we have to figure out how to get the most out of those guys. So we look at, with the delivery, mobility, athleticism, functional strength. That's kind of the physical ingredients of it. The most important thing about any delivery is repeatability. You got Randy Johnson doing some crazy stuff over here. You got Kirk Schilling doing some different stuff. You got guys with different deliveries all over the game of baseball for the last 150, 200 years. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but the number one thing is the guys that have success, they throw enough strikes, which means they repeat their delivery enough. And a lot of times, no matter what it looks like aesthetically, a lot of times what matters is starters repeat the best, relievers repeat less. So just understand that repeatability is huge. And then again, the components of that delivery, timing impacts direction, direction impacts consistency, consistency impacts how good your stuff is, how much command strike throwing you have, but it all kind of starts with timing. And so to bring that back another step, I'm going to skip ahead. We talked about mobility and athleticism. There's a lot of words on this one, on this slide, but it's just different terminology that we use with our guys. And like I said, we don't want them thinking of delivery from a technical nature. We want them thinking delivery from a feel nature. I felt that ball come out good. Most of them hit at some point in their life. And you guys know this. When you get a ball, you know it's gone. You don't even feel it off the barrel. You just know it's gone. And it's the same principle in pitching that we want to kind of, tell them is, I want you to feel like you got that ball. Like you hit it out the gap 400 feet, like you hit it dead central 400 feet, but you got it. You didn't snatch hook the ball down the line. You didn't hit a little duck fart down the right field line, opposite field. You got a hold of that ball. And that's what I want, that's the feeling that we want out of those guys. Now that doesn't mean they're gonna throw strikes immediately, but they at least know how to generate some force on the ball, and then we can start leaning into little things here and there, whether it's timing related, whether it's direction related, that can get them more in the zone. When we talk about timing, just so you guys know, this is like super simple. And I don't know, some of these 20-year-old guys look at me sideways. Timing for me is the first 18 inches off the rubber, so as wide as my feet are. If I can do this on time, I got a chance to do the rest really well. And usually your body takes over by then anyways. Nobody can figure out what their hand's doing at 95 miles an hour or 85 miles an hour. It's the fastest moving thing on the field. You can't make marginal adjustments there, and the more you try to, the more you stress, the more it's a snowball of crap for those guys. So we talk about the first 18 inches a lot. Get that mastered. Get the first 18 inches mastered. You guys can get on there and look at that slide where it's got a lot of these components of the delivery, and then there's some pictures there, and I realized I put a multiple time Cy Young winner on there that had some deficiencies, and I kind of did that to outline it, and I outlined it for our guys. Tim Lincecum didn't have a long career, probably because of his delivery, but he had a highly successful career because of who he was physically, what he was able to do. This is a guy that could walk out the center field on his hands. His nickname was the Freak, and he was undersized. He threw the piss out of it, and he was able to repeat, doing a lot of things wrong, but it goes back to the repeatability piece of it. So you can see some of the things we look at, how they land, what posture they're in. Are they stacked? Are they loaded? No different than hitting. It's very, we use the hitting analogy a lot, or hitting comparison a lot. A guy that gets forward in his swing, we're going to have disruption to the bat path. We're going to have disruption to how we unload the barrel and the consistency in which we unload that barrel. So it's no different throwing motion and hitting motion. Mental skills, we lean into a lot of mental skills. I'm gonna skip over a lot of this and just give you one skill. We're big believers that your ability is gonna put you on the field you're supposed to be on. Whatever field you're playing on that particular day, that particular season, you're supposed to be there. I don't care if you're the most talented or the least talented, you're supposed to be there. That's the field you're on. There's a reason you're on that field. Now, everything else after that is going to be separated by your mentality. I think we probably would all agree on that. We got guys that can just do it, whether they're physically better than everybody or not. So we talk about mental skills, and the one exercise we use, we have green, yellow, red. You want to operate in green. That's when everything's rolling, you're repeating, you don't even know how you're doing it, but it's just happening. That's green. You get disrupted, walk a guy, have an air, couple doubles in a row, you start moving to yellow, what we call yellow. Yellow can go one of two ways, right? You can dip into red, you can get back to green. And then red is the last one, obviously. That's where everything's hit the fan, and now you got some work to do. That may be a few walks in a row, that followed by a double, followed by an air, whatever the case is. In the next hitter or two, you're either coming out of the game or you're getting out of the jam. Okay, so the way we kind of talk our guys through it, it's very simple. Step off the mound, find something that's immobile at the stadium, usually the foul poles. Just look at the foul poles. Give yourself some time. Breathe in, breathe out, same tempo. Clear everything, step back on the mound. We usually want them to find one thing that's controllable that doesn't have anything to do with the result at the plate to accomplish. So if that's stick the landing, that's the only thing you care about. Coach Leader talks about surrendering the result a lot. We don't leverage or lose sight of our results for the sake of the process. So I don't want guys thinking up there, where's my arm, where's my foot, and all that stuff. Want to have some feel to it, but we do talk about surrendering the result, because once it leaves your hand, you can't throw a ground ball. You can't throw a double play. You can't throw a strikeout. You can just do what you can do, and the result kind of happens. So we want to be able to accomplish exactly what we want to accomplish within our control after we get through kind of some of that mental skills. Coach Leader is going to talk a little bit about metrics and analytics. He is, I would say, an expert in it.
I don't know about expert, but it's probably a little bit more the game in the last 10 years, and that's when I played in college, and really the pitching I was exposed to. But how we look at metrics and analytics, I think the biggest shift in probably the last 10 years versus the last 100 plus of baseball is when you ask a pitcher, well, how'd you throw today? More often than not, you're going to get a response of, oh, well, I touched 93 miles an hour, or, oh, my fastball was up to 23 vertical break, or my slider was 3,200 spin. And then you get 30 seconds or a minute into the conversation, you go, well, did you get anybody out? So it's just a lot different today. And the more that's been around, and it started in Major League Baseball for guys trying to extend their careers, and it's filtered all the way down to, I think I saw in PBR, there was 14 under events that had TrackMan data, which is crazy, because they probably do something different every week as opposed to throughout their career. But for us, we try and keep pitching analytics really simple. We lean into the things that guys do well naturally. And we rely on two main proponents before we get into the numbers at all. And the first is everybody has to understand what we're looking at. They have to understand how we define induced vertical break as a program, how we value spin rate as a program, and what weights we're putting on that in development. So every year we have the same meeting with all our pitchers and explain from scratch what we look at analytics for. And that's whether they're the first year freshman, the fifth year senior, or anywhere in between. And the idea is that they see it through different eyes and hear it through different ears every time. So that first year freshman may pick up something different than that fifth year senior does. So that continual education on what we're looking at, why we're looking at it, and why we need them to know, so that when we do talk to them, we're all speaking the same language. And then the other thing is proper application. And the biggest thing for us is continuing to keep things simple. We try and do very little drastic changes with guys and mechanics if their numbers don't look, where we want them to be or maybe where they want them to be. We start small and then work our way big. Before we even get into the numbers, we look at two main factors. The first is we want them to be able to hit a 9 pocket without a catcher, throw it into the zone competitively 7 out of 10 times in a controlled environment. And then after that, they have to progress to 60% strikes in an uncontrolled environment, and live at-bats in game. And the reason is if we can't navigate at-bats, we can't navigate innings, then we're not ready to look at the numbers yet. We're not ready to look at how our fastball moves. We have to be able to control in and around the zone and navigate a game before we can get down into those weeds. And really the last thing I'll leave you with when it comes to analytics is, a lot of it measures similar to how you look at a hitter. A hitter can hit the ball 450 feet. A pitcher can spin the ball 3,000 reps per minute. Awesome, but in the end, all things equal, you're going to take the guy that can actually hit before you take the guy that can hit at 450 feet and strikes out 60% of the time. You'd rather have the guy that can go out there and can produce. It's the same thing on the mound. All things equal, we want the pitcher, the guy that's able to navigate innings, the guy that's going to be able to get out of innings in 20 or less pitches, that we can look up into the 6th inning and he's been competitive for us and gives us a chance to win, as opposed to a guy that, yes, he might be able to spin the slider 3,200, but if he walks 3 or 4 guys in a row, then it doesn't really help him a whole lot. So again, we keep things very, very surface level, very simple, and then as guys prove that they're able to unlock more depths, that's when we go down to the iceberg, deeper into analytics.
And guys, we're going to make sure you get this information. I'll get with Alex and those guys to make sure you do have that information either sent out to you if you don't have it in your packet. But Coach Mike and Coach Christian are going to give you some information on how you guys can find them and follow them and see and get some more in-depth information on what they have going on.
Definitely check it, because we got some other stuff in there that's probably more operationally beneficial for you right now, whether it's a chart that we use or any of the other stuff we got towards the end. Types of inter squads we use to see what we got in certain guys. So again, get on Georgia State's website, go to the baseball, you'll see my email, you'll see his email. If you email me and I don't email back, it's no offense. I don't check my email, do I? I don't check it a whole lot. That's a problem. But he checks it. So just get with us if you got any questions. Happy to help, happy to answer. Appreciate you guys. Good luck this season.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And last but not least, and we're going to round out this day, and it's been an amazing panel we've had all day today. We have Coach Andre Butler. And Andre Butler, when it comes to outfield play, he's going to talk about outfield play today. Andre is one of the best in the coaching profession at developing high-level outfielders. With 14 years of coaching experience, he's never been more passionate about the outfield position than now. Dating back to 2012, Coach Butler noticed the lack of outfield attention given to players at the high school and the collegiate level. Since then, he has created an aggressive mentality that allows players to play free and easy while having a plan for their everyday move. Andre is in in his 4th season with USA Baseball, working with the 18 and the 15 and under national team selection process, and was a former assistant coach on the college level for 8 years at Swarthmore College, University of Pennsylvania, DeSales University, and Penn State University. Again, we have today doing our outfield routine is Mr. Andre Butler. Sorry about that, Coach.
Appreciate it. So obviously, last but not least, which is towards our position, right? We look at outfield play, and nobody wants to look at the development of outfield training. So what does graveyard mentality mean? Graveyard mentality is something I came up with when I was coaching at Penn State. Our outfielders were not doing a very good job. I was bored. They were bored. We weren't having a good time. So we came up with graveyard mentality, which stands for where hits are laid to rest. Again, that's where hits are laid to rest. Went on this whole journey with it, trademarked the whole thing, and then said, let's roll out some training. Let's get this thing to a point where we can create a platform for outfielders, because as we've seen in our game, what happens? Players play the infield, they're really athletic, they keep going to the higher level, and you want them in a lineup, you have to play one of the 3 positions in the outfield. So it's awesome to be here and speak about it with high school coaches, not only on the baseball and the softball side that we do, but working with players at such younger ages, as young as 9 years old. I think you think about what is the hardest thing about an outfielder. It's trying to understand depth perception. If someone were to say to me right now, I'll give you $1 billion, you have to either receive a ground ball or catch a fly ball. Which one would you rather do? Now, even me as an outfield coach, I'm still taking that ground ball, right? Because once that ball goes up in the air, we have to understand a higher level of depth perception and when this ball is actually going to land. Not to mention we have to cover much more ground. So nobody realizes that. Nobody thinks about that until we get on the field and what happens with your players. He drops a ball, and typically what a coach will say is, come on, man, we got to catch that. But we have to give them more. We have to give them the mentality mixed with the skill set and the training, right, the technique. And that's what we're all about with our training. So a lot of things I preach, or one of the things I preach is move your feet. Move your feet. We had a lot of good presentations already here today, whether it was base running or infield, everything, and we talked about being able to move our feet. But in the outfield, the position where we have to cover the most ground on the field, we got to move our feet. A lot of times players will run really fast to a ball or run hard to a ball, and they'll get there. Let's say if it's where this little silver circle is, they'll get to that spot, and they won't continue running. We say, man, you done all that work just to get there and not want to be successful. We have to move our feet, and we have to move our feet through that ball. So I work on doing a lot of things like tennis ball drills where a player will start here. I'm somewhere up there in that area, and I'm just flipping a ball, and he's working on running through that ball, catching it with bare hand. Right, we're in a gymnasium right now. I'm a Northeast guy. I'm from Philadelphia originally, so I grew up training like this. Right, when I was coaching in college, I trained like this. We're fortunate here in Georgia to be able to get outside more frequently, but I don't need a lot of space for outfield training. Whatever I got, I'm going to work with and be the best at it. But working on tennis ball, balls up, running through that ball, catching bare hand, shoestring catch that way, and really getting your players to move through the ball. Same thing going back. All stuff we do, quarterback drills. We all do it. But when we're doing our drills, are we doing it to where the players are catching every ball? Or are we doing it to where there's a level of challenge? That's the goal of our jobs, is to get our players to the next level and challenge them. So anytime I'm giving a player a drop step drill where he's got to run back, I want it to be where it's like 3 steps of a challenge where he's got to make a decision on, is he going to continue running through this ball, or is he going to quit and say, oh, I can't go get that. Also, while he's running through that ball over his head, how early does his glove go up? You see a lot of times players' gloves go up early. As soon as that glove goes up, what happens? We slow down. We're realistically, how long does it take for our glove to be up for us to catch the ball? Not long. Less than a second. So we have to instill that in our players. We have to give them that ability to trust themselves and say, hey, relax, keep running, pump your arms as long as you can, put that glove up as late as you can. I bet you if I went to all your programs right now, you probably have more players that put their glove up too early than more players that have their glove up too late, right? So how do we work on that? So I have a drill. Usually I'll put players on their knees. You can do it standing up too, but usually it's on their knees to where they're just pumping their arms. Another player will be here, and they'll just throw a ball up, and you tell them, put your glove up as late as you can, catch. Right? We'll do that with bare hand. We'll do that with our gloves too. Pump your arms, pump your arms, pump your arms. Glove up as late as you can, catch. So we're taking the feet away from it on that drill to kind of focus on, let's run with our arms and see how late we can put that glove up while still being successful. The other piece, that lately when I train a lot of players, I'm watching how they like to jump, especially a lot of good athletes. You got good athletes. So players will just get up in the air and jump instead of doing what? Running and jumping that way. I don't want to see a vertical jump because you're faster on the ground than you are in the air, okay? Line drives, how do we train that? Players are hitting the ball harder than we've ever seen before in our game. They're strong, they're physical. We heard about it this morning when we talked about some of the speed and agility stuff and how players are different. So how do we counter that? How do we train that? Well, simple. Let's make their reaction time better. So we do turnaround drills, meaning if you guys are coaches, you're facing that way, or you're facing there, I'm the player, I'm turned around. I say ready, I say go, player turns around, now he's got to catch that same shoestring catch or that backhand that we talked about. Again, more tennis ball drills. Okay, so again, coach is there, he gives me a cue, ready, go, turn around, run through that ball. That's kind of the training wheel part of that progression. The next part of it, especially if you're good with a fungo, you've really got to be good with it because you can't get a kid hurt. And if you're not, certainly just continue using tennis balls. But I'll hit a fungo. From there, I'll say ready. I'll say go. On go, I'm swinging, hitting a fungo. He's turned around. Now he knows that it's off the bat. The ball could be any of these different directions around this radius. Okay? Making it challenging. I don't understand why outfield play has this stereotype on it being boring because some of the favorite MLB players and college players that your players like play the outfield, right? Some of the sneakers, the shoes, the cleats that they wear, guys that are playing the outfield, right? So it's a very important thing that we almost show our work of here's why you should continue working on that. To also influence them. Hey, it's okay. It's all right. Also, we got to have strong arms. Let's talk a little bit about throwing. When we do our catch play, I'm very detailed in it. So as we get to a certain point in our catch play, I tell the partner who's receiving the ball, go ahead and turn your body a little bit as if you are the middle infielder. Because now we're dissecting this thing to say, okay, this is glove side. And if we're going a double cut play or a cut play into the infield, we want to miss where? Glove side. So now we're thinking about drawing a line from my shoulder, the inside part of my shoulder, towards my glove, and then this is the window. Anything outside of here, I'm losing momentum. We're human, so we're going to make some mistakes, and if we do, it's going to be maybe a step or two this way, but at least allows for our infielders to still have momentum moving into the ball, right? So he would receive. Okay, now that other guy turns his shoulders, I go ahead and throw, and then we go back and forth then. Also with our catch play, we're working on ground balls. We're putting ourselves in a position, we talked about moving those feet. Get those feet moving. Two ways to catch that ground ball. Either outside my glove foot, where I'm sinking to my hips, or on a ball that's a little bit more difficult, okay, on the inside part. Here's the differences. This way is definitely a do or die, but what's behind my glove? Nothing. This way is maybe that ball that chops a little bit. It's kind of hard to read. What's behind my glove? Body. So I can chest it up. Both ways are going to work, but it's all depending on the hop that we get. So we have to work both of them, and especially giving them some fungos or some hard rolls. And then from there, let's work that into our catch play. Feet moving, receive, step behind, and throw. Or shuffle and throw. That leads to the next point of crow hop. Right? I don't teach my players crow hop. We go step behind or we go throw. Our goal is to get our body and our hips as linear as possible towards our target. It's amazing how we continue to elevate as athletes, but we've noticed that when we go crow hop is that we're technically opening our hips to close them, to open them back up. I train softball players as well. It's probably the biggest difference that I see from baseball and softball. A lot of the softball industry is still a lot of crow hopping, but you'll see some young ladies who've realized that this is the necessary way to get her hips linear towards target. Most of baseball players are, you'll see about 95% of them that are shuffle or they're going to go step behind, which is also considered the pro step. Okay? So those are all the different nuances of the position. Even more, let's talk. Think about a ball at the wall. Nobody likes to catch it. Why? You think about when even you were 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. How many chances did you get to rob a home run at the wall? Not a lot of guys are hitting balls out there. And if they are, they probably way over the fence. So think about the amount of experience is not there to catch a ball on the warning track. So when we train our players, think about it. Think about the most challenging plays and then ask yourself how many opportunities does that player get to make that play? So when we train in our practices, if this is the wall, we're going to go right up against the wall. Everything that you would have done at shallow distance or normal depth, go do it against the wall. As an outfield coach, the first thing I look at when I go on the field in the outfield, I look and see what's behind that wall. So that if I miss hit any balls, I can make sure I can go get them. Right? Some fields got some creeks behind there, you're gonna lose balls, but if it's just a little bit of woods, I can get the balls, or we're gonna train right up against that wall. How do we train that? Eyes start on the ball. We need to get comfortable of getting our eyes on the wall to find the wall, and then pick our head back on that ball. Most of your players are gonna be nervous to do that. They don't like taking their eyes off the ball, so we gotta force them. It's okay, they can do it. We got to force them to get here, eyes off the ball, find that wall, pick your eyes back on the ball. What most of them will do the first time, and you have to challenge them, is as soon as they go find the wall, they're going to turn their entire head. You're going to see the back of my hat. We don't need to see that much. Try telling them to just turn their eyes. They'll turn their head just a little bit, but it won't be this. It's a much longer route. So just tell them to peek, find the wall. Feel, see where it is, eyes back on the ball. It's necessary for that to happen for them to be successful. Let's talk communication. So communication, especially at the wall. I hear a lot of outfielders, they'll say, I'll do some training, and then there'll be the off outfield over there, and he'll go, fence, fence, fence. Well, why do I need you to tell me how to go be great? Right? What are we going to say? 4 steps, warning track, you're getting close. I've had the chance to talk with some really good outfielders, some guys who played high-level baseball in the big leagues, and I will always ask them, what did you want when you were in the outfield? Get out of my way, right? Also, most of your outfielders, most of the stands, the fan areas at your ballparks are where? Behind home plate. Most outfielders don't play where they get an actual audience behind them until high-level college. Right? Power 4 schools, SEC. So they don't even have the experience of getting fans that can distract them, that can yell. So when we're teaching a guy to go fence, 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 you don't hear that in the big leagues. You don't hear that at Tennessee because you got a bunch of fans there that are trying to make you drop the ball and are also being very loud. So are we training our players to be prepared for the highest moments of their career? Right? Those are the things I think about. I don't want to just train them to be able to win this one game. What if he is that guy that gets to that next level? Let's prepare him so when he gets there, he's fully prepared and ready to go and take off. So that was kind of a lot of a gist of what what I do on a day-to-day basis, I want to allow some times for y'all to answer any questions or to ask any questions. I'm fortunate to work with some really, really good ones, some guys that are top ranked and still trying to figure out their way in the outfield. Are there any questions that y'all currently have on the outfield play? Sunball. Yeah, so sunball. So how do we deal with the sunball? So when I was at Penn State, it wasn't sunny there often, but anytime the sun popped out, we would stop the drill. Anything we were doing, we would stop and say, yo, we got some sun, right? So let's get an opportunity to get better at this ball. So what I always think about, I tell players, why do we wear a hat? Because it's part of the uniform, coach. Okay, yeah, that's good. But I talk about the brim. My goal is to keep the sun above my brim. So the real way, we don't teach players how to wear a hat. And nowadays it's tough because the new glasses that are out there are bigger than maybe some of the styles that I personally like, a little bit smaller. Glasses stick up to here, which means what? You can't put your brim down that much. So all these guys coming out with these new glasses is business strategy. It ain't for the performance of it. But brim stays down. I try to keep that sun above my brim and lift my head as much as I can until that sun comes in my vision. Now, let's say if it's right there, maybe it's setting. So I'm okay using my hand to shield. I'm okay using that glove to shield. But at some point, the ball's going to pop out of the sun. So what do we have to do? Let's just sink and get a little bit lower. Buy ourselves some time, a little bit of time. Okay, here it comes. Ball comes out. So that's how I like training the sun balls. I think they need the experience of doing it. We get plenty of sunny days here. And then I'll hit the fungo. I'll turn my body to where it's a perfect spot, and I'll hit off the fungo and just right into the sun. What else we got? Yep.
Slow down. And then I got the guy, say like right field, total opposite. Like as soon as he gets to the ball, he kind of, get kind of shaky. That little field failure type thing. What's the best strategy to do as like a group hold thing when I'm at practice to kind of hit both spots in like a drill or something like that?
Both spots because one guy's real fast and what's the other guy?
Yeah, because instead of like, if I can break him down when it's just like me, but in a group setting, how can I attack like both of those?
So like group setting, like one guy's real fast and this guy ain't.
Yeah, so how can I get them to understand that, yeah, you doing this, but how can we, like, what kind of drill or what kind of like mindset or whatever I can say to them to understand it?
Well, I give them all the mentality, all the mindset. I think it's a good question as far as like, well, you got this high level guy and this guy, like this guy's fast, this guy's not. I always use the method of you got one dog at home and you want to get another dog. Well, that second dog gonna be easier to train because you already got that older dog at home and that's your fast guy. Everybody's got to get up to his standard, and you got to let your outfielders know, hey, he is the standard. And then pump up those guys that are trying to get his way. But I think what you do is you have to compete. We talked a little bit earlier, some folks about competition as well there. But you have to compete, and then you have to give praise to the guy that's right under your first guy, right under your fastest guy. I also like to do things on a stopwatch. This could be helpful for you. Everybody's on their team knows who's the best. But if you can show your team that the guy that's the best just lost a race, now you guys are competing within, which is going to let you compete somewhere else. So we go stopwatch. So there's a guy here and there's a guy there. And let's say they're running past that line. Okay, we'll go ready on whistle, we'll go, and they have to start at the line. They're going to drop step. Eyes are going to stay on the ball. Hips are going to move this way. And the first one past that line is going to be the winner. You do it enough, your fastest guy might lose. Now you start building something special. Yep. 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 Perfect. So line drives. So understand a drill I like doing is making them decide. One from I do it where they got to hear it. So they'll go drop step. As soon as they drop step, I'm either going to say back or I'm going to say in. Because a lot of us, I don't teach first step back. But when it is a line drive, I'm going to tell them go back. So the way the drill is, everything they do, this is what player does. Okay? And right when his left foot lands, back. Same thing. In. So now I'm creating that level of hesitation to where he's got to listen to me and make a decision. That's what happens on a line drive. The only difference in the game is we got to see it. I believe if you can't hear it, you're definitely not going to be able to see it, right? So it's just in, oops, back. As a coach, when you're doing the drill, you're calling back or in right when that left foot is about to hit the ground. If they have a little hesitation, tell them, don't worry about it, just keep going. And then you turn that into, okay, whether it's a machine or if it's fungos or whatever, let's start hitting the ball a little bit over their head. I typically like to hit my fungos from that wall till about here, okay, or that wall. I don't do long distance fungos. I want to make it a little bit more challenging. I want them to feel that 95 plus, 100 plus off the bat.
All right, quick question. Do you use your best players in the outfield versus do you use your best players for the outfield? Best catchers, best runners in the outfield versus the infield?
I think as time evolves, a kid I work with, Dexter McLeon, he's a best player. We don't know where he's going to play. Does he train the outfield? Yes. Because I think if your team gets good, that's all of our goal is to make our teams better. And if all of our teams can get better, the best player, one of the two best players or the fourth player, the fifth player might end up in the outfield. So to answer that question, I use the best players where I feel like they're going to have the most success. So if there's a shortstop who can't read a lefty slice, if I have two shortstops, one guy can read lefty slice, I'm going to put that guy in left field, and then the guy that can't do it, he's going to have to stay at shortstop. And they both better be able to hit, or that one guy's coming out the lineup. You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily the best runners, the best players. I like to think about the guy that gets the most efficient routes. Because I've coached some guys that are 7-1 runners, but they get better routes than a 7 or than a 6-5 runner. No man on this world can outrun that baseball off the bat. Even if it's a younger level, even if it's 70 miles an hour. Thing I always ask kids is, do this at your programs. Say, does anybody know the speed limit when you come into our ballpark? Especially at a school speed limits usually like 15, 20 miles an hour. I said, who can run 25 miles an hour, let's say? You'll get a couple guys, coach, I can, right? But most of us can't run 25 miles an hour consistently. So how will you outrun a ball off the bat that's hit 80, 90, 100 miles an hour?
Thank you so much. We appreciate you greatly, Coach Butler. A plethora of information. And tell them how they can find you.
Yeah, Instagram, Twitter, any social media platform. We have about 10 social media pages for baseball and softball. So Graveyard Mentality, if you search it anywhere, you'll find it. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much. And we would like to thank you guys as coaches today for coming out, staying out here today. It's a plethora of information that you were able to get. And we appreciate you just taking that time. But we would also like to thank our sponsors for today, Adidas, the Players Alliance, Atlanta Braves Foundation, Major League Baseball, and then our partners, Helping Hands, YMCA, Villages at Carver, DeKalb County Schools, and Atlanta Public Schools and Parks and Recreation. And again, thank you guys so much for being a part of this and hanging in here, and look to see you guys next time. Have a wonderful and amazing day.